Oh, you can hear me. Welcome, day 2, Cyclopark, round 4 of the BMX National Series. We are live, online, on YouTube. There's a few socials out there as well. And the racing will be starting very soon. Practice just finishing. We've got elite practice just finishing behind us. Hopefully you've all had breakfast and keep those energy levels topped up, even if you're at home watching. A little bit chilly again today, but it's supposed to be warmer, so fingers crossed. Anyway, we'll see you with the on-track action very soon.
And if you are in the cruiser categories and you find yourself still stood trackside, I would strongly advise that you make your way over to the pens as quickly as you can. Did you give any biscuits away, Rich? Oh, you got some biscuits. Oh, right, okay. There you go, Casey. Some biscuits there for you. Yeah, Casey says that we just need some tea to go with them biscuits. I don't know if that's a request into the club, but that one's nothing to do with me, TNT, if you want to know. That's Casey. But if you do want to know, it's 3 teas, no sugar, and milk. Okay, we are racing, ladies and gents, for round number 4 of the National Series. Here at day number 2 at Cyclopark, that is Joshua Sylvester leading out moto number 1 in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, riding out of Bournemouth BMX Club. On the 6th plate, he's got Xavi Fox Cooper in there behind him, doing it for the Brunty Massive, heading into turn number 2. That looks like Team Ear and Andover picking up a top 3 spot. Got to be Bo Morris on the 159. In and out they go. Who's that picking up a top 4? That looks like Taylor Hall out of DC Cycles. No, sorry, he's in there in 5. It's a 499 in there in 4. That is Ollie Nelson out of Bristol BMX Club. Xavi Fox Cooper has taken over the race lead. He's going to pick up the Moto 1 with Sylvester in there in 2. Fluid Bicycle Motocross on track. Yesterday's winner in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. It is Frankie Griffin, neck and neck at the moment as they head through this third straight. Who's that on his outside? Looking like the 26 plate of Adam Arnold out of Braintree. Bram Heaver on the 237 out of Team Ear and Andover inside the top 3. Bradford in the mix as well. That's going to be Aaron Hickman. Had a charger of a final yesterday. He's inside the top 4, bringing it across the line. Third rack of 9 to 12-year-old cruisers in race number 3. Benedict Marco's in this one. I can see him in there in about 5 at the moment, scrapping away, throwing in a high-low, trying to work his way around the rider in there in 4. That has got to be MK Evolution. Picking it up as they come around, Jamie to Blanche, but it's Hunter Malion out front, looking good with Oliver Arnold in there in 2. Look at the battle for 3, looking like Sam Dolan's going to hang on to it for the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. 13, 14-year-old cruisers, race number 4 now on track. Rab Racing, James Cottrell, your European champion, leading this one through. The 314 in there behind him in that 2 spot. That is Addison Milburn out of Decoy BMX Club. MK in there as well. John O'Haradine. No, sorry, Theo Cam on the 145. John O'Haradine's in the next age group up. He'll be in the 15, 16-year-old cruisers later on. As we look at MCR leading out race number 5. That is, of course, Eric McSwitty on the 8 plate. Looks like the E6 of Logan Young having a battle in there in 2 with the 7. Chasing him down the final straight, Tate Kitson. First corner masterclass yesterday from him all day long. That looks like it could be Isaac Caulfield in there in 5. Race 6 on track. Warwick, McCrum, Borrachini, Ardling, Labras, Archer and Andrews. I can see Alfie in there in 7 at the moment, but out front it is Cooper McCrum. Had a crash yesterday on his 20-inch, but he's up on track at the minute, leading this moto out from the 29 plate of Isaac Odling. Riding out of Team Ear, under a bit of pressure from Freddie Warwick as they bring it down to the line. Warwick's going to have to take the 3 as Andover hang on to that top 2 finish. More 13, 14-year-old cruisers. That is, of course, your European number 2. Out on track, Robin Matt and Alonso. On fire, riding out of Peckham BMX Club. He's got Fluent in there with him on the 166. That's Jack Walford. Looking for a high-low on the exit of turn number 3. Doesn't look like he's quite going to find the momentum down the final straight. He's going to have to settle for that 2 spot as the world number 6 in Newton Hindley takes that top 3 finish. 15, 16 cruisers now out on track. Ollie Kendall did the double yesterday, cruiser and 20-inch. Very good to have him back at National Racing. The 8 plate in there behind him. That is, of course, Thomas Duran. Picking it up as they bring it down the final straight. Got to be John O'Haradine. In there inside the top 3. Moto 1365 in there. Sunday Kit out on track. Thomas Millar. 127 on the plate heading into turn number 2. That looks like it could be Finton Coburn on the 6 plate, in there in that 2 spot, being chased down through the 3rd straight. Looks like we've got the 9 plate inside the top 3. Gotta be Bradley Davison heading in and out of the final turn under a bit of pressure as they bring it down the final straight. That's Jack LaBrasse inside the top 4, not quite going to get close enough. It is going to be Davison inside the top 3. Sean Brown, Birmingham NRT, leading out the next moto in race 10. In and out of turn number 2, JTL Simpson Davies. He's in there in that 2 spot, chasing him as they head for the final corner. Looking like we've got DC Cycles in there as well on the 27 plate. That is Colby Hoare in and out of the final turn. Here comes Jake Hart, Tiger Race Team. Has he got enough left in the tank to pick up that top 3 finish on the line? I don't think he has. Sounded like someone pulled on the ripcord on the exit of turn number 1 in race number 11, Louis Pinder. In there inside the top 5 at the moment, but it is the 1 plate leading it out. Stanley Palmer, Fast Signatures Race Team in their Sunday kit. Going 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Zachary Tia. Crew 19 and Jump Club heading down the final straight. That's going to be your top 2 as they take it down to the line. Race 12, 39-year-old cruisers looking like Jamie Webb. Team here in Andover leading it from Jack Hudson. Hudson just being shuffled back to that 4 spot. Daniel Popel threads the needle in turn number 2. He's gone from about 4th to 2nd between turn 1 and 2, and he's now working his way from 1 to 2 in that final turn. Webb's having none of it, though. Elbow bashing on the exit of the final corner. Who's that in there in the mix as well? Got to be Agriz Aladzans working his way from 2 to 1. Aladzans going to take the race win.
Race 13, Martin Smiley Brown out in front. Ash Richardson, Chris Nesbitt, and Ryan Jones, and Christopher Miller. All in this one. Looks like Smiley out front. Ash in there in 2, Milton Keynes. Christopher Miller in 3. With the 14 plate of Stuart Laurie in the mix as well. The 754 is Chris Nesbitt. And, yeah, all good, I think. I think I've mentioned everybody. Yeah, I did. Right, race 14. Matthew Eaton, Andy McCoy, Sim Johnston, Ian Smythe, and Chris Coltman. And Matthew Eaton out in front. Andy McCoy in there in 4. Make sure you check out the head angle on YouTube. And Andy doing a great job. He's well over 30,000 subscribers now on YouTube. So the head angle is the channel. Make sure you check it out. Race 15, Dylan Dixon, Matthew Walsh, Rich Stevenson, Matt Swales, Andy Groves, and Tom Odling. The 2 Army Cycling boys are in this one. Groves going into the final turn, battling away with Rich Stevenson. Those guys going to go 1 and 2 into that finish line area as we move on. Graham Stark, Nigel Smith, Kev Merrin, Norbert Marco, Lee Pembroke, Scott Jackson, Lee Matthews, and Tony LaBrasse. Tony in there in that 5th position. Stark there in about 4th, battling away with Merrin. Marco leading it into the turn, the 8X. Graham Stark in there in 2. Kev Merrin's worked his way in now. Big Nige is pushing for a way through. Out of B. Radford. Race 17. Mario Del Almeida, Paul Barnard, Dave Stokes, Evolve Bicycle Motocross, and Stuart Little. Doing it for the Evolve Massive 4 and 5 at the minute. Damien Mead, Fraser Watson, Philip Duff, and Abdul El Kindi. But it looks like Watson's going to get it. Mead's going to get the 3. Stuart Little for 4. And Dave Stokes rounding out the top 5. 17:29 cruiser. Daniel Wilson unlucky yesterday. Didn't quite go the way he wanted it to. Ned Penny in there in 2. That'll be Niall Moss in 3 doing it for Fast Signatures. Kyle Hill battling away for that 4th spot. And we had Sam Perry Ogden and Bradley George in there too. Race 19 on track. That looks like Rocky O'Brien. Jack Mowat doing it for YouTube. He's in there in 2. Got Kean Brown, Oscar Simpson, Callum Daly, Oliver Dwyer, and Luca Manzi. All heading towards that final turn. Rocky's going to get it. Jack's going to get the 2. Oscar's going to get the 3. Owen Putland leads out Moto 20. Harvey Fryer, Johnny Jackson, Ash Walker, Luke Davis Hayes, Archie Large. All in there too. Well, Lewis Fletcher leading it to the turn. Putland into Luke Davis Hayes looking for the 3. Battling with Harvey Fryer. Johnny Jackson rounding out the top 5. And I think Ash Walker's just warming himself up for another lap later on. Race 21, Matt McHugh, Dylan Seaman. Jack Need and Max Henderson Goodfellow. Northern Transplant, Zach Green, Chyla Chadwick, and Arne Esselmont. Arne out front. Matt McHugh looking to steal that second place away down the final straight. Looks like he might have nicked it. Race 22, Connor Blythe, Connor Hedges, Theo Pope, Jack Wiggins, Josh Sparrow, Joshua Cates, and Lewis Longley. Team Pro Star, I have had the shout out for Lucy Simpson's birthday. So happy birthday to her, turning 16. I think I saw her walking around with balloons and a card earlier on. I thought that shout would come through. One rider down on that first straight. It was Alexis McCartney, I think, who'd been caught in the crosswind. Erin J. Jackson in there in 2. Shaylee Taylor-Day in 3. Carmel Allison leading it out for Ipswich. Let's hope Alexis is all right. All right, Alexis is up and okay, which is good to see. Benters is going to have to get the Allen keys out when she gets back to the tent. And then he'll just give them to somebody else to do the job. All right, moving on. Race 24. Anya Mattern, Alonso, Elise Cadman Carpenter, Isla Young, Cody Harmer, and Missy Large. Heading into turn number 1. That's Cody in the lead, Annalise in 2. Anya going well in 3, doing it for Peckham and L'Espagnol. In there in that 3rd spot, Missy Large in 4. Team Tygo and Isla Young DC Cycles. In there in that 5th spot. Is it going to change as they go in and out of the final turn? Nope, Cody's still got it. Annalise in 2, Anya in 3, Missy in 4, and Isla in 5. Also 25, Lewis.
17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser out on track. Your world champion leading them in and out of turn at number 2. That is Elsa Rendell-Todd. Stay Strong C&K. Sammy Prince, Jamie Elwood, Yetska Hemstock, Olivia Firth, Trinity Cam, and Hannah Drew all in there as well. It is Drew in there in that 2 spot. Firth in the 3. As they bring it down the final straight. Going to go Stay Strong C&K, Pro Start, and then Sorted in that order. Race 26, Amy Willits leading it out of lane number 1. Heading into that 2nd quarter. Doing it for Retro Racing on her home track here at Cyclopark. Going to 1 and 2 with Taylor Limo and out of Royal Air Force. And that is the 5 plate of Abby Pike in there. It's all chaos on the first straight. In the 30-plus women's cruiser, as Taylor Lee Mohan and Amy Willits take it to the line. Huge pile-up. Sarah J. Nichols, one of the riders involved. So was Michelle Stupple. Put your hands together. Amanda Hemstock's up to her feet as well, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for them 3 ladies. As Rebecca Golia, world number 8, takes it in and out of the final turn. Emily Eilert in there in 2. Kirsty Freer in there in 3. Grace Turner in 4. Claire Albert in there in 5. Michelle Stupple coming back at her as they head into the final turn. Let's hope that Amanda's all right.
Right, Thomas and Kendall Grieg turning 18 last week. Thomas and Kendall Grieg turning 18 last week. I have loads of birthday shout-outs to do. I will find a spot to do them all. But Thomas and Kendall Grieg, happy birthday, boys. You can take the old man out for a pint now, legally. And two of you have got money to pay for one, so there's no excuses there, is there?
We are back to the action then. 30-plus women's cruiser. Second rack of these ladies headed towards turn at number 1. That looks like it could be the world number 5, Kim Batsford. Looking to pick up the whole shot in and out of that first corner. Yes, she does. Batsford leading it out. That looks like Nicola Spears in there in 2. The double bike merchant. Pretty sure she's on 2 bikes this weekend. Miss Annie Coach Chizzy. Annie Chiswa, she's in there in about 4 at the moment. 5, I think that is. Spears having a battle on the exit of turn number 2 with Teresa Chalice. Out of Absolute, heading for the final turn. That is the 13 plate in there in 4. Cassie Harding out of Team Mind. And, of course, Lisa Tarling in there in 6. But down to the line, it's all about Kim Batsford in that one. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Pete Butler leading it out, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Jules Allen in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Gary Carver on the outside looking in as they go in and out of turn number 2. He's in there in about 5 at the moment. On the inside of Knight and Sykes is ahead for the final turn. Knight looking like he's going to hang on to that top 3 spot. Carver throws it under. Chalkos throws in a high-low as well. Goes from 6 to 5. Looking to pick it up down the final straight. Here comes Knight with his last straight action. Looking like he's not going to get close enough. Allen's going to hang on to 2. Butler takes the race win. As race 30 enters and exits turn number 2. That is Cotty in there in that 2 spot. Doing it for Rab Racing. TM's not here this weekend. Alex Brooks. He was at home yesterday watching his mum get married, so congratulations, Sue. And let's hope to see Alex back on the bike soon as well. Took a crash, I think it was, a few weeks back. He's currently out injured. Hopefully we'll see him back soon. As we look at the 50 to 54-year-old guys going into the final turn. Hilly leading out another moto to add to his collection. He must have lost count by now, surely. He's going 1 and 2 with John Bentley as they take it across the line. Daz O'Brien in there in 3. 55-plus cruiser guys. Billy Stupple, Ice Bikes UK leading this one out. Bernie Shale in there in 5, looking at the inside of Jonathan Charlesworth. Looks like he's going to make that one stick. Team Gnarly in there in that 5 spot now then. That looks like Michael Whitaker on the 20 plate in there in 3. Chasing down the 5 plate just in front of him. That is Keith Brown out of Team Mine. So it's Ice Bikes and Team Mine 1 and 2. Bernie Shale, GT Factory throwing in a high-low in that final corner. Has he got the legs to hang on to it down the final straight? Shale's going to take that top 3 spots. And it is looking like Whitaker goes through in 4. Chris Madron on track for Pure Bikes, leading out race number 33. Leading it from yesterday's winner, Big Mick Goff. On the 1 plate in there in that 2 spot, chasing him into the final turn. Pure and Crucial 1 and 2. Ellie Featherstone, BMX coaching in there in 3. Represented by Brent Featherstone down the final straight. Looks like that's how the top 3 are going to bring it across the wire. Moving on then to the 6 and unders. The little lads going at it into turn number 1. That looks like it could be Oliver Bridle on the 3-1-2. Yes, it is Bridle leading this one out, doing it for Exeter Eagles. The 8-2-2 of Henry Dodd out of the mid-lengths in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Benji Ross Foster out of Knowsley BMX Club on the 994 in there in 3. Looking like we've got the 954 of Seth Goostrey in there in 4. He's riding out of CGR, heading for the final turn. Looks like he's made his move from 4 to 3. Here comes the 673, Teddy Barker. Barker, he's in there inside the top 6. Top 5, sorry, headed down the final straight. Lou and Jamira in there in that 6 spot. Mixed picks in there as well. Charlie Thorne in the 7, and that is MCR in there in 8. Ioannis Chalkos. But your race winner, Oliver Bridle. 7-year-old girls out on track. Bella Bowler, Creation Cycles in this one. In there in 6 at the moment, but the race is led out by the 0-1, Mabel Pine. Being chased down this final straight. That is Hattie McGoldrick. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in that 4 spots. As they take it down to the stripe, got to be Tia Worthington in there in 5. As race 36 goes in and out of turn number 2, Maggie Devine, Abigail Henning, Isabella Henry, Millie Moore, Orlaith Dewis and Susie Wyatt all out on track. The 2.79 leads it through. Abigail Henning, as Mr. Macron makes his journey up to the top. Henning leading it out then down the final straight. That is Orlaith Dewis. Fast signatures chasing it down to the stripe. Looking like Dewis is going to do it with a late charge. And that means Henning goes through in that 2 spots.
Moving on, moto number 37. On track, Finley Kerr, Teddy Gorman, Roman Birtfield still raising money for Crohn's and colitis research with his 300-kilometre ride over a month. Feel free to sponsor him if you want. Ruben Mitchell, Jonah Taylor and Oscar Granger in there as well. As we move on, Logan Acito, Rudy Pleasance Ford, Albie Blight. I believe his mum turns 40. I've been reliably informed. So I don't know where Absolute Bicycle Motocross are, but Mrs. Blight's got a birthday, turning 40, so enjoy yourself. And the rule is, if you are turning 40 and you're in Absolute's 10, you have to come up here and sing a song. Joseph Clayton in there, Frankie Jones, Atlas Lewis Field, and Arlo Hatch as well. Moving on, moto number 39. Let's have a look who we've got. That is Finley Thomas out front. Our little interviewer, but he's been pursued by Oscar Ratherfast, as I've now nicknamed him. He's in there in 2, young Mr. Rutherford. Oscar Ratherfast, Jack Hale, Petar Bunchik, and my mate Snack Boy, Lincoln Hargreaves, doing it for Hard Knocks. He'll be breaking out the butty box later on with an assortment of pastry-based goodies. Race 40, Lauren Snell, Layla Dixon, Tallulah Widdowson. Phoebe Millar in this one, Megan Keller, Ella Grant, Madison Stubble, and Maisie Dyson. Now, I was watching Evie Dyson going down the back of the berm on a pogo stick earlier on. I kid you not. My heart was in my mouth. I'm thinking, if you go over the bars there, it's a long way down the back of that berm. Maybe it's what they do in Bradford for training. I've got no idea. I'm sure we'll find out at some point. Antek Perebny battling with young Mr. Avis. Emerson Tucker in there in 3, scrapping away with Arthur Mason. And it looks like the 272 had a couple of problems. That was Oscar Holloway, Green Machine Tribe. Moving on to the 8-year-olds, Moto 42, Christian Garbachick, Jensen Jessup, Felix Sakina, Oscar Sanders, Charlie Blakeburn, Lewis Rothwell, and Mr. Dominic Zapanos out of Hot Shot. So he's going well in that one. Preston are in there in that 4th spot. Bristol Jets going through in 5. That'll be Felix Sakuna. And it looks like Mr. Garbachick had a problem. He's had a roll round on the floor. He's covered in dust. But otherwise okay. Just want to give a shout to George Redding as well from Exeter, who had that massive crash on the first straight yesterday. He's in a bit of a state, is George. It's going to be a while before he's back on his bike. So there is a laundry list of injuries, which is never good. But George, if you see this on the live stream, buddy, get well soon. Just rest up, heal up, and hopefully we will see you back sooner rather than later. So George Redding, get well soon, buddy. Take care and heal up, all right? As we move on, looks like Alexander Gilbert out there in front in moto number 44. The 307 is Elliot Hatch. He's in there in 2, the 043. Jensen Mee from Nottingham. We've got LCC's Oakley Hill in there as well, inside the top 4. They've got a cafe going on at the LCC tent. They were making pancakes this morning. So we'll do a Just Eats order. See if we can get it delivered. Race number 45, Eliza Powell, Beth Walling, Rosie Get. I'm cheeky, Anna. Do you know what I mean? You don't ask, you don't get. Simple as that. Holly Bishop, Betty Wills, Florence Dyson, Charlie Hargreaves just going across the line. And Major Olivia Kolodich in there too. Mechanical on the gate, right, okay. So we're just holding for a minute See if we can get some of these birthday shout-outs in while we've got an opportunity. Let's have a look. Elizabeth Lola Poole turning 11 next Thursday. So Elizabeth Lola Poole, we will try and squeeze these into your motos as well. I am just rattling them out while I've got the opportunity. Max Cooper from Braintree Bullets turning 12 as well. We'll get these into the relevant motos. As we move on, more 9-year-old girls, Cara Cross, Holly Webb, Robin Wyatt, River Henderson, Ruby Evans, Millie Wheeler, and Florence Kay. Florence doing it for the Brunty Massive. Holly Webb doing it for Team Air, and the Gosport NRT rider is Cara Cross. So all these girls heading into turn number 2. Oh, it's getting a bit tasty coming out of that second corner. Moves being made. Holly Webb is the rider out in front. Who's in there in 4? That's Brunty. River Henderson going through in that second spot. 479. Also getting stuck in there, Robin Wyatt from Exeter. As we move on to race number 47, Aston John Lee. Now, his mum sent me a birthday message. I'm wondering if it's Aston's. Just hang on, let me have a look. I can't find it. Seth Kacharik out in front. The motor will be over at this rate. Come on, Rich, keep up. Oh, no, it was a completely different one, but it was from Steph. Never mind. Sorry, boys. We'll do that right in Moto 47 next time around. Moto 48, Arthur Donaldson, Riley Taylor-Day. Leo Ingham in there as well. Somebody's had a roll round on the floor. That was Luca Chalk. Almost covered in chalk as he goes down that second straight. 591, Joseph Dewis. Luca Tramontino in there as well. Tramontano. Now, I did get a message from Mrs. Tramontano. I think Mr. Tramontano's got a birthday. And all the family wanted to wish him a happy one. Yep. Mr. Tramontano turning some age or other because we haven't got one. But he just says love from Luca and Ella. So there you go, Mr. Tramontano. Happy birthday. As the motos continue. Charlie Dowson in that one. Jack Haynes as well. That was Moto 49. Moto 50. Rory Smythe, Ethan Shaw, Jacob Dent, Benjamin Tanzer, Oakley Lewis Field, Jesse Rose, Seb Staines, and Jackson Chapman Davis. Jackson doing it for Crank BMX Coaching under the watchful eye of Tyler Chadwick. Ethan Shaw on an absolute mission. The 334 is Seb Staines out of Derby. So those guys are in Moto 50, Moto 51. Chester Groscock, Albie Dodd, Hendrix Hines, Jack Kitchen, Theodore Dantas, Rex Ford, Jake James, and Rocco Westwood. Doing it for Divide. We've still got the caps and the T-shirt to give away. We'll do it later. Hendrix Hines in there in 3, Rocco's in 4. Rex Ford leading it out, though. In Moto 51, Jake James going through for Mixed Picks BMX. Chester Groscock in there as well. And Theodore Dantas for BMXHype.com and Somnium Recruitment. Right, moving on. 10-year-old girls, Sophie Bailey, Trixie Trays, Holly Richardson, Aria Rose Lee, Ellie Beats, Ophelia Shepherd, and Bonnie Dudley. Looks like Sophie's going to get the win. Ellie's in there in 3. Trixie Trays going through in the 2. And Aria is going to pick up the 4. Moto 53, Grace Hudak, Izzy Dolan, Jamie Puddock, Amber Tucker, Maisie Egan, doing it for allensbmx.com and Factory Supercross, Amber Chappell, Ada Walding, and Mia Kiss. So Grace and Maisie having a right old battle out that final turn. Grace just getting her nose in front. Braintree are in there in 3. Amber Chappell going through, I think, in about 4. Or Amber Tucker even. not Amber Chapel, 2 Ambers in the same moto. Right, Connor Hemphill and the Land Shark, Ronnie Wood, making his first national final yesterday. Buzzing, absolutely buzzing he was. Them breakfast pancakes must be doing the job for him. That's the secret at LCC, I'm sure. And Arthur Claydon in there as well, and Oscar Hall. As we move on, Josiah Berg, Stanley Duffy, Albert Turner, Kylan Gordon, Benjamin Gray, Bo Morris, and Isaac Jones in moto number 55. Kylan battling away there with the rider for Andover, Bo Morris. Race 56, got a birthday in this one, Jacob Anderson. Absolute bicycle motocross, turning 10 years old. Happy birthday, Jacob. Have a good day, mate. He's out in front. Benny Jackson in 2. My mate Ronnie Walwork in there as well, doing it for the Hard Knocks Massive. Ollie Warner, Lucas Tewalde, Joey Tompkins, Benny Jackson, Harvey Simpson, and Moray Watson. Race 57, Finley Monroe, Alfie Hart, Clayton Southarts, Joshua Coates, Preston Newmarsh, Pow, Otto Parr, and Sebastian Hewitt. Finn Monroe out in front, creating havoc wherever he goes. Sebastian Hewitt in there in 3. The 30 plate is Otto Parr from Team Mind. He's in there in about 5, chasing down Clayton Southarts. And the 937, Joshua Coates. Race 58, Joseph McAvoy, Neil Grandens, Arlo Steinmetz, Wilson Eaton, Rex Beasley, Freddie Ray Orland, Hugo Dayton, Lucas Berghardt. Divide leading it through. That will be Joseph McAvoy. Rex Beasley in there in about 5th spot, 6th spot at the minute. Not having that lap go the way he wanted to, but there's always more. Race 59, Teddy Jones, Edward Cordery, Thomas Henning, Ollie Thorne, Finley Palmer, Leo Bradley, and Oliver Riches. That might be Oliver out in front. Leo Bradley doing it for Rusty Nut Racing. Teddy Jones in there inside the top 4. As the young ladies take to the track. Evie Dyson in there. Doing well. Lottie Mosley, Winnie Andrews, Caitlin Bird, Sadie McSwitty, Lily Mae Gould, and Tyler Davenport in race 60, race 61 coming down the first straight, Lewis.
11-year-old girls, Millie Ross, Lenny Cordin, Elsie Blight, Lauren Keller, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Poppy May Kirby, and Hannah Mackey all on track. Looks like Pro Start leading it out. It is Lainey Cordin out front. Elizabeth Lola Poole in there as well. She's turning 11 next Thursday, so happy birthday, Elizabeth. She's in the mix inside the top 4 at the moment on the outside. Running into a bit of traffic in that final turn. Looking like it is Green Machine coming out in that 2nd spot. Poppy May Kirby picking it up as they bring it down the final straight. And that is Elsie Blight rounding out the top 3 spots. Sarah Pritchard on track, Crank BMX coaching. In there in that 2 spot, chasing down your world number 8, Iris Hyder. Around the outside, here comes Seren, looking for a way through. That is Hard Knocks Bike coaching in there as well. Grace Gerard on the 3 plate, looking like she's going to round out the top 3 as they bring it down to the stripe, pushing Pritchard right the way to the line. Looking like Gerard's going to nick it, and Maura McCarran in there in 4. Race number 63 out on track. Harris, Headley, Hume, Walsh, Webb, and Blackburn. And that is Olivia Webb out front. Going to 1 and 2 with the 586 of Holly Hume. Out of the Cumbernauld Centurions Massive, we're all coming out this weekend. Over on that final straight. Been relatively quiet as of yet. It's still a bit early today, though. They're normally the loudest crew, though, aren't they? Small in numbers, but big in noise. As the 1 plate of James Bibby goes 1 and 2 with a 9 plate of Ronnie Payne out of that final corner. James Bibby looking to make it 2 from 2 this weekend. And we've got Fluent in there as well with Archie Bell. In 3, Leo Rowlands out on track. Riding out of Concept Maber UK and Bruntwood. He's going at 1 and 2 with the 7 plate, Stay Strong C&K. Joe Rook in there in that 2 spot. Looking for a way round Rowlands in that final turn. Didn't quite make it happen. The 22 plate in there in 3. Looking like that is Archie Croker White on the 445. Keep getting confused with Archie because he's got someone else's jersey on, possibly Sullivan's. So thanks for that, Archie. But we're trying to make sense of it as we're going around. The 17 plate out on track. Akin Brazia on his home track here at Cyclopark. Moto 1365 in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Oliver Merrin on the 45 plate, chasing down Brazia as they bring it across the line. Adrian Garletis out on track on the 5 plate, going at 1 and 2 with a 2 plate of Leighton Harding into that final turn. The 24 plate in there in 3. That is Noah Bagwell out of MK Evolution. The front 3 riders running away with it. Here comes Harding pushing to the line. Is he going to nick the 1 spot? Yes, he is. Harding, Garletis 1 and 2. Race 68, Challenger, Goostrey, Hamill, Swales, Cotton, Stepanovs, Scott and Laurie. Looks like Laurie in there in 5. Here comes the 12 plate round the outside into that final turn. Harry Swales trying to work his way into a top 2 spot. Didn't quite make it happen. Just being shuffled back slightly. That looks like Zach Hamill just exiting left down that final straight. Not sure what happened to Zach. He gets back on track for a top 3 finish though. I think that could have been Emil Challenger out front. As we look at race number 69, the 11-year-olds heading for the final turn. E4 on the plate, got to be Jack Devine. Sorted race gear, going 1 and 2 with Zach Everly out of that final corner. Hashtag 59 in there in that 2 spot. Harley Bowler in there in 3. His sister took a podium yesterday in her age group. He's going to take a 3 spot on the line there with Green Machine in 4. That was Seth Byrne on the 021. Got to be Alan's Factory Supercross. Marcus Mullen leading this one out from the 15 plate of Samuel Richards in there in 2. Look at the 23 plate, making it happen into that final turn, putting the squeeze on. MK Evolution just about hanging on to it. Looking like it was Niall Elkindi that's been shuffled back into 5. Pushing Braintree's Zach Parsons all the way to the finish. That one was tight for the top 4. 12-year-old girls, Naira O'Connell in this one, in about 4 at the moment, chasing down MCR in there in 3. That is Martha Cotton, but it's all about the 4 and the E3 out front. Dakota Tucker, Lewis Hamilton's best mate, in there in that 1 spot. He took 8th yesterday, this morning in the Chinese Grand Prix, if you're interested, from 18th. I thought that was impressive.
Yeah, Formula 1's just dull.
Do you not like Formula 1?
No, very boring.
Just BMX through and through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's it then.
Touring cars, love touring cars.
Touring cars, okay.
But F1's it's like watching paint dry. It's boring. Sorry.
I don't think Dakota will like that.
I like Drive to Survive. That's really interesting.
Drive to Survive's good.
But
yeah,
watching
I like
F1 races,
that was the only way I got into
all
F1.
the sleep job.
Yeah, it's a long day. The sprint's back though on a Saturday.
Yeah.
So you can watch that. That's a quick race if you're into that.
Yeah, it's boring. Verstappen just wins everything.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I'll stick to BMX.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, where are we up to?
That looks like Emma Kiss out on track.
Emma Kiss
race
out
73.
on track. Oh yeah, we got Ruby Warren in this one. Ruby's 12 today. Happy birthday to Ruby from all the Scottish Massive. We didn't want to miss that one. As we move on to the 12-year-old boys, Zane Williams, Joshua Sylvester, Riley Butts, Joshua Ballard in there as well. Andreas Lubia, Gilmore Green, and Harry Tyers. I think Harry's out there in front at the minute. Williams in there in 2. Rusty Nut Racing, Gilmore Green. He's in there in 3. As we move on to race 75, Adam Arnold, Jordan Ajibade, Evan Davey, Joe Douglas, Oliver Nelson, Josh Jepson in his Crankalicious helmet. In there in 4. And the 28 is Adam Arnold. I've got Mark Twasadilo in there as well. Doing it for TNT. Race 76, George Jackson, Ethan Rogers, Alex Boughton, James Miller, Dylan Spence, Hunter Mallion, and Oscar Chambers. All doing well. That looks like Ethan out there in front. Dylan in 2. GT's James Miller in 3. Hunter Mallion in 4. Oscar Chambers going through in 5. Race 77, Max Vass, Charlie Craig, Jack Perkins, my mate Sullivan Collis. Colby Williams, Hayden Cartwright, and Charlie Wilcox. Jack's in there in 1. Sullivan's in there in about, 3 or 4 at the minute. Liking that helmet, Sullivan. That one stands out. We won't miss him in that, will we? And the Peckham rider, that's Colby Williams. Max McNulty, Ralph Sowerby, James Joseph Roy Pipe, Oakley Holloway, Darwin Shepherd, Thomas Honeywell. Obviously no George Redding in this one. I know I've mentioned it already, but get well soon, George. Just hope your recovery's a speedy one, buddy. Thomas Honeywell in there in the lead. Oakley Holloway going through as well. In there in about 4th spot. And I think it was Darwin Shepherd coming across the line too. As we move on. That looks like Ethan Crooks-Martin, I think, in there in 2. Doing it for Hot Shot. My mate Jude the Dude's in there. Tom Palmer in 3. Got Ethan Howell, Holly Steele, Max Cooper. Max has got a birthday as well from the Bullets, turning 12. Happy birthday, Max. Have a wonderful day, mate. As we move on to moto number 80. Ben's Tibor Kiss, Henry Potts, Roland Ells, Stanley Farmer, Oliver Arnold, Oscar Walding, and Louis Kacharik. That looks like Roland Ells out in front. The Brunty rider in there in 3 is Henry Potts. Oscar Walding going through as well. Doing good stuff as we move on to the 12-year-old, 13-year-old girls. Jalaya Patel, Sidoni Cleve. Jalaya in that second position, battling with Lexi Kearns. Madison Dixon. In the mix as well, Victoria Livka from Doncaster and Katie Millard taking the win. Race 82, Isla Young, Libby Coppin, Anastasia Muha. Apparently the C is silent in that name. I didn't know that, Lewis. Only because I spoke to Mum this morning, because Oliver's got a birthday as well. So the silent C. It's like the P in swimming. Did you? Right. God blimey. Anyway. 13-year-old boys underway. Yesterday's winner took the whole shot award. 100 quid richer. I hope he bought the takeaways last night. Mr. Kobe Rayford, Robin Matter and Alonso in there in 2. And Ronnie Richards, Riley Shamel, Leo Cranston, Freddie Walwork for the Hard Knocks Massive. And in Moto 84, we have another birthday. Milo Weller from the Brunty Massive, turning 13 today. Happy birthday, mate. Enjoy your day. Thomas Westmore, Dexter Moore, Carter Jack, Jacob Ellis, Logan Young, Brody Geddes, and Cooper Westwood. All in this one. Race 85 on track. I'll hand John to Lewis in 1 minute. Brody Geddes battling with Milo to the line. Who's going to get this one at the stripe? Oh, too close to call. Moto 85, Lewis.
More 13-year-old boys heading into that second corner, Moto 1365. Oliver Tyres, your European number 7. And look at that for a gap down that third straight. He is on fire this weekend, is Oliver. Noah Buttery also on fire this weekend. In and out of that final turn on the 42 plate, Smiley's Flight Club. He's going to work his way around the outside of Ben Millington, who's going to take that top 3 spot with Cristiano Goodman in 4. That looks like absolute bicycle motocrossers Ned Guppy, last year's national number 8, in there in the 1 spot at the moment. He's going 1 or 2 with the 9 plate of James Cottrell, Little Cotty. Rab racing in there in that 2 spot, in and out of that final turn, the 24 plate. Edward Miller slipped his pedal earlier on in practice. Doesn't seem to have phased him though. He's in there and taking that top 3 finish. That looks like Freddie Parkinson, Pro Star BMX leading out race number 87. In and out of that second turn, who's that in there with him? Billy Harrison in the mix in there in 5. Who's in there in that second spot at the moment? Looking like it's the 60 plates. Zach Arthurs working his way through. Chasing him down this final straight, and that looks like Dexter Beerup out of Doncaster in 3. We are looking at race 88 hard on track. Nathaniel Eames in there inside the top 3 at the minute, scrapping away with Newton Hindley on his outside, heading for turn number 2. But it's out front, looking like we've got Isaac Shaw and Nate Hamilton having a little battle. Has Hamilton got enough for Shaw? Heading for the final turn. Eames in there in 3. Here comes Hindley, looking for a way through. Eames into the final turn, in and out they go. Hindley just getting the advantage. He's going to take the top 3 down the final straight. Eames, he's going to take 4. But it was Shaw taking that moto win. Todd Smith-Notman out on track in the 1 spot. Notman out front going 1 and 2 with the European number 8. That is, of course, Harry Bailey, Smiley's Flight Club. The Mini Kyle Evans in there in 3. Daniel Colazage on the 2-1-1 plates. Heading down the final straight, that's going to be your top 3. Here comes Bailey. Late charge to the line. Going to nick the 1 spot from Notman, who settles for 2. Race number 90 out on track, 14-year-old girls. That looks like we have got Concept Mabo UK on track. Ava Wright leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with the 8 plate of Atana Price into that final corner. In and out they go. Ola Cooper inside the top 3, being pushed all the way by the 13 plate of Lottie McFarlane in that East Anglia Brits jersey. She's going to round out the top 4 spots. Amelia Everly out on track. Was unfortunate in yesterday's final. It got busy into that first corner. But she's out front. Doesn't seem to have phased her one bit. She'll be back for more of that podium spot later on today, I'm sure. Your European number 5 taking that moto win. That looks like 14-year-old boys out on track. Elijah Jamira in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Logan Widdowson. Let's hope his dad's not put his 90s motocross trousers on his daughter today, wherever Kirk is. Oh, he's filming. Hope you got that on record for Kirk. Oh, that's going on Facebook later on. Jamira pushing all the way to the line. Looking like Widdowson got a little bit tangled up on track. MEC will take the 3 spot. I think that might have been Mason Groves out front in that one as well. As we look at the 6 plates of Amos Guppy, Absolute, leading out race number 93, heading through that final straight. He's got MCR, Ewan Beat on the 34 plate in there behind him, looking like Peckham going through inside that top 3. That's going to be Nathaniel Tonsky. Race number 94, Radcliffe, Kirby, Sim, Kitson, Powell, Tandy, Hughes, and Cranage. Finley Cranage in there in 8 at the moment, chasing down, heading for the final turn. It looks like the 14 just in front of him. That is Tate Kitson. Not sure what happened to Tate. That looks like we've got Cyclopark's Reed Hughes inside the top 3. Battling it out with Oliver Sim out of the mid-lengths, heading to the line. I think it was Ollie Kirby taking the win in that one. As yesterday's winner in the 14 boys heads towards the final turn, the W6. Kai Bowen going 1 and 2 with his training partner. The 9 plate of Harvey Tomlinson. Then 2 guys going to go 1 and 2 down this final straight. They'll be happy with that one. As Cooper McCrum, BMX Widow Photography, takes that top 3 finish with Stay Strong C&K in 4. That was Chase Barnard. 96 out on track. Looking like Heath Thomas on the inside. He's going to lead this one out, going 1 and 2 with Lucas Seeley. At a Rab Racing, looking like we've got one of the Osborne brothers in there inside the top 3. That one's Lucas. I never get Lucas and Heath right. I'm sorry about that, lads. But it is Lucas out on track in there in that 3 spot, bringing it down the final straight. Heath, Eden Boone under a bit of pressure as they bring it to the line. Oliver James going to go through in 5.
Race 97 on track. Wilcox, Price, Morgan, Spirit. Oh, bloody hell's going on there? Chaplin, Stephen Knight, Franklin, and Jacob Warren as well. And it's the 20 plates. Out in front, Freddie Franklin, Rusty Nut Racing. Sorry, he's in there in 2. Chasing down Luke Wilcox. And the Peckham rider in there will be Salvador Morgan. Somebody took a tumble, not sure who it was. Right, not sure who our fallen rider was. Didn't catch the number of the bike. Hope they're all right, though. That was moto number 97. 98 is your moto on track in a minute. Right, moving on. Ben Larkins leading out moto number 98. Got Tidy S in that second position. Jack Davey, Alex Dunkley, Isaac Caulfield, Bradley James, Remy Colquhoun, and Luke Chapman out of Bexhill. But it's Larkins and Tidy S going 1 and 2. Dunkley in 3, coming under a bit of pressure in that final corner from Jack Davey. Those two guys battling away for that top 4 spot. Bradley James, Isaac Caulfield are 5 and 6. Race 99. On to the 15-year-old young ladies. Imogen Cockrell, Lexi Way, Eleanor Curtis, Alexis McCartney, Betty Brewer, and Sophie Kynaston. It is Lexi Way out there in 1. So all good there. Lexi's going to take the win. Looks like Imogen is going to pick up the 2. And Sophie Kynaston in 3. Race 100, Missy Large, Smiley Maloney, Sophie Elwood, Jets Marriott, Megan Roy, and Annalise Cadman at Carpenter. And it is Megan Roy out there in front, being chased down by Jumping Jets Marriott. Sophie Elwood in 3, Annalise in 4, Smiley Maloney in 5, with Missy Large in 6. As I watch Lorianne Carruthers disappearing into the distance, chasing down Ruby Moores in and out of that second turn. That is Adele Veruti in there in 4th spot, I think. And Anya Matter and Alonso in the mix. In there in 3. So it's going to go Ruby, Lorianne, Anya, Adele. Bethany Coates in there in 5. And Charlotte Stanley doing it for the Birmingham National Race Team in there in 6. Race 102. Oscar Stanbury, who had his issues yesterday. Eli Smith, the winner, chicken dinner of the 15s in round 3 of the series. His mum was very happy, as evidenced by the squeaky voice. Race 103. Jack Bailey with his strap on his pads flapping in the wind. Kemi Cook, Cameron Cox, William Doherty, Kai Blaine, Joe Penton-Vogue, and Theo Robbins. In Moto 103, 104, Mason Lang in this one. Caden Dunn out front. Battling away with the 17 of a Lucas Webster. Those guys out front and clear. The Brunwood guys, Thomas Shaw, who's in there in 4th spot. Cardiff's Oliver Coppin in there as well. No Caden Kemp. Or if there was, I didn't see him. Henry Rayner, Ollie Cotton, Alex Mackey, Thomas Kay, Arnest Vicunius. Riders in the pens, please, for round number 2. Riders in the pens for round number 2. Those first 20 motos of round 2, get yourselves in the pens, please. One rider down on that final straight, not sure who it was. Wasn't sure of the moto. It was a Manchester rider. Might have been Ollie Cotton. Oliver Muhar was in that one. He's got a birthday coming up, being 15. So happy birthday, Oliver. We will try and squeeze that into one of your motos later on as well. We always try and do it during the moto if we can. No guarantees, like, do you know what I mean? Right, Moto 107. Just leaving the gate, Archie Lamb of Evolved Bicycle Motocross in this one. Nathan Baratta, Ryan Woodcock, Joe Nunn. Zaid Flint, Jack Strong, and Finley Collis. I got Harrison's message earlier on about giving Jacob Anderson and Mrs. Blight their birthday mentions. We're still waiting for her to come up and sing her birthday song for turning 40. As we watch the 15 of Nathan Baratta lead it into the turn. Archie's in there inside the top 5, being chased down by the 762 of Jack Strong from Royston. Race 108, Callum David, Zahir Walsh, Dylan Barlow, Finley Hoff, Nikolai Martinez. Curtis Copeland and Oreo Stevanovs. So Curtis in there in the 1, Nikolai in 2. Not sure what happened to Finley Hoff. Did he? Wow. So eager. Eager Beaver. Moto 109, Lewis.
More 16-year-old boys heading through this first straight. Max Burgess on the inside. 4 riders, elbow to elbow into turn number 1. Miles Wildbort on the outside as he went into the corner. And he came out of that top 4 spot just about as he's elbow bashing with Burgess through the straight. Samuel Hamling's in there as well inside the top 3 or 4. Working his way round the outside of 2 riders to go from 5 to 3 through that second straight. Jake Chill, Simpson Davies and Elliot Brooks scrapping it out front as well. Davies works his way around the outside to go from 2 to 1. Davies going to be a race winner, smooth as you like, down that final straight. Brooke, Hamling, Wildbort, 2, 3, 4. Moto 1365 out on track. Got to be Thomas Millar. Yes, it is. On the 15 plate, going 1 and 2 with Thomas Duran in and out of that second corner. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like the 21 plate of Dominic Hines out of Royston Rockets BMX Club. This is 37. In there inside the top 4, that is Niall O'Connell, BMX Winner Photography. One of our lovely photographers around the track this weekend. Don't forget, their photos will be up on Roots and Rain after the weekend. Make sure you give them credit, though. Credit where credit is due and all that. Ollie Kendall out on track, race 111. The 30 plate out of Warren BMX. In there in 2, Ted Warwick. Out of Runnymede, headed down the final straight. Looking like Ellis Berry out of the mid-lengths in there in 3. As we look at race number 112, don't forget, riders in the pens, please. Cruisers making your way to the pens. We are looking for riders in the pens, please. Look at this for a scrap out front. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching going 1 and 2. Junior Dr. Smooth has thrown in a high-low to come out in that 1 spot. Your world champion from the age group below. James is on fire. It was good to see him at Birmingham last weekend, racing away. About 3 age groups up, from what I remember. He went 1 and 2 in that one with Jaden Fawcett. Josh Williams on track. Race number 113, Zach Twitchin. Out there in that 3 spot at the moment. Good to see him back on his bike after his crash yesterday. As we've got Finn Phillips in there in that 2 spot, the 20 plate in 3. That is Jack Clark out of Ipswich. That's going to be your top 4 down the final straight. Clark looking like he's putting Twitchin under pressure. I think Clark might have nicked that top 3 on the line. Rider down in turn number 1. Looks like your world number 6, Lily Chisworth, straight back up to her feet. Took the win yesterday, I'm pretty sure Lily did. She was flying all day, she's back up. Put your hands together for Lily Chisworth, ladies and gents. As the 171 of Fumi Adaremi takes over the race lead out of that final corner. Going to 1 and 2 with Green Machine. Megan Kirby down that final straight. That's going to be your 1 and 2. 17 to 29-year-old women then out on track. Maybo UK in this one as well. Esme Brooke in there in that 2 spot. Chasing down Emily Green is ahead into turn number 1. Green, Brooke, 1 and 2. That looks like it could be Rab Racing. In there in 3. Got to be Megan Gerard on the 4X plate as they head through this second straight. Team Mind in the mix inside the top 4. That is Lacey Baird on the 2-1-3 plate under a bit of pressure from Tilly McCrum. Works her way round the outside to go from 5 to 4. Good to see Tilly back on track after a long injury, I believe it was. Green in and out of the final turn then. Looking like she's going to pick up the win down this final straight. Repping Crew 19 as she brings it across the line. 339 out on track then. That is Evie Webster leading out race 116. Absolute bicycle motocross out front looking good. Stay strong C&K. In there in that 2 spot, that is, of course, Remy Godfrey. Crashed out in her semi-final yesterday. She's being chased down by the 9 of Hannah Drew. Pro Star BMX in and out of that final turn. With Lily Phillips, I believe that is, in there in 4. Yes, it is. Sorted race gear, picking up a top 4 finish in that one. Simpson, Nice, Willits, Charlton, Ellis, Duhigg, Clinch, and Pritchard. All on track in the next moto. Caitlin Ellis leading it out. Megan Duhigg on her left-hand shoulder into that final turn. The 5 plate in there as well. Emily Clinch back on track after a crash yesterday. She's going to take a top 5 spots. That looked like DC Cycles going through inside the top 3. Mika Pritchard. All right, 17 to 18-year-olds Dexter Gambay in there in that 2 spots. Looking for a way past George Gerard out of that final turn. The 3X going to take the win in this one. Doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. As Retro Racing going through inside the top 3. That was Thomas Baker. Right, 17 to 18-year-olds, race 119. Birthday boy, Thomas Grieg. In this one. I think that's him in there in about 5 at the moment. Turning 18. Ruben Smith, though, leading it out on the 33X. I think he won yesterday. He's looking good out front at the moment, being chased down by Jake Adcock, who's going to take the 2 spot. Oh, is he? Tight on the line with Owen Putland. Not quite sure who got that one. As we look at Joseph Scary Kiri. When did Joseph get so tall? He's grown about 3 feet since I last saw him. He's going in and out of that final turn in lead. Ben Fitzsimmons in there in that 2 spot, being chased down this final straight. Looks like Scott Monroe-Higgs is going to round out your top 3. Zach Green, currently injured. Me and Zach had some great fun last weekend at Birmingham in that second corner. Couldn't apologise to him enough for that. Sorry about that, Zach, once again. As we look out on track race 121, the 5X. Lewis Fletcher, Moto 1365, leading it from SES Race Team. Sebastian Hamling down this final straight. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like we have got Che Young out of the Hawks on the 17 plate, rounding out them podium spots. That looks like Jaden Seawood out on track. He's also turning 18 in the very near future, I believe. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out front, leading it from Eddie Cannons. Eddie the Hitman Cannons into the final turn. The 21X in there in that 3 spot, working his way in. That is Lewis Longley. Don't think Lewis was racing yesterday. He's out on track today, though. Braintree in there in 4. That is Harvey Milbank working his way from 4 to 3 as they take it across the line. Sam Day, Luke Morris, Ethan Chandler, Oscar Matthew Cowlard, Sam Smith, Callum Daly, Joshua Simpson Jacobs, all in race 123. That looks like Luke Morris, MK Evolution leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with hot shots. Sam Day heading into the final turn, the 11 plate, looking for a way through. Oscar Matthew Cowlard throws in a high-low on Day on the exit of turn number 3. Can he find a way through? I don't think he can. It's going to be Day hanging on to that second spot. Moving on to the 30-plus women. Rebecca Goll, world number 8. Two world finals last year in Scotland. Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with Savannah Carver out of Manchester on the 403 plates. Just the 4 ladies in this one. Annie Chiswa in there in 3. If you see her around the track and you're from the Midlands, and she hasn't spoken to you about the school games yet, count your lucky stars. She is the Midlands coach for this year's school games. She's going to take that 3 spot with Claire Albert in there in 4. As we look at the 19 to 29-year-olds, your British champion, Ultimate Europe, Ryan Stack, Callum Chart-Maple, yesterday's winner. He's in there in that 2 spots. Doing it for mixed picks. They're going to go 1 and 2 down this final straight with a Luke Davies-Hayes inside the top 3. Kyle Hill, 2 quarterfinals on both bikes yesterday. He's going to go through in at that top 4 spot. Adam Gilbert, race 126 out on track. Leading it on the 496 plate. He's being chased down by Josh Izzard. Doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Brett Dove, first season of Nationals this year. He's in there in 3. Battling it out with George Higley, Jump Club S&M Source. If you've got either him or Reese Hoggett on Facebook, it's a right laugh on their stories. They got a moto together yesterday for the first time in years. They were over the moon about it.
Also 127. Neil Brunez. In 2, chasing down the 27, which is Connor Hudson. Connor Hedges in there as well. Reese Hogger, Aaron Holloway, Tyler Chadwick, and Marcel Moore. Also 128. More 19 to 29-year-olds. Oliver Cope doing it for the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Massive. With the newly acquired Pot Noodle trailer, which you can see next to the gazebo. Ash Walker, Hayden Green, Spencer Gibson in there as well, I think. Oh no, Spencer might have knocked it on the head. I know he had a big tumble yesterday. Also 129, Billy Luckhurst on the W2. Vincent Doyle, Ben Bates, Theo Pope, Kenny Phillips, Josh Wallace, and Daniel Kay for Divide UK. We still need to give these goodies away. But Billy Luckhurst leading it into the corner with the 15 of Ben Bates, Team Bunnies. Chasing him down. Josh Wallace inside the top 4. Daniel Kay in 5. On to the Masters. Scott Beaumont, he of the 96 podcast. Leading it out. He's got his Sunday kit on today. John Lillingston in 2. 4, 5 even. He must have just pulled the ripcord on it. Smiley in the 2. Billy Irwin in there as well in 3. And Team Gnarly's Dale Scott in 4. That's the most 80s name ever for a BMX team. Team Gnarly. Love it. Love it. More Masters. Oh, is it? Right, okay. Right. Right, things you never knew. Ryan Jones, Darren Thompson, Matthew Bourne, David James and Matic Petrick. Also 132, Benjamin Martinez. Matthew Eaton in there in 3. Danny T going through as well. Lewis Allison. We've got no Gray Millen. Or Michael Brown out of Preston. Race 133. Big Nige in this one, doing it for B. Radford in there in 2. Mark Steele, Zoltan Bude out in front on the Mongoose Factory BMX. Matt Barnard in there as well. Or is he? No, he must be having a day off. George Salmon and Craig Cordin. No Craig Cordin in there, is he? Is Craig there? Didn't see him. Unless he's strategically hiding himself. I was busy eating the chocolate digestives we were given earlier on. Somebody said yesterday, was it you, Luce, who said, why has Alan Hill not got a nickname? After all these years, we've never given Hilly a nickname. Probably because we've just always known him as Hilly. You know? That's all it needs. It's like Prince, Madonna, Hilly. That's how it works. Do you know what I mean? He's a celebrity in East Anglia. Abby's probably somewhere shaking her head going, he's not even a celebrity in our house, thanks very much. But yeah, Prince, Madonna, Hilly. That's all you need to know. We are somewhere in the Grand Veterans, I think. 136 is your moto. Craig Nelson. Craig Nelson has been secret ninja training somewhere. And I need to find out what special pies he's been eating. Because he's absolutely on fire at the minute. Flying. I'm going to corner him later on and find out what's going on. Never known him ride an OS20 so fast. Neil Waddington in there. Dominic Elliott, Dave Knowles, John Perkins and Mark Worley. As we move on to Junior Open. Junior Open. Louis Tay Edwards, Miller Hughes, Danny Jeng 140, and Jared Hill. We are going through the pro section. Jared's decided to take the sensible route and save himself, just get himself a top 4 finish. Miller Hughes out in front, Danny Jeng 140. Was he yesterday's winner, or have I made that up? I can't remember. Yeah, he was. In 3. Chasing down Louis Tay Edwards. As we move on to Moto 138. Flynn Drellincourt, James Sankey, Ned Penny, Xander Mavalvani right. But no Harvey Fawcett after his fall. Let's hope Harvey's okay. All these boys deciding to be very sensible about it. Flynn's there in 2, Ned in 3. Probably chucking elbows and laughing about it as they go out of the second turn. And the 597, that'll be James Sankey in 4. Right, Superclass on next, Matt Hoods. Yesterday's winner, Josh Marlam's in there as well. Right. Cal Strickland taking it easy as well. As we, hang on, Gainer. As we move on, Eddie Moore in there, giving it the beans down that second straight. Our glamorous tea lady's just been. We're very excited about that. But Eddie Moore's leading it into the corner. Harry Tanner in there in 3. That looks like Taylor Hunt going through in 4. Collis in 5. And Casey Markley in there in 6. Eddie, gimme more, taking the win. Lewis is doing karaoke in the commentator's tent. Might have to make him do it out loud later on if he's going to sing. Right, Freddie the Slayer Chalice in and out of turn number 1. Birthday girl Lucy Simpson into Cody Harmer in the mix, battling away with Lucy Hutz, the Concept Mabel rider. Race 141, the penultimate moto in round 1. All those first 20 or 30 motos need to be in the pens, please, as Freya leads it into the final corner. Cody's in that 4th position, but it's going to be Freya, Lucy, and Cody. Last moto for Championship Women, Ava Brown, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in 2. Good to see her back on the track after a bit of a break. Akira Cook, Tia Gaynor, Elizabeth Bound, and Elsa Rendell Todd. Elsa out in front. Aboard that Stay Strong. Ava in 2, Taya in 3, Maggie in 4, and Akira Cook in 5. That rounds out round number 1 of motos here. Round 4 of the British BMX National Series in Cyclopark. We go back to the beginning. Thank you, Mrs. McSwitty, for the brew. It is very much appreciated. Looking after us as always. The Pro Start Massive sent us some chocolate digestives, courtesy of Laney Cordin. Thank you, Laney. You can have your shout out as well. We're easily bribed, me and Lewis.
Definitely. Yeah.
Brews, biscuits, cakes. There's a theme. And it's not helping our waistlines, is it?
After a BMX weekend, I feel like I am going to turn into a cup of tea.
Yeah.
I've too much. Way too much.
I feel like I need to sugar detox after a BMX weekend. And Casey just carries on with the kebabs. Tells you everything you need to know. Take the man out of Leicester. You can't take Leicester out of the man, can you? Hey? Kebab Central. We won't tell Rachel he's been shoving the kebabs down his face. But if she's watching the live stream, you're in for it.
We're a simple group of men, really. We're a simple group of men, really. A kebab and a biscuit and a cup of tea, and that's it. Right, the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are up on the gates. Frankie Griffin, Oliver Arnold, Bo Morris, Joshua Sylvester, Sam Dolan, Hunter Mallion, Thomas Barnard, and Billy Cheeseman. We are locked and loaded and ready to go for round number 2 of the motos, ladies and gents. Here we go, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers heading for turn number 1. Fluid bicycle motocross on the inside. Frankie Griffin going to pick up the whole shot. Looking like there's been a move in turn number 1. Joshua Sylvester's got to be involved somewhere. Yes, he is. He's in about 4 at the moment. That looks like Oliver Arnold, Smiley's Flight Club, working his way to a top 2 spot. Hunter van der Mallion in there inside the top 4 now as he's been shuffled back by Sylvester making his move. So it's still Griffin out front. Has Arnold got enough speed for him into the final turn? A little bit too much of a gap. So he's chasing him down the final straight. Griffin's going to take the win, though, as one rider hits the deck in the next moto. Arnold just about hanging on to 2. Sylvester pushed him all the way to the wire. We are looking at Charlie Labras on the floor in turn number 1. That looks like Aaron Hickman then in there in 3 out of Bradford. The 28 plate in front, though. That is Adam Arnold out of Braintree. No relation between the 2 Arnolds in this category. From opposite ends of the country. So I don't presume that there is. That looks like Bournemouth in there in that 2 spot. Got to be Oshin King on the 667. Put your hands together for Charlie LeBras, ladies and gents. He is up, finishing his lap as race 145 lines up for their moto. Swales, Duff, to Blanche, Fox, Cooper, Hort, Nelson, Marco, and Heaver all headed for turn number 1. It looks like we've got Benedict Marco in this one, working his way across. He's in there in about 3 into that first corner. Back out they go. It's looking like we've got Jamie to Blanche. Yes, it is to Blanche. Out front, Xavi Fox Cooper looking for an inside line in turn number 2. They're elbow to elbow, neck and neck down the straight. Who's going to get it into the final corner? To Blanche on the inside. Check out Xavi, though, right round the outside, doing it the hard way. Didn't quite make it happen. They were elbow bashing in the turn. Who's going to get it? Xavi's got the pace. He's going to get it to the line. Xavi Fox Cooper takes the win. Jack Wolford, one of the fallen riders in the next moto. And the E6 of Logan Young. Rider out of Andover got caught up in it as well by the looks of it. That was Isaac Odling. We are looking at Warren BMX, though. Out on track, Jacob Warren. Put your hands together for Jack Wolford, ladies and gents. He's up and riding away. We're just going to make sure that Logan Young is all right. Lost property. Oh, some Oakley sunglasses have been handed in, ladies and gents. Women's Oakley sunglasses up at commentary. They actually look really nice as well. I don't mind wearing a pair of women's sunglasses. I don't mind wearing them. They look very nice. If you're not going to come and collect them, I might take them home with me. So yeah, if you are missing your sunglasses, I won't actually nick them. Are they not? No? By Oscar De La Renta. No, they're not Oakleys. The logo threw us off a little bit. It's not. They're not Oakley glasses. They are Oscar De La Renta glasses. Can't imagine there's many of them around. They sound quite posh. So if you're missing your sunglasses that look like they're Oakleys but they're not Oakleys, they're Oscar De La Rentas. He's got a kebab shop where? In Birmingham. Right. Okay. So Oscar De La Rentas. Kebab shop in Birmingham. We're just going to hold racing for a moment while we check that Logan's all right. Don't forget, keep sending us your birthday shout-outs. They tend to be within a week before or after the race. So if you've got a birthday last week or this week come in, feel free to message either me or Rich. You can find Rich dead easily on social media. BMX commentator. Shafted himself from the get-go there, didn't he? He's inundated with messages on his Instagram. Of course, our traders are over at Trader Village, over on the skate park. Sorted, Crucial, DC, B73 with the official 2024 UK BMX National Series merchandise. Bob Harrow. Casey's got his official merchandise on this weekend. Pure Bikes over there as well. Rich the Mechanic. And of course our photographers. They're all having a mother's meeting over by the start hill by the looks of it at the minute. They do a cracking job. They work very hard over a BMX weekend. So please make sure you give them their valid shout-outs if you use their photos on social media. A shout-out goes a long way for these guys. So there's the Oakley sunglasses that aren't Oakley sunglasses. They're Oscar De La Renta's. If you do find an actual pair of Oakleys somewhere around the track, please bring them over. Someone has lost a pair of Oakleys. Us saying that they are Oakleys has confused someone. I do apologise about that. Another birthday shout out. Mr. Urbaneer himself. He's watching on the live stream. Hello, Rich. Happy birthday, Rich. It's his birthday today. Hope you're having a lovely day at home with the nice and warm of your front room. We're here in the freezing cold, unfortunately. So happy birthday, Rich. And another birthday shout out. Mr. Milo Weller in the 13s. He's turning 13 today, so happy birthday to Milo. We won't have you up here singing happy birthday. We'll leave you in your team tent for the time being. Put your hands together for Logan Young, please, ladies and gents. Let's hope that he's all right. Mrs. McSwitty has got three very thankful fans up in this commentary box now. We've had 2 coffees and a tea, and they were the best we've had all weekend. Thank you very much, Mrs. McSwitty. And Casey, not me, I'm not laying claim to this one. Casey says, same again in an hour, pretty please, with a lovely little cherry on top.
And whilst I've got the opportunity, I'm just going to tell my my rider to make sure he warms up properly. You can wave at me and I'll talk about you, but you've got to go and warm up properly. I'm not walking over there. I can't hear a word he's saying. Just make sure you warm up properly, Nathaniel. He's going to be sitting in the boot of the car on the way home, I'm telling you. Say something about Alfie Sim. I don't know what I'm going to say about Alfie. He rides for Evolved. That's what I can say about him. What? Right, anyway, we're moving on. Back to the racing.
a little bit of advice for all of you who stood around a BMX track. If you want to make a BMX weekend, I do suggest you have a journey with Rich and Nathaniel at some point. In a car, it is quality. The conversations that go off in them cars are wicked. It is, I think, ticked off my bucket list, let's say that. Not this time, Case. No, not this time. Right, back to the action. Who's on track? 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. By the looks of it, Cooper McCrum going to lead it into turn number 1, race 147. We are up to, right, Ewan Hindley, Theo Cam, Freddie Warwood, Jake Georgeson, George LeBras, Cooper McCrum, Hadley Harding, and Ethan Cathcart-Cuddison. It is Cooper leading it out with Newton Hindley in there behind him in that 2 spot. Looking like GT Factory on the inside. Hadley Harding looking for a way to that top 2 spot, but he's going to have to hang on to 3 as he comes under pressure from Jake Georgeson down that final straight. MK Evolution in there as well. Theo Cam's going to round out the top 5, but Cooper McCrum with another solid moto. MCR going 1 and 2 in race number 148. Isaac Caulfield chasing down your race leader, Eric McSwitty. Out front looking good, heading for the final turn. That looks like we have got Redditch Premiers. Max Surridge on the 16 in there in 3. Who's in 4? Got to be Caden Elkindi. Adam Knightswood heading down the final straight. Going to be MCR taking 1 and 2. McSwitty and Caulfield. European champion out on track. James Little Cotty Cottrell. Going 1 and 2 with the European number 2, who's just worked his way around the outside. Robin Matter Alonso making sure that move sticked. Sticked? What was the sticked? Terrible portion of English there. I do apologise. Stuck. Making sure that move stuck. Well done, Robin. Sticked. Sticked is what I've just said. I do apologise for everyone around the track hearing that. 15, 16-year-old cruisers. Thomas Millar. Sean Brown, 1 and 2 into that final corner. The 9 plate in there in 3. That is a looking like a Bradley Davison. Out of Runnymede Rockets. Louis Kaimap. Doing it for BMXHype.com in there in 5. Chasing down the rider in 4. That was Ben Mosley out of Fast Signatures. Thomas Duran, Zachary Tier, John O'Harradine, 1, 2, 3. In a race number 151. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like DC Cycles working their way through. Colby Hall on the outside of Harradine. Harradine into the final corner. Lewis Barnes. No Logo Racing Academy in there as well. But it's going to be Duran and Tia out front. Jono Harradine is going to hang on to that podium spot. Race 152. Palmer, Albert Vogt, Pinder, Davies, Coburn, Kendall and Thompson all on track. Looks like Alfie Thompson in there at about 6 at the moment. It is Jump Club 1 and 2. Kendall, Davies out front. Stanley Palmer in there in 3. Vincent Coburn in 4. That is Pinder in there in 5. In and out of that final turn, it's all about Jump Club S&M Source. Ollie Kendall out front. More 15, 16-year-old cruiser action. Mixed Picks Race Team. Oakley Hooper. Decoy BMX Club. Tygo Race Team in there in that 2 spots. Jake Hart looking good. Very skillful on a skate park is Jake. And on a 4-cross bike, he knows what he's doing. He's going to work his way from 2 to 1 in that final turn as well by the looks of things. Taking the race win with Hooper in 2. 30, 39-year-old cruisers. That is Daniel Popel. And leading this one out, your British champion. Took the win in Derby back in August last year. He's going 1 and 2 with Jack Hudson on the exit of turn number 2. Looking like we've got Smiley's Flight Club in there as well. Smiley, he's forgot to put his goggles on. You're right, Smiley. Has a quick look back at us. He'll be laughing his way down that final straight for another moto this weekend. Working his way from 3 to 2. Well done for staying focused in that one, Smiley. As we look to race 155. More 30, 39-year-old cruisers.
Race 155, Nathan Abbott, Jamie Webb, and Chris Ali Edzans in this one. Ryan Jones, Ash Richardson, and Ross Bradley. Ross doing it for Rusty Nut Racing. Ash Richardson in there in 3. The CGR just being passed by Jamie Webb. Also on 56, Ian Smythe, Andy McCoy. The head angle on YouTube, Andy Groves, Sim Johnston, Matt Swales, and Dylan Dixon. Andy Groves into the turn. Sim Johnston, Cardiff BMX Club. The 817, that is Dylan Dixon in 3. With Matt Swales going through in 4. Tom Odling doing it for the Army Cycling Union. and Andover. Out in front in Moto 157, Matthew Eaton. In that second spot, Rich Stevenson in 3. And the 16 of Matthew Walsh from Tiverton going through in 4. Chris Coltman of Barnsbury in 5. Moto 158, Scott Jackson for the MK crew. Kev Merrin in there in that 4th spot, being pursued by Stuart Little from Evolved Bicycle Motocross with his teammate Dave Stokes just there behind him. The 476 of Paul Barnard, he's leading it into the final turn though. Damien Mead in there in 2, Merrin in 4, Little in 5, Stokes in 6. Race 159, Big Nige. He's in there in that 4th spot, doing it for B. Radford. Graham Stark, Fraser Watson out in front, Anthony the Brass, to give him his full Sunday name. Just been patched for that 2nd position. Mario De La Mida in there as well. On the 608s, Lee Pembroke, Abdul El Kindi, and Philip Duff. Also 160, Jack Needham, Luke Davis Hayes, Callum Daly. Owen Putland out in front. Callum's in there in about 3rd spot. Theo Pope in the mix as well. As they head towards the line, Moto 161, Rocky O'Brien, Max Henderson, Goodfellow. 1 and 2, Sam Perry Ogden in there in about 5th. Ash Walker, CGR, cruising around in about 7th at the moment. Rider in 3, that is the 18 or the 16 of Kean Brown out of Knowsley BMX Club. Moto 162, Archie Large, Bradley George, Jack Mowat in there in 2, battling away with his teammate Jack Wiggins, the Retro Racing Boys. Cyclopark and TNT. Are they not one and the same? You'd think they would be, wouldn't you? Anyway, never mind. Bradley George. There's certainly some excited people on our right-hand side getting involved. I think they were fans from the Hawks. And race 163, Niall Moss in there in that 2nd spot, just working his way around the outside of Connor Hedges, chasing down Daniel Wilson into this final corner. That'll be Harvey Fryer in there in 4, Matt McHugh. BMX Widow Photography in 5. And we had Oliver Dwyer in there as well, and Conor Blythe. Race 164, Kyle Hill. On Esselmont, Zach Green, Lewis Longley, Ned Penny, Lewis Fletcher, and Oscar Simpson. We've had about 6 requests for Lucy Simpson's birthday today. We will do it again for Pro Start. Lucy Simpson, turning 16 years old. Happy birthday. You've had 4 mentions now. That's it. We're not doing any more. 4's the maximum. 13 to 16-year-old girls, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Missy Large. Going 1 and 2, that'll be Isla Young in 3. And Shaylee Taylor-Day of Ipswich, she's there in 4. As the next 13 to 16-year-old Cruiser Moto comes past us. Cody Harmer out there in front. Nope, no Alexis McCartney in this one. She's decided to make it 20-inch only. So it's Cody, Anya, Carmel, and Erin Jackson just pushing her into that final corner. Diving underneath. Look at the battle for 3rd in this one. Erin Jackson, Carmel Allison battling elbow to elbow down the final straight. Who's going to pick it up at the line? Carmel just taking that 3rd spot.
Race 167.
Yep.
17, 29-year-old women's cruisers. That is the 1 plate leading this one out. Your national champion, Hannah Drew, going in 1 and 2 with Amy Willits heading down this final straight. Hannah Hedges in there in 3, so Pro Start going 2 and 3 in that one as Willits makes her move down that final straight to go from 2 to 1. Your world champion out on track, stay strong, Clark and Kent. Elsa Rendell Todd leading it through. That looks like Taylor Lee Mohan in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by the 2 plate of Olivia Firth. Salted Race Gear, who are over in the Traders Village. And that is going to be Allen's Factory Supercross inside the top 4 with Abby Pike, taking it across the line. 30-plus women's cruiser, Rebecca Gold, Michelle Stupple, battling it out front. Your world number 8 and your national champion from last season. Heading towards this final turn, they've got SJN in there in 3, Sarah J. Nichols. She's going to round out the podium spots in this one. After Michelle and Sarah Jane took a crash in their first moto. Good to see them both back up and in the podium in that one. Nicola Spears in at 4, Kim Batsford. Cassie Harding 1 and 2 in race number 170. In and out of that second corner, who's picking up 3, looking like it's Absolute and Teresa Chalice. Team Bunnies and Urban Air going at it for 4 and 5. It's looking like Annie Chiswer on the inside, Emily Owlett on the outside. Eilert looking for a way through. Can she find it in the final turn? Look at the high-low. Perfectly executed. Annie won't be happy with that one. She'll want that working on in training next week. She's taking 5 as they go across the line. One rider down. Mark Cottrell hits the deck. He's straight back up to his feet, though. Going to finish his lap. Is he? Yes, he is. As we look at Kevin Sykes and Brett Knight, the last straight specialist on a charge down this final straight. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Brett. Of course it is. Sykes just laying off the gas. Did he let him have that one? I'll let them two speak that out over the line. Tim Drew in there in 3. Tim Porter in at 4. As Hilly goes in and out of turn number 2. Race 172, 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Your world number 3. Gary Carver in there in that 2 spots. Jules Allen, Christianas Chorkos. In there in 3 and 4. Here comes Chorkos down the final straight. Pushing Allen all the way to the stripe. Allen's going to hang on. Crying out loud. John Bentley exits over the front side of his bike into turn number 1. And he's straight back up to his feet. That shouldn't happen at over 50 years of age. Put your hands together for John Bentley, ladies and gents. Is he all right? I think he's got a bike malfunction. Pete Butler going to take the win in that one. He's up and walking away. Good to see. As the 55-plus crew hit the track, Big Mick Goss in this one on the inside. Bernie Shale on the outside heading into turn number 1. Bernie Shale's been shot out of a cannon in this one. Chasing Goff into turn number 1. So it's Goff leading it from Shale, heading through this second straight. Who's that in there in 3, looking like Keith Brown on the 5 plate, riding out of Team Mine. Jonathan Charlesworth in there in the 5 spot, heading into that second corner. Looking like we've got Mark Chapman in the mix as well. Inside the top 6 at the moment, heading for the final turn. The 9 plate in there in 4, that is Stephen Noble. Charlesworth in 5, Chapman in 6. Shale's not done yet though. Keeping Mick honest as they bring it to the line. But it is Mick out front. Bernie in 2. That is Chris Madron out on track, leading this one out. Brent Featherstone in there inside the top 3. Billy Stupple in 2. Michael Whitaker in there in 5. Chasing down the 739 of David Knowles, heading for that final corner. Knowles in there in 4. Billy Stupple throwing in high-low moves in the final turn. He's going to go from 2 to 1. Here comes Featherstone as well. He's going to go from 3 to 2 as Madron just lays off the gas heading to the line. He'll take 3. Right, moving on to the Pocket Rockets, the 6 and unders. Oliver Bridle out on track. Was on a charge yesterday. All day long, he's out front looking good. On the 3-1-2 plates. Heading towards turn number 3. Seth Goostrey in there as well. Ioannis Chorkos in there in about 3 or 4 at the moment. Battling it out. The 6-7-3. Teddy Barker. He's inside the top 4. Benji Ross Foster in there in 3. That looks like middle anchors Henry Dodd. Inside the top 5. Lewin Jamira in 6. Charlie Thorne in 7. And that is MCR's Ioannis Chorkos in 8. But it was Bridle out front. 7-year-old girls out on track. Look at this scrap out front. Looking like Abigail Henning on the outside. Looking at the 6-5-3 leading it into the turn. All 8 Dewis. Hattie McGoldrick battling it out with the Irish jersey in and out of that final turn. Who was that making moves? I think that might have been Matilda Hewitt in an Irish jersey. Yes, it was Matilda. She's going through in that 3 spot. McGoldrick in there in 4. Worthington in 6, and that was Wyatt in 5. More 7-year-old girls out on track. Looking like it is Exeter leading this one out. Your British champ, Mabel Pine out front. Sorted race gear. Maggie Devine in there in 2. The 104 in there in 3. That's Izzy Moore with the 393 of Millie Moore in there in 5. In and out of that final turn, that's Isabella Bowler in the 5 spots. It's going to be Pine taking that moto win. Race number 179, Rich.
Yeah, 179 on track. Let's have a look. Who's in this one? Battling into that corner. I'm looking at the 870 getting stuck in there. That's Logan Aceto. Chasing down one of the MK guys. My mate Oscar rather fast. He's in there in that 5th spot. Battling with Frankie Jones to the stripe. Bit of a rough one there for Oscar. Race 180, Petar Bunchik. Arlo Hatch, Jonah Taylor, Finley Thomas, Finley Kerr, and Joseph Claydon. And it is Mr. Thomas out there in 1. Peckham going through in 2. That's going to be Petar Bunchik. And Joseph Claydon out of Exeter BMX Club in 3. Jonah Taylor out of Ipswich going through as well. And Rusty Nut Racing's Arlo Hatch in pursuit down the final straight. Race 181, Snackboy Lincoln Hargreaves. In there in 5, Ruben Mitchell, Albie Blight, Atlas Lewis Field, Oscar Granger, and a Ruby Pleasance Ford. 181, your 7-year-olds, Rudy out front. That looks like Oakley in there in 2, Albie in 3. The 560, Oscar Granger in 4. Lynx in 5. And Ruben Mitchell out of Cornwall in there in 6. Battling with Snack Boy down the final straight. Who's going to get that one on the line for that 5th spot? Looks like it might be Ruben. As we move on to the 8-year-old girls. Maisie Dyson, Madison Stupple, Ella Grant in this one. Getting very busy going into turn number 1. Megan Kellar. Phoebe Miller, Tallulah Widdowson, Layla Dixon, and Lauren Snell. Talking of Kellar, we've had Mark Kellar Hooley. Drop me a message on Instagram. She's watching back in Nuneaton. So I'll say what I was going to say when she dropped me the message. Get your bike back out, Mark Keller. Get back on it. Far too good to be sat on the sofa. If we can get Mark Keller Hooley back racing, that will make matters very interesting indeed. So me and Lewis both agree on that one. So we'll leave it in your capable hands, Mark Keller. Race 183. That might be 183 going across the line. This might be 184. Alexander Gilbert in there for the Brunty Massive, battling away with the 754 of Seth Robinson, Ethan the Great White in this one. Jensen Meat, Oscar Sanders, Ned Wills, and Arthur Mason. That was moto number 184. 185 is your moto on track. Oakley Hill, Jake Avis, Callum Wood, Jensen Jessup, Dominic Zapanos, Joel Pritchard, and Oscar Marco. And it looks like Avis and Zapanos going 1 and 2 into the turn. Pritchard in there in 3. Where is Marco? He's in there in about 5th or 6th at the moment. Oakley Hill trying to get in the mix as well for the LCC Pancake Massive. As we look at motor 186, Emerson Tucker in there in 3. Looks like Rusty Nut Racing. Elliot Hatch leading it to the stripe. Or to the final corner, I mean. Leo Britt's in there in 2. The 274 is Joseph O'Brien from Northeast BMX. And the 216, Charlie Blakeburn out of the Milton Keynes Massive. Bristol's rider is Felix Sakina. And heading down the final straight is Oakley Holloway from Green Machine Tribe. Just while I've got the opportunity, I'm going to give a shout for our traders out there in the retail village. Sorted Race Gear, Green Machine, Pure Bicycles, Crucial Racing, Bob Harrow Designs, B73. I don't think I've missed anybody, have I, Lewis? No, I don't think so. DC Cycles. They're all there anyway. If you want to nip to our traders village and just drop a few quid into the BMX economy, that would be gratefully received. All our traders do support the BMX community in some way, shape or form. So, yeah, if you can, if you need any parts, accessories, clothing, anything like that, please go and see our traders. They will welcome your contribution to the coffers. Right, just have a look where we're up to. There is a divide bike there. So I've got a feeling that might be, Rocco Westwood. I think we're on moto 189. Ollie Bird in there, George Kellum, Oscar Ryder Bates, Bays even, Seb Staines, Leo Ingham, Aneurin Marklew and Albie Dodd in moto 189. Moto 190, Theodore Dantas, Charlie Dowson, Jake James, Riley Taylor-Day, Aston John Lee, Ethan Shaw, Oakley Lewisfield and Luca Tramontano. We've already wished Mr. Tramontano a happy birthday. We will do that again. Happy birthday, sir. Have a wonderful day as we watch Moto 191 on track.
9-year-old boys into that second turn. That is Seth Kacharik leading this one out. It's his mum's birthday next week. Once again, from all of your friends, Nancy, if you could call on that, after calling you Bog Trough for so long. Happy birthday. Kacharik's going to lead this one out of the final turn. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we have got Green Machine Tribe. That is Arthur Donaldson keeping Kacharik honest to the line, but he's going to have to settle for that 2 spots. Fowl, Spencer, Rose, Belton, Ford, Hines and Griggs. Jack Griggs in this one, doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, but the battle is out front. Looking like we are watching Rex Ford and Hendrix Hines go 1 and 2. Hines looked up the inside, wasn't quite close enough, so the W7 is going to hang on to that 2 spot down the final straight, but it's all about Rex Ford taking that moto win. Race 193 into that second turn. Who's leading this one out? Looking like Jack Kitching aboard his EV1 Evolve frame, heading through this third straight. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we've got Thomas Giles on the 168 plate. Yes, it is Giles on the outside looking in. The 409 in there in 3. That is, of course, Jacob Dent out of Brunkwood Park. NRT and Crank BMX coaching by the looks of things. Fast signatures inside the top 4. That is going to be Joseph Dewis rounding out them top 4 spots. 10-year-old girls on track now. 2 motos of these ladies. Looking like we have got Grace Hudak, your world number 8, leading it from the European number 3, heading towards the final turn. That is Maisie Egan in there in that 2 spot. Aria Rose Lee in there in 3. Riding out of Cumbernauld Centurions under a bit of pressure down this final straight. Looking like Ellie Beat is going to push her all the way to the stripe, but it's the Centurions keeping it strong inside that top 3. Sophie Bailey leads out race 195. Bonnie Dudley's in this one. She's in there at about 6 at the moment on her EV1 frame. Couple of them in this race as Trixie Trays takes hers in that 2 spots. The 6 plate in there inside the top 3 as well. That is Mia Kiss out of Braintree BMX Club. Looking like we've got CGR inside the top 4. That's going to be Holly Richardson being chased down the final straight. I think that could have been Ada Walding out of Nuneaton. 10-year-old boys on track then. Race 196. The 11 plate Arlo Steinmetz leading this one out. He's got Murray Watson in there behind him. The front 2 riders running away with this one down the final straight. Looking like Team Mind inside the top 3. That's going to be Otto Parr bringing it across the line. Race 197 on track, in and out of turn number 2. Looking like your British champ is going to lead this one out. Got to be Joey Tompkins, MK Evolution and BMXHype.com. Under pressure though from Lucas Burkhardt out of Bournemouth BMX Club in that final turn. He's on the 50 plate, putting in the work down this final straight. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like Bo Morris out of Team here in Andover with Moto 1365 race team. Ollie Warner in there in 4. Rider down on the first straight. Seth Ritchie, MK Evolution, back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Seth. Gonna walk away. As we look at race 198 on the gate. More 10-year-olds moto action heading through this first straight. That looks like Absolute on the inside, heading to turn number 1. Looks like Jacob Anderson's had the same breakfast covered in hot sauce as yesterday as he leads it out on his birthday. Happy 10th birthday to you, Jacob. He's yesterday's winner, looking to do the same today. Looks like we've lost one rider over the pro set through that second straight. That is Rex Beasley. He's back on track though and in the action, heading towards that second corner. Who's that in there into Divide Brands UK? Still got a few goodies to give away from them guys this weekend. That is Hugo Dayton in there in 2. Seb Hewitt in 3, doing it for Creation Cycles. So Anderson, Dayton, Hewitt, 1, 2, 3 down that final straight. And it's going to be Carlin Gordon out of the northeast, rounding out them top 4 spots. Race 199, Freddie Ray Orlands in this one. Took the LCC gang into a final yesterday, along with his teammate Ronnie Wood. He's got his other teammate in there behind him at the moment. That is Teddy Jones, just having the move stuck on him in turn number 2. As the 5-plate leads it out, Finley Monroe, Allen's Factory Supercross, headed for the final turn. The 193 plate, Lucas Twold, in there in that 2 spot. Had the pleasure of meeting Lucas yesterday. Lovely young lad, so is his brother Caleb. He's under a bit of pressure there from Freddie as to bring it down to the stripe. It's going to be Caleb, Lucas just about hanging on to that one. He's going to go through in that 2 spots. All right then. Race 200, T-Lady making her rounds. Rich and Casey are beaming ear to ear now as we look at Benny Jackson going in and out of that final turn. For Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Preston Newmarsh Powell under a bit of pressure. Here comes Joey McAvoy with a late charge. He's going to go from 4 to 3 and take a top 3 finish on the line. There he is then, Roddy Wood. The Land Shark in there in the 2 spot. Scrapping it out at the moment with the 22 plate heading for the final turn. That's going to be Oliver Richards. Trying to put the squeeze on Ronnie in the final turn. Didn't quite make it happen as the race is led away by Connor Hemphill, GT Factory. So it's GT, LCC, Green Machine in that order. Wilson Eater didn't have the best of first motos. He's going to take a top 4 in his second. Race 202, 11-year-old girls. Now on track. Looks like that could be the 7 plate leading it out. Elizabeth Lola Poole. Sorted race gear. MCR in there in 2. Sadie McSwitty. Chasing down Elizabeth. It's her 11th birthday on Thursday. Have I got that right? On Thursday? Yes, it is. Happy birthday, Elizabeth. She's going to take a moto win in race 202.
Right, 203, Shimoto on track. Iris Hyder doing it for the Pure Bicycles. Massive. She's out there in front. Lauren Keller right there with her. And Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Elsie Blight in there in that 3 spot. Got Tyler Davenport in the mix doing it for Crank BMX coaching. Paige Cathcart Cunnison for the One BMX team. Holly Hume and Ocean Headley out of Peckham. Race 204, Evie Dyson, Poppy May Kirby, Olivia Webb, Freya Harris, Seren Pritchard and Winnie Andrews. Out of Ipswich, Winnie on that 43 plate. Looks like Seren Pritchard is going to take it to the line with Poppy May Kirby in there in that 2 spot. Race 205, Lily Mae Gould, Mara McCarran, Penny Blackburn, Millie Ross, Lottie Mosley, Grace Gerard and Lainey Cordin. It's getting a bit breezy as we watch Grace Gerard. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, taking it to the line. Great win there for Grace. Good job. Race 206, Sam Ritchie's, Noah Bagwell, Noah Ford, Huey Hall, Isaac the Sender Smith, Jet Thompson, Callum Goostrey and Louis Swales. Nice to see Isaac back in front in this moto. Seems to have had a very quiet weekend, does Isaac? And Isaac and quiet shouldn't really be in the same sentence. So there we go. Archie Bell leading out moto number 207. We've got Zach Everly and Zach Worthington in this one. Zach Worthington doing it for Preston Pirates. Archie Crocker Whites, Niall Kindy, Harry Swales, Ellis Perris Adamson, and Oliver Merrin. All in moto 207, 208 is your moto on track. James Bibby, Lucas Belton, Louis Cheffy, Jack Devine, Theo Davis, Marcus Mullen, Jasper Kimber, and Zach Hamill. Zach's had a birthday this weekend, turning 11. James Bibby out front, Marcus Mullen in there in 2, Jack Devine. We're going to call him Euro Jack from now on. He spent that much time at the Euro rounds. He's in there in 3. doing good things. Theo Davis for Midlands in the mix as well. Moto 209. Percy Largely on weight. Lucas Lorre, Deacon Childs, Dawson Scott, Ronnie Payne, and Zach Parsons. All in that one. Team Gnarly heading down the final straight as we move on to 210. Simon Stevanov, Seth Byrne, Billy Cheeseman, Albert Aliadzans, Bram Heaver, Itai Jamira, Harrison Doe, and Tommy Bolton. Jamira out in front of the 25 is Albert Aliadzans out of Bournemouth. He's in there in 3. Seth Byrne in 2. There's a big battle going on for that 5th spot. Not quite sure who's going to get it. As we move on to Moto 211, Leighton Harding and Leo Rowlands. Going 1 and 2, Jacob Aston in there for Mid-Lancs. Pushing hard. Works very hard at training with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Charlie Cotton on the 212. In there in about 5th position. And pushing hard to the line. Race 212, Holly Bowler, Tom Allen, Joe Rook, Logan Waterhouse, Moses, Dennis Essel, Emil Challenger, and Max Bojang. The 18, that's Emil Challenger in there in 3. The 46 is Thomas Allen. Out of Retro Racing, they are chasing Joe Rook to the line. And Harley Bowler was right there as well as they got to the finish. 12-year-old girls, Dakota Tucker, Anushka Jones, Esme Ward, Molly Fumi Carroll, Clara Salmond, and Elika Robinson. Dakota in there in 1. Esme battling with her. The 20 plate, that is Molly Fumi Carroll out of Hackney BMX Club. Looks like Esme's just got a nose in front of Dakota as they cross the stripe. Moto 214, Martha Cottam and Mara Fife. Birthday girl Ruby Warren in this one. Happy birthday, Ruby, from all your Scottish buddies. She's there in 2. Poppy Bishop, Millie Granger, Bella Gerard in the mix as well. Another one of those Hard Knocks riders in 5. Allegra True doing it for the SAS race team in 4. And Poppy Bishop taking the win. Race 215, Lewis.
12-year-old girls, Emily Eaton, your British champion, leading it out from Emma Kiss in there in that 2 spot. Them 2 ladies absolutely charging away with this moto. As the European number 3, Brooke Fast Fawcett. She's going to round out the top 3. Nia O'Connell under a bit of pressure as they bring it down to the line. Nora Syrett pushing her all the way to the stripe. I think she's going to have to take the 5 as O'Connell takes 4. And Isabella Rutherford goes through in 6. That looks like Colby Williams leading out race number 216. Doing it for Peckham BMX. Dylan Spence took an A final yesterday. He's in there at about 3 or 4 at the moment. As that looked like Harry Tyers taking the 2nd spot on the line. Green Machine Tribe at Thomas Honeywell. Race 217 in the 12-year-old boys. Heading for the final turn, he's got Roland Ells and the 29 plate of Mark Torzillo. In there in 2 and 3. Mark's just making his move around the outside of Ells. Gonna go from 3 to 2 as the other Williams brother takes in a top 4. Across the line, that looks like it is Mabo UK out on track. Ethan Rogers back after an injury that put him off his bike for 17 weeks due to, I think it was football actually, wasn't it, Matt? Wherever Matt is. It was somewhere down that first straight watching. They're in the Sunday kit today, our Mabo. He loves the Sunday kit, Matt does. It's looking like the 12 plate that was going to take the moto win. Sullivan Collis made his move in the final turn. Rogers tight on the line with Joe Douglas. For 2 and 3, that's Ethan Howell. Out on track, took a podium yesterday in his final. In the 12-year-old boys, he's leading this one through. He's got Smiley's Flight Club in there behind him on the 18 plate. That is Charlie Craig. Heading on through that final straight, Josh Jepson in there inside the top 3. Rustin at Racing in 4. Looking like Gilmore Green on the 33. Race 220. I went to skip a page too early. 420 plate, Max Vass running away with this moto. The 27 of Henry Potts, Bruntwood Park National Race Team in there in the 2 spot. Being chased down this final straight. Who is that? That is Green Machine Tribe picking it up. Oakley Holloway looking like he's going to nick the 2 spot from Potts as they come across the stripe. Here we go then, more 12-year-old boys, race 2-2-1. On track, Charlie Wilcox in this one, leading it out. Hunter Van der Malion in there in 2, being chased towards that second corner. Evan Davies in there. I think that's him at about 5 or 6 at the moment. Is he going in and out of turn number 2? Tom Palmer out of Preston Pirates on the 16 plate. He's in there in 3, being chased down by the 7 of Joshua Sylvester. Here comes the 9 plate round the outside. Oliver Arnold working his way into that top 4 spot. It's going to be Wilcox then down the final straight. He's going to pick up this moto win. JP Jack Perkins, race 2-2-2, being chased by the number 2 plate into turn number 2. One rider hit the deck. I think that could have been Ralph Sowerby. On the 24, yes, it was Ralph. 2 crashes, 2 days for Ralph. He's back on his bike, though. Let's hope that doesn't phase him. He'll be back later on. As James Miller throws in a wonderful high-low in that final turn to let GT Factory take the moto win. From Jack Perkins in there in 2. Max McNulty pushing his way through for a top 4 finish. As what looked like Ethan Crooks-Martin takes the 3rd spot on the line. Moving on to the 13-year-old girls then. Team Bunnies into turn number 1. Rin Gianolino, as fast as you like. Her first season of national racing. I think she's only done maybe 1 season of regionals as well. She's absolutely on fire. 3 podiums in 3 races, I'm pretty sure, for Rin. On the national circuit so far, she's out front looking good. That is a 9 plate in there behind her, chasing her on through. Isla Young, DC Cycles. Looking for a high-low in the final turn. That was the 4 plate of Sidoni Cleve. Crew 19, Maddie the Baddie. She's in there in that 4th spot. Came up earlier on to get us to wish her TM, Rich Cam, a happy birthday. She takes the top 4 across the stripe with Ella Blue Chidley in 5. European number 7 out on track, Katie Millar. In and out of that final turn, Moto 1365. Crucial Racing, Libby Copping in there in that 2 spot, pushing all the way to the line. Battling as they bring it across the stripe. That was Lexi Cairns hanging on to 2, Copping in 3. Thirteen-year-old boys up on the gate. Looks like Ant Hurries got a few extra duties rather than race starter this weekend. He's pulling race 225 off of the gate at the moment. It is a mechanical issue. So we are going to move on to race 226. Dexter Beer up, Caden Thompson, Cristiano Goodman, Leo Cranston, Gabriel Townsend, Thomas O'Brien, Todd Smith-Notman, and Thomas Westmore. Right, race 226 then. Dexter Beer up on the inside, headed for turn number 1. Doing it for Doncaster BMX Club. Looking like it is going to be led out, though, by Todd Smith-Notman, riding out of Allen's Factory Supercross, heading through that second straight. Beer up in there in 2, Goodman's in 3. Looks like we have got a rider out of East Anglia inside the top 4. Could very well be Thomas Westmore. I think it is Westmore on the 18. No, it's not. It's going to be the 447. Leo Cranston. In and out of that final turn, throws in a high-low. Beer up, drop back from 2 to 4 now. Goodman then in there in that 2 spot, and it's going to be Cranston rounding out the podium spots. Brody Geddes, out on track in race number 227. In and out of that second turn, looking like it is the 23 plate in there with him. Maxwell Lawrence out of Braintree, so Geddes and Lawrence 1 and 2. Who's that inside the top 3? I think that could have been the 31 of AJ Moore out of Peckham BMX. He's going to run out the top 3 as BRE Racing. Dexter Moore goes through inside the top 5. That is East Anglia in this one. Couple of East Anglian jerseys. Out on track, got to be the 22 though. Ben Millington, he's flying through at the moment. Leading this one out from Blackpool's Oliver Taylor, I think that is. on the 669. Yes, it is the 41 in there in 3. That is Blake Allison. Heading in and out over that final corner. Under a bit of pressure down the last straight. Looking like that's going to be Royston, I think that was. Bruce Anthony in there in 4. Kobe Rayford out on track then, ladies and gents. As smooth as you like. One of my favourite BMX racers. Stay strong, C&K into that final turn. He's got the 8 plate in there behind him. That looks like it could be Ned Guppy, Absolute. Nate Hamilton, Smiley's Flight Club in there in 3. Race 230 out on track then. Nathaniel Eames in there in 3. Heading towards turn number 2. Daniel Colazage in there in the 1 spot. Freddie Parkinson in 2. Who's picking up the 4? Looking like Ronnie Richards. Doing it for Fast Signatures Race Team. 3rd straight action. Looking like they are getting busy. Heading for the final corner. Who's going to get it into the turn? Here comes Richards on the inside. Didn't quite make it stick. Eames elbows out there. Made it happen. He's going to take a top 3 finish. In there behind Parkinson with Colazage taking the moto win. Race 2-3 Ron Richardson in this one. He's in there in that 3 spot at the moment, chasing down Newton Hindley, Team Aaron Andover in there in that 2 spot. But your race leader is, of course, Rab Racing's James Cottrell. Cottrell then, Richardson making his move around the outside of Hindley to go from 3 to 2. That's got to be Jump Club in the mix as well. Heading in and out of the final corner. Going to be Carter Jack on the 4-2-3 plate under pressure from Crank BMX Coaching. That's William Knowles looking like he might have made a top 4 spot on the line. 14-year-old girls now then. In and out of turn number 2. That's got to be Ailey Watson. BMX Winner Photography chasing down your race leader on the 1X. That is Lottie Brown. Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Last year's national champion. I think she's racing up an age group as well. So Lottie's flying with Watson in there in 2. That's how that moto is going to rack up across the line. As Amelia Everly leads away in race 232. Your European number 5, hashtag 59 race team. The 3 plate in there as well. Grace Burge, Green Machine Tribe. Fluent and Concept Maybo going through in 3 and 4. That was Ruby Walford and Ava Wright. Race 234. 14-year-old boys heading into that second corner. Looks like Tate Kitson in this one. I think that's him in about 4 or 5 at the moment. Logan Widdowson in there in 2, but the 15 is your race leader. Eden Boone having an absolute flyer for Warn BMX Racing. I think that's Kitson in there in about 3 or 4 on the 14 plate.
235 is your moto out on track. We are looking at Oliver James doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. In the Dylan Powell in the mix as well. Lucas Tandy, Eli Price, Bradley James, Dylan Jones, Stan Mason, and Mason Groves. It's James and James into the final corner. Not related, as they are from opposite ends of the country. Oliver James taking it to the line, pushing hard to the stripe. Anyone would think he had a young lady to impress. Well, there you go. As we head on, moto number 236, Ollie Turblanche, Chase Barnard, Ben Larkins. Ben's in 3. He's a member of the online FIFA Football Massive. We've got the one that was held back for the mechanical on the gate. We've got no idea who's in it. Let's have a quick look. I think I have. That might be Noah Buttery and Isaac Shaw heading into the turn. Oliver Tyres as well. I'll take a gamble at that one. And, yeah, absolutely flying. Milo Weller, I think, as well. Milo's got a birthday, turning 13. Happy birthday, Milo. Edward Miller not having the best of laps, so he's going to have to come back for the 3rd one. But it is Noah Buttery. You can tell Noah's unlocked that confidence bottle, taking the win at the Birmingham Regional last week and also making the main yesterday. So the confidence flowing through the rider from Smiley's Flight Club. As we move on to moto number 237, I think this is Emmy Seawoods. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in that 3rd spot. It's the 4 of Lou Wilcox leading it into the final corner, the 13. Jack Davey trying to get involved in that final turn. Has to settle for a top 4. Freddie Entwistle in there as well. Going across in 2. Oh, riders down left and right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All kinds of lunacy going on in Moto 238. Not sure what went on there. Elijah Jamira is out front. That's Alex Dunkley in 2. 48, Max Surridge in there in 3. Thomas McGovern still upright as well, so Max Surridge might have gone down in that. Oh, right. All kinds of messy. Not sure who didn't make it through the 18 of Enzo Shaw is up and okay from Cyclopark. Oh, tea ladies here. Thank you so much. Lovely. Jolly good of you. Thank you. Riley Binney made it through as well. So Tyler Stephen Knight, Henry Radcliffe were the riders who went down. Let's hope they're all right. That was Moto 238, 239. He's up on the gates. I can see Freddie Franklin up there. Right, checking out the guys up there on the gate. I can see Ty DS out there in gate number 6. Don't forget, people, if you are short of a bit of listening on the way home from Cyclopark this weekend, the BMX Commentator podcast is available. The interview with Barry Nobles, Amazon, YouTube, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts all carry it. The 96 podcast as well. Listen to Scott Beaumont's interview with Sarah Jane Nichols. So there is plenty of things for you to listen to as you are driving back to your various parts of the UK. Get there safe, get there entertained. That's always a plus. The Trader Village is open and training. B73T's over there. Crucial Racing, DC Cycles, Green Machine, Bob Harrow Designs, Pure Bicycles. Everybody's over there. If you could give him your money and keep the BMX economy rolling, that would be fab. As we move on to the 14-year-olds, Tidy S, Oliver Sim in this one as well. For Mid-Lancs, right there in the middle. Ewan Beats getting involved as well. And Eric McSwitty, whose mum very kindly brought us a really nice coffee earlier on. Thank you, Gaynor. We do appreciate it. As Tidy S leads out, moto number 239, where is Freddie Franklin. He's in there inside the top 4, chasing down the 19 plate, which belongs to Eric McSwitty. Just as I mentioned his mum. His mum's jumping up and down like a lunatic by the fence. Top 3, not bad, eh, Gaynor? Good lads, like that. As we move on, 2 riders having problems on that first straight, one having a definite mechanical. And it didn't go the way of Amos Guppy either as Lucas Seeley goes around the final turn. The 46, that is Teddy Headley out of Peckham. The 697 is Luke Chapman. Luke out of Bexhill. As we move on to 241. The 15-year-old girls, Anya Mata and Alonso on the inside, battling with Annalise Cabin Carpenter. Imogen Cockrell in there too. And the rider in 4, I've got a feeling that's Betty Brewer out of Decoy. Missy Large going through in 5, and Bethany Coates in 6. Moto 241, but it's Anya Mata and Alonso out of Peckham in that 100% gear, or 100 plus gear, who's heading down that final straight looking to take a moto win. As we check out Moto 242, Ruby Moores and Lorianne Carruthers. Out front, Sophie Elwood in 3. Sophie Kynaston in 4. And a Smiley Maloney in 5. No, Eleanor Curtis. After the tumble she took yesterday, let's hope Eleanor is okay. Speedy recovery to her, but it's going to be Ruby, Sophie, Lorianne. That will be a 1, 2, 3. In Moto 242, Moto 243. Alexis McCartney. chasing down Lexi Waits. Jumping Jets Marriott in there in 2. Adele Varuti in the mix as well. Megan Roy inside the top 3. And Charlotte Stanley doing it for the Brumwood Park National Race Team in there as well. Race 244. Ollie Coppin, Noah Everly, George Chapman, Finley Collis, Jack Bailey, Bradley Davison, and Caden Kemp. Caden out of Cardiff. The 28s is Bradley Davison from Runnymede. Going through in about 4th spot. This is Moto 244. Crossing the line, Moto 245. On track, Lewis.
15-year-olds, Ryan Woodcock, Alex Mackey, Honest Vinicius. Sorry about that. I was about to butcher that last name. Sorry about that, Honest Vinicius in this one as well. Lucas Webster, he is out front taking the win in this one. And that looks like it could be Kai Blaine in there inside the top 3. Ryan Woodcock in between them both in that 2nd spot. Right, race number 246 on track. 15 plate out front. Nathan Bratter got the 16 in there behind him. Joe Penton-Voke. High low in that final turn, looking like we are going to have Angus Graham get involved. He's going to get inside that top 3. Not quite going to get in the top 2. Was tight on the line between Voke and Baratta. I think it might have been Voke nicking it on the stripe as we look at Eli Smith. Yesterday's winner, Rab Racing. First ever national win for Eli. And he has been on fire already this season. Great win yesterday for him. That looks like Miles Wildboar in there as well. No, sorry, Kemi Cook inside the top 3. Only 4 riders in that one. Henry Rayner in the 2nd spot. As Fluent Bicycle Motocross hits the track, Cody Coker leading it out in the 15s. Caden Dunn, Zachary Tier going 1 and 2 and 3. The 31 plate in there in 4. Joe Little, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, having the move put on him in the final turn. Looks like that was Zaid Flint. Yes, it was. Here comes Little back at him at the line. That one was close. I think Little might have just nicked it. Sean Brown on track in there in 3 at the moment. Looking like the race leader is going to be Oliver Muha. Heading on through this 3rd straight. Here comes Brown, though he's not done yet. It's going to be Oliver's 15th birthday very, very soon as well. Early birthday present from you to you, Oliver. Taking 2nd in that one. Sean Brown just nicking the win at the line. Nikolai Martinez leads out race 249 into 250, sorry, in and out of that 2nd corner. Martinez, Phillips, 1 and 2, SAS race team. Samuel Hamling in there in 3. That looks like the 16 in 4. Got to be Jaden Fawcett, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. But Martinez going to take the race win down to the stripe. Race 251 on track. James Clitheroe Jr., Dr. Smooth, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, heading into that 2nd corner. Your world champion leading it from Thomas Duran. In and out of the turn they go. That's Jump Club in there in 3. Looking like Romeo Kapai on the 42 plate, heading for the final turn. Who's that in there behind him? Got to be Zahir Walsh inside the top 4 with Miles Wildboar in there in 5. That one's a stacked moto, and Clitheroe's going to take the win in it. Looks like Birmingham NRT out on track. Curtis Copeland took a national win of his own not long ago in Manchester at the indoor. I think it was round number 2 he won. He's taking it into the final turn at the moment. The 32 plate in there behind him. That is Malachi Price, Peckham BMX. So Birmingham and Peckham going 1 and 2 in that one. Looking like Peterborough's Bradley Goulding on the 640 plate going to take a top 3 finish. Jump Club. How many more times are we going to see these 2 lads on track in 1 and 2 today, do you reckon? Ollie Kendall, GTL Simpson Davies looking good at the moment. That is the 26 in there behind them. Callum David, Braintree BMX, got the 20 plate of Jack Clark in there in 4. But it's going to be Jump Club S&M Source in 1 and 2. Race 254, Finley Hoff in this one. Making up for that last moto, going over the gate. He's leading it out into that 2nd corner. Got Elliot Brook in there behind him. That looks like the 404. Over Donika O'Hagan. He's going to take that top 3 finish with SAS's Aidan True in at 4. Rio Stepanov's out on track, race 255. Ryan Stepanov's going to 1 and 2 with the 15 plate of Thomas Millar out of that final corner. Josh Williams in there in 3. That's going to be Blackpool in 4. Jaden Green's going to round out your top 4 spots. Ellis Berry tight on the line for that 5 spot. Who's going to get it? I think Berry might have just hung on to it. 17 to 29-year-old women now out on track. That is Mika Pritchard in there in second, scrapping it out with Esme Brook. These two girls have been racing each other for absolutely years now, and Remy Godfrey as well. And they're all out in front in the 17 to 29-year-old class. Remember when Esme was racing like 6 and unders? Some time ago that was. And it's going to be Remy taking the moto win then. Mika and Esme in there behind her in 2 and 3. Amy Willets in 4. Race 257.
Right, race 257. Ella Lamb, Tilly McCrum, Rosie O'Brien, Annabelle Townsend, Alice Taylor, Molly Simpson and Annabelle Charlton. All in this one, the 8X. That belongs to Alice Taylor. Looks like Rosie O'Brien leading down the final straight. Tilly McCrum in there in 2. Annabelle Charlton in 5, I think, as Molly Simpson takes the 3. More 17-29 females. Lily Chiziwa battling away with Evie Webster into the final corner. The 8 play, that is Megan Dewhig. Megan in there in that 3rd position. As Megan Gerard picks up a top 4. And they go in and out of that turn. Lily Phillips, Lacey Bird, all in this one. Got the 6 plates of Lily Phillips. No Emily Clinch in this one. Looks like she's pulled it over for the day. So she's all right. One rider down as they cross the finish line. So these 17, 18 boys, be very careful, gentlemen, when you cross the finish line. There is a rider down in the finish line area. Please be careful as you approach the finish. Everybody manages to negotiate the problem on the finish line. Race 261, Josh Sparrow, Che Young. Kendall Greek, the birthday boy in this. Charlie Bigger. MCR BMX, Ruben Smith, Joseph Scurry Curry, and Sam Day doing it for Hot Shots. Charlie Bigger walking away after a roll round on the floor. I hope he's not scratched that new bike. Dad won't be impressed. As we look after our fallen riders. Everybody going away with a nice selection of moon dust covering the old race kits. If you want to see a bit of craziness, watch the Elite Men final from Houston, Texas yesterday. It's supposed to be warm in Texas. Nah, absolutely lashed it down. Complete carnage in turn 1. Led to Drew Polk and Spencer Cole being on the podium. Spots 2 and 3 behind Joshua McLean. So a right old mix-up in Houston yesterday. Seventeen, 18-year-old boys heading down the hill. Kean Brown on that 27X, followed by Oscar Massey-Luke Cowlard as they head into turn number 1. We are looking for the 764 of Eddie Cannons. Luckily, his mum saw the funny side of my Guy Ritchie Hitman comments. Eddie Cannons, you blow your legs off. He's in there. That's a terrible accent. I do apologise. He's in there in about 5 anyway. being followed by Kean Brown. The A5A, that is Cody Whittaker from the Brunwood National Race Team. As BMX 365, Moto 1, Lewis Fletcher taking the win. And this is Moto 263 on track. Zach Green, Sam Smith. Alex Stokes doing it for Evolve BMX. He's back there in 6th, but pushing hard. Kieran Benacris, Lewis Longley in there in 5, battling with Alex. Arne Esselmont out in front. Joshua Cates in there in 2. Kieran Benacris in 3, just been overrun by Zach Green. Moto 264, Scott Monroe-Higgs, Ben Fitzsimmons, Sebastian Hamblin in there in that 2-spot. Alfie Woon, Callum Daly, Keanu Schaefer Cohen, and George Gerrard. George out in front for the Hard Knocks Massive. SES Race Team in 2 and 5. That must have been Scott Monroe-Higgs in 3. Moto 265, Owen Putland leading it through for Peterborough. Luke Morris, Gabriel Almeida. In the mix, Jaden Seawards, our birthday boy, turning 18. In there in 3. And I have a feeling that was Tom Baker from Retro Racing in 4. Moto 266, Rebecca Gold, Savannah. She said I nearly called her Sienna before. I don't even know where that came from. Savannah Carver. Why did I call it? I have no idea. Anyway, there we go. It must have been like a, what do you call it? A subconscious thing, because we were talking about it this morning. Ali Chiziwa in there in 3. Claire Albert in 4. No Magic Manda Hemstock. She's called it a day after smashing herself up this morning. I think Claire Albert's going to get caught on this final straight. As Neil Brunez and the boys come round. Mirror signal maneuver, guys. Claire Albert just about getting to the strike before Neil Brunez. And Josh Wallace was in there as well. That could have been tasty. Next up, 268, Adam Gilbert, Kyle Hill. Connor Hudson, no Spencer Gibson in this one. But Ben Bates is in the 3. As they go in and out that final turn, Adam Gilbert leading it through the 276. Here's Tyler Chadwick. Moto 269, Lewis.
19 to 29-year-olds out on track. Brett Dove chasing down yesterday's winner, Cannon Child Maple, into that second corner. Looking like we've got Kenny Phillips in there as well somewhere. He's in there in about 4 at the moment, looking for a way past Kana Busbridge as we head into that final corner. That's a 21 plate of Luke Davies-Hayes inside the top 5, headed down the final straight. Reese Hoggard, Team Gnarly Motors Co. in there in 6. Camille Suleiman chasing down into turn number 2. Who's out front? Got to be Hard Knocks as Ollie Cope. He's charging on through this third straight at the moment. Connor Hedges in there in 3. Who's working their way around the outside for that top 4 spot? Looking like the 946 plate, bringing it on round. Zach Ramsden out of Exeter Eagles, chasing down Hedges through the final straight. Not going to get close enough as Cope crosses the line in 1. Hayden Green and Ryan Stack, Billy Luckhurst. Look at that for a front 3. Takes me back about 15 years somewhere along the line. Hayden Green, though, leading this one out. Ryan Stack, your British champion. Ultimate Europe, looking for a way round in that 2 spot. I think he might find it as they bring it down to the line. Yes, he does. Billy Lucas going to round out the top 3 with George Higley in at 4. Billy Irwin out on track, then leading it through from Martin Somali Brown. Heading for that second corner. Masters on track. Dale Scott's in there as well. Riding out of Team Gnarly inside the top 4 at the moment. That looks like Matej Petrik in there in the 3 spot. No John Lillingston in this. So it is going to be Irwin then. Urbaneer taking the win. Smiley's Flight Club keeping him honest though. I think Smiley might have nicked it actually for Smiley's Flight Club on the line. As the 96 podcast out on track, Scott Beaumont just being undertaken into turn number 1 by Matt Bourne, who now leads it out for Crucial Racing. Heading for turn number 2, Darren Utley in this one as well. Ryan Jones in there in 5. That is Darren Thompson in 4. Sorry, it's the 7 of David James in there in 2. So it's Bourne, James, Beaumont, Thompson and Jones. Heading down this final straight, then Crucial Racing going to pick up that moto win in the Masters class. Race 274. Riders to the pens, please, ladies and gents. Cruisers, you should be making your way to the pens, if not already. Cruisers to the pens, please. Vets on track. Danny T in there in that 2 spot, chasing down the 2 plate out front. Zoltan Bude, Mongoose Factory. That looks like BRE Racing in there in that 3 spot. Matthew Eaton with a 084 in there in 4. That is a Lewis Allison out of Ipswich. With the 595 of Sebastian Fowl out of Bexhill in there as well. More vets, 40 plus. Ben Martinez on the 933. Look at how chill Ben Martinez is. Just rolling his way through that final straight now. Being chased down by George Salmond and Nigel Smith as they bring it down to the stripe. Grand Vets, 50 plus now. Darren Reedy, GT Factory, TM, leads it out of turn number 2 with a nice little pop of the wheelie. Out of that second corner, Jules Allen in there in that 2 spot. Danny White, Nigel White in there in that 3 spot. He collared me yesterday, did Nigel. I thought that he was in Manchester when he was back there at the indoor last month. He wasn't. I called Jason Lewis Nigel White. Don't think he was too impressed by that. Sorry about that, Nigel. He takes the 3 spot in that moto as we look at race 278. Michael Baggs in this one in there at about 4 at the moment. No, sorry, wrong race. 277. Brett Knight, Craig Nelson, elbow to elbow action down that final straight. And of course, the last straight specialist, Brett Knight, is going to take the win. As this is 278. Michael Baggs in there in that 2nd spot. As Alan Hill leads this one through for Pure Bikes. National champion, Mike Baggs in 2. The 017 in there in 3. That's Dominic Elliott. Took the B final win yesterday. The 21 plate in there in 3 at 4. That is Mark Worley. That's going to be your top 4 as they bring it down to the stripe. Hilly taking the win. Junior Open up on the gates. We are going pro section racing, ladies and gents. Here we go then, rack number 1 of the juniors headed towards turn number 1. That's looking like Hilly on the inside, so it's Jared Hill chasing down your race leader, Xander Mavawani right. Looks like about 4 guys, 3 of them have pulled on the ripcord and not gone through the pro set. One of them was yesterday's winner, Danny Jake Montfort, but it's all out front with your race leader. Looking good for Xander Mavawani right. The other rider through the pro set was Louis Tay Edwards. He's going to take a 2 spot in this one by the looks of things as Danny Jake Montfort works his way around Jared Hill to take a top 3 spot down the final straight. Hilly in there for 4, and that's going to be James Sankey in 5. Just 3 riders on track for the second rack of the juniors in and out of turn number 1. That is looking like Miller Hughes heading through the straight. The other rider jumping the pro set is going to be Ned Penny. None of them making it over the last one. Staying safe, taking it through to the final later on. Flynn Trellincourt. He's not too fussed about racing that pro set when there's only 3 of them. He's going to roll his way through the 3rd straight. Having a crack with Ned Penny again. But it's going to be Miller Hughes out front on his home track. Here we go then, super class action heading into turn number 1. Yesterday's winner, Jos Marnham, out front looking good. This guy is on fire at the minute. Who's in there behind him? Looking like that could be Crucial Racing picking it up into the turn. Rider on the outside looked like Matt Hunt, Casey Martley, sorry, just being shuffled back to about 5. Harry Tanner in there in that 3 spot, chasing down Taylor Hunt just in front of him, in and out of that final corner. So it's Marnham, Hunt, Tanner, looking like that's going to be Collis inside the top 4. That's how they're going to bring it across the line. Second rack of Superclass on track. Steady Eddie Moore into turn number 1, but it's going to be the GB sleeve leading it out. Matt Hutt, Concept Maber UK out front at the moment. He's right there with Eddie Moore into turn number 2. It's going to be Crucial Racing picking it up in that 2nd spot. Ultimate Europe in there in 3. That is Brad Russell heading on through. He's got George Hunt in there behind him. Charlie Roy in there in 5. And that is Harrison Bell in 6. In and out of that final corner then. Steady Eddie's taken the lead. He's going to pick up the moto win. Russell works his way from 3 to 2. Penultimate moto for the second rack now on track then. The Easy Championship women on the inside. Your world number 2 heading into the turn. That is going to be Elsa Rendell-Todd on the 347 plate, leading this one out for Stay Strong C&K. Who's that in there with her picking it up as they come on round? Concept Mabo, Lucy Hutt on the 241. Out of Runnymede, that is looking like Maggie Bound in there in 3. Did it for Pure Bikes with Ava Brown. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 4. But it's all about Elsa Rendell-Todd out front. She's going to pick up this moto win, heading down to the stripe as the last moto of the second rack hits turn number 1. It is Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading it out. Freya the Slayer Chalice, yesterday's winner, looking good at the moment. Who's that in there behind her? Looking like we've got a Lucy Simpson in the mix in there in 3 at the moment, chasing on through. Tia Gaynor, who's in there occupying that second spot at the moment. Cody Harmer's in there in 4, and that looks like Akira Cook in 5. But out front, Freya Chalice going to take the moto win, heading down to the stripe where she belongs. Out front, Chalice, Gaynor, Simpson.
All right, here we go. This is the first moto of round number 3. 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser Open. Xavi Vox Cooper on the inside, following the Fluent Rider into turn number 1. That's going to be Frankie Griffin. So Griffin leading it out. Xavi in there in 2. I've got a feeling that might be Bo Morris in there in 3. Bristol's Ollie Nelson inside the top 4 right now as they head into the second corner. Taylor Hoare in the mix as well. Thomas Barnard and Toby Duff. But it is Griffin, Xavi Fox Cooper, 1 and 2. The 159 and the 499, Bo Morris and Ollie Nelson rounding out the top 4 as they head towards that finish line. Race 286, more 9 to 12-year-olds. Sam Dolan, Billy Cheeseman, Oisin King, Aaron Hickman, Benedict Marco, Jamie Turblanche, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison and Harry Mitchell. Looks like Brunty, Sam Dolan's leading it into the corner. With the 148 of Jamie Turblanche in there in 2, Aaron Hickman. Doing it for the B Radford Massive, he's in there in 4. Think he's being followed by Billy Cheeseman right to the line with the 687 of Sheen King from Bournemouth. 9 to 12s, Bram Heaver, Cara Cross, Hunter Mallion, all in this. And as they head it into that final turn, Charlie Lebrat's going round as well, Adam Arnold's. As we watch the 13 and 14-year-olds getting involved. Heading into that turn. Got to ride it down in that final corner. Just be careful, gentlemen. Watching Freddie Walwork getting stuck in. A little Cotty taking it to the line with the Manchester rider Eric McSwitty. Right, let's have a look. 13 to 14-year-olds. Alfie Sim trying to work his way in. See if he can pick up a decent finish, work his way through into that next round. So as they head in and out of the turn, Jack Walford in there in that second spot, chasing down Hadley Harding. It's not over yet for Alfie Sim. He's in there in 4 at the minute, pushing hard. He's got LeBras chasing him down the straight as well. Jacob Warren in the mix, who's in there in that 3rd spot. So it's Walford, Harding, Warren, Sim, LeBras. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Taking it to the line. Walford's going to get it. Sim's going to get that 4th spot. It was a solid first straight effort. We're going to have to wait to find out if he's done enough. Race 290. 13-14. Surridge, Andrew, Sturgis, Hindley, Archer, Giles, and Georgeson. All in this one. The 652 is Toby Sturgis out of Knightwood. Max Surridge hitting the deck in that final corner. He's up and all right, though, which is good to hear or see. Bike might need a course of looking at. He calls that one done as Robin Mattern Alonso heads in and out the final turn. Aboard his cruiser, double bike in. He's got Cooper McCrum in there in 2. Isaac Caulfield in 3. No Ted Young in that one. Race 292, 15-16 cruisers, JTL Simpson Davis in there in that second spot, chasing down Thomas Millar. MK Evolution, John O'Harradine in that 4th spot. And Charlie Ruff, Oakley Hooper, Lewis Barnes and Rodri Jones in there too. Race 293. Joe Little doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross inside the top 4 with Jack LeBras in close pursuit. Sean Brown in there in that 2nd position, where is Louis Kai Map for BMX Hype and Somnium Recruitment. He's in there in that 6th position. Hayden True in 7. 15, 16-year-olds, Moto 294, Doran, Russell, Robbins, Hayward, Albert, Davis, Davison, and Pinder. Thomas Doran going on Manchester City honours with the kit today. He's in there in 1. Smiley's Flight Club. Louis Pinder going through in 2. And oops. Whoa, teammates getting together in the next moto. Stanley Palmer and Ben Mosley. Same team, both having a roll round on the floor. That'll make for an interesting discussion in the team tent in about 5 minutes' time. Let's hope everybody's all right. Finton Coburn in there as well. Jensen Ledgerwood Bar even. Jaden Tudor, Colby Hoare, Harry Pritchards, and Jake Hart. '30 to 39-year-old cruisers. Jamie Webb, Daniel Popel, Martin Smiley Brown. Goggles are back on. Chris Nesbitt, Jack Hudson, and Nathan Abbott. This is all looking a little bit gentlemanly as they go in and out the turns. Absolute Bicycle Motocross out in front. That'll be Daniel Popel. Smiley in there. In about, what, 4th, looking for a 5th. Or 5th, looking for a 4th even. As we move on to Moto 297, Lewis.
More 30 to 39-year-old cruiser action. I know, I don't really know what happened there. That's as bad as sticked earlier, isn't it? Right, 30 to 39-year-old cruisers. We'll have another crack at it. In and out of that final turn. Totally missed his plate, but it's Agris Alazans taking that moto win. Ash Richardson in there in that 2 spot. Ryan Jones in there in 3, under a bit of pressure from Stuart Laurie as they bring it to the line. It's Laurie nicking that top 3 spot. 40 to 44-year-old cruisers now. Out on track, Cotman, Groves, Walsh, Johnston, McCoy and Eaton. The head angle in there. He's recording away on his GoPro on his helmet. Apparently we're going to feature in the vlog this week. Yeah, we're going to feature, so he says. Oh, whoop-de-doo. Lovely. So Andy's in there in that top 4 spot for a Tiger race team. I think Andy Groves took the moto win in that one. Sorry, I was too busy relishing in the fact that we're going to be featuring on YouTube. Right, race 299, Matt Swales, Tom Odling, Dylan Dixon, Richard Stevenson and Ian Smile. All on track. That is looking like Army Cycling Union. Tom Odling leading this one out. No, Richard Stevenson's in there in 2. He's changed his jersey today. That's why I got confused. Yesterday's winner. He's going to go through in that top 2 spot. Look at the battle down the final straight. Looking like Ian Smile's going to work his way into that top 3 spots as we see Matt Swales go through in 4. 45, 49-year-old cruisers. Abdul El Kindi. Don't know what that was. Abdul El Kindi out on track. He's in there at the moment in about 7, but it is Fraser Watson out front. The 2 evolved guys going through in 3 and 4. Looking like Kevin Merrin's just about going to hang on to that 2 spot. As Stuart Little pushed him all the way to the stripe. David Stokes in there in that top 4 finish. Race 301, Norbert Marco in there in 3. 476 out front, though. That is Paul Barnard. Out of Norwich, being chased down by Damien Mead, Stage Strong C&K. Norbert's in there inside that top 3. Who's that in there in 4? Nigel Smith, Big Nige. Going to take that top 4 across the line as we move on to the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Look at that for a high-low in turn 2. If you want to look at a high-low in that second corner and how to do it, watch what Theo Pope's just done to the 45 of Joshua Cates, who's shuffled back to that 2 spots. Was it Theo Pope? No, it was Lewis Fletcher. Sorry, Lewis. Credit where credit's due. Lewis Fletcher in that second turn with a wonderful high-low. Theo Pope going through in 3, his teammate, as Arne Esselmont leads out race 303. In and out of that second corner, Daniel Wilson was on fire at the indoor a few weeks ago. He's in there in that second spot at the moment, chasing Esselmont down into that final turn. The 13 plate just working his way across. That's Owen Portland looking to hang on to it as he's got Lewis Longley. No, Oscar Simpson right there behind him in that top 4 spot. Rocky O'Brien out on track, leading out race 304. That's Lewis Longley out on track this time. As Max Henderson pulls it over for the race. From the one before, Longley in there on the inside. He's got Kyle Hill right there with him. Archie Large, Jack Needham going well in 4 and 5. As they bring it down the final straight, it is O'Brien taking that moto win. Luca Manzi on a mission into that first corner then. No, it was Conor Blythe. Blythe's leading this one out then. Luca Davies-Hayes in there in that 2 spot, riding out of the mid-lengths. Who's that in there behind him? Got to be Zach Green. We lost a rider on the final straight. Looks like a snapped handlebar. It was. I think that's Oliver Dwyer. Let's hope that Oliver's okay. Looks like he might have hurt himself. Not sure what happened there. Totally missed it. And then because I was watching what happened, missed the other race as well. Sorry about that. Just going to make sure that Oliver's all right before we continue on with racing. Race 306 up on the gate. Don't forget, BMX Race Hub live streaming this weekend. Put your hands together for Oliver Dwyer. He's up to his feet. Yeah, tell your mum, your nan, your granddad, your auntie, your uncle, your neighbour's pet dog and hamster, whoever you want watching you race your bike this weekend. Make sure you let them know. They can do so for free. Don't forget, all of the live streaming is free. Just like for the World Cups and the Euro rounds and things like that, it's all free. Please don't put your credit card details into any of these websites. They are scamming you. They're trying to nick some money out of your pocket. Instead, go and spend that in the Traders Village over at the back. What they would have taken for nothing. Go and chuck a few quid the Traders' way. They're over there. Crucial, DC, Bob Harrow, B73. Who else is there? Sorted's in there as well. Pure Bikes, Green Machine, they're all there. to cater for your BMX needs as we look at race 306. Jack Wiggins leads it out. Bradley George in this one. Looking like Connor Hedges occupies that second spot at the moment. Callum Daly. I don't see Callum actually. I don't think he's in there. Harvey Fryer inside the top 4 by the looks of it. That is sorted. Absolute. Ned Penny. He's inside the top 3. As we look at Harvey Fryer take 4. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser. Annalise Copper leads this one out. Your national number 2 from last year. Halo Wheels race team. Cody Harmer in there in that second spot. Under a bit of pressure as the exit turn number 2. Erin J. Jackson in there in 4, riding out of the mid-lanks. And that is the 063 of Carmel Allison inside the top 3 with the 104 of Shaylee Taylor-Day in there in 5, but it's all about Annalise Copter in race 307. As the second rack of 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser hits that second turn. Anya Maton Alonso scrapping it up with Alexis McCartney heading through the third straight. Who's going to get it? Alonso on the inside. McCartney glued to her left-hand shoulder. Exit the turn and back out. We get another high-low. Missy Large in there in 3. Made 2A finals yesterday on the cruiser and the 20-inch, but it's going to be Alonso taking the moto, winning that one with McCartney in second.
Right, Moto 309, Elsa Reynolds Todd leading it out in the 17 to 29 female cruiser. Taylor Lee Moen in there in 2. That looks like Hannah Hedges in there in 3. Sammy Prince in the mix as well. Trinity Cam inside the top 4. Daisy Brook getting involved as well. Doing it for Rab Racing, but they are all chasing Elsa Rendell Todd to the line. Moto 310. Olivia First, Jetska Hemstock, Molly Nice, Abby Pike, Amy Willis, Hannah Drew, and Jamie Elwood. Abby Pike doing it for Allen's BMX.com and Factory Supercross, just being passed there for that second position, moving back into 3. Hannah Drew leading it through. Amy Willets in there as well. Olivia Firth doing it for EMV Graphics and Signage for all your helmet wrapping needs. And for one of our traders, Sorted Race Gear, who will be happy to take your money if you've got pennies to spend. That would be lovely. Right, 30-plus cruiser female. Emily Island, no, Amanda Hemstock in this one. Sadly, Rebecca Goal in there. Michelle Stupple. Teresa Chalice. Claire Alberts doing 2 bikes. And doing a good job of it as well. More 30-plus female cruiser. Fwan Clements, Kirsty Freer. Grace Turner, Sarah, Jane Nichols. Heading down the straight towards that finish line. That'll be Cassie Harding in there in 2. Nikki Spears in 3. Kirsty Freer smiling as always in 5. As they head down that final straight. As the cruiser guys follow them quite closely. Benters managed to sort his bike out. He's in there in 1. That'll be Pete Butler going through in 2. Porter in 3. I've got Duncan Coburn in there as well. And Graham Walsh doing it for MK Evolution. Along with Euro Tom Carter out of Manchester BMX. Martin Merrill, Stephen Fortune, Tim Drew, Kevin Sykes, Dominic Elliott, Stu Campbell, Craig Bryan, and Gary Carver. Carver chasing Sykes. I remember racing Kev Sykes in the 90s. I think he was pushing something like a 47-16 on his 20-inch. It was like a monster gear. I seem to recall he was built like the side of a house at that time. As they go in and out of the turn in motor number 315. Kevin Bacon, a.k.a. Mr. O'Brien. Darren O'Brien. Alan Baker in there as well. Looks like Hilly and Daz just playing around. Cotty Cottrell in there as well, inside the top 4, I think. He was having a battle with Stephen Notman at the time. Race 316, Chris Madron. The James Bond of the Northeast, he's in there in 1. Billy Stupple, Bernie Shale, Dave Knowles. All 1, 2, 3, and 4. Jonathan Charlesworth in 6. Chasing down Michael Whitaker of Bournemouth BMX Club. Race 317, Stevie Noble. He's the Christophe Levesque of the Northeast. Big Mick Goff, Mark Chapman, Brent Featherstone. Keith Brown. So Big Mick in there in 1, Brent in 2. Stevie in there in 3. Keith Brown trying to take that third place away from Stevie Noble. How very dare you? As we look at the little pocket rockets, the mini missiles up there on the gate. 6 and unders about to bring the thunder. Benji Ross Foster, Ionis Chalkos, Teddy Barker, Seth Goosetree, Charlie Thorne, Oliver Bridle, Lewin Jamira, and Henry Dodd out of mid-lanks. Henry's in there in 5 at the minute, just making his move, keeping Charlie Thorne at bay. As they go in and out the turn, Oliver Bridle leading it out. Benji Ross Foster in there in 2. Teddy Barker looking good in 3 as Seth Goosetree takes the 4. Lewin Jamira back there in about 7 at the minute. It's not what I expected. Oliver Bridle checked out and gone. See you later, Alligator. Into the final turn. Seth Goosetree making his move now, looking for not 1 position but 2. Ooh, coming together with Teddy Barker down the straight. Gets himself into a position where he can battle Benji Ross Foster to the line. Didn't quite have enough to make it across there, I don't think, in the top 2. Oh, hang on, here we go. Where's our pocket rockets? Abigail Henning out in front. Hattie McGoldrick, the Exocet missile with pigtails in there in 4. Got Tia Worthington coming through as well. I've still not had my fist bump, Tia. I'm not happy. Maggie Devine going across the line. Ah, I'm a poet and didn't know it. There we go. Izzy Moore doing it for Nuneaton as well. And Millie Moore for Mongoose Factory BMX. 320, Orleth Jewis, Isabel Bowler. Orleth out in front. The 184 is Matilda Hewitt. Susie Wyatt in there as well. And Isabella Henry. The 581, that is Isabella Bowler out of Derby. Doing a great job. Well done, Isabella. As we move on to race 3, 2, 1. Let's have a look here. We've got Hot Shot in there. That's going to be Rudy Pleasant's Ford in 2. Chasing down the 485 of Teddy Gorman. We've got Oscar Ratherfast in there in that 3rd position with the Peckham rider, Petar Bunchik, chasing him down. Teddy Gorman doing it for the MK crew. 322 is your motor on track. Atlas Lewis Field, Joseph Clayton, Jonah Taylor, Roman Birdfield. Big Link in this one. Pushing hard, the snack boy out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Lincoln Hargreaves. Did you know that Lincoln Hargreaves is an absolutely phenomenal digger driver? If you need any excavations doing or anything like that, Link is your man. He's like Bob the Builder. So, yeah, the Bob the Builder of Chorley. Right, moving on. We are looking at, are these the young ladies or the young gentlemen? I think it's the young ladies. It is the 01 plate going past us. That belongs to Phoebe Millar, Ella Grant, Maisie Dyson, Madison Stupple in this one as well for the Fast Signatures team. Mixed picks have got 2 riders, Ella Grant and Lauren Snell as Moto 325 comes past us. Zapanos, Tawalde, Wills, Wood, Tucker, Mizukina and Jessup. Dominic Zapanos, the first Romanian rider in British BMX, I believe, is Dominic, yeah. So he's battling with Mr. Tawalde. Emerson Tucker, her hero, he's in there in 3. By virtue of the fact he's actually got some and I haven't. Race 326, Marco Mason, Rothwell Chambers, the Great White, O'Brien and Oakley Hill. Oakley in there in about 6 at the minute, battling away with Northeast Joseph O'Brien. Looks like the Braintree rider Ethan the Great White out in front. And Nottingham have got Hunter Chambers just pinching that 3rd spot at the line. 327, Lewis.
8-year-olds on track. Antek Perebny, Birmingham NRT, leading this one up from the 3:07 of Elliot Hatch. I was sat up here earlier watching the warm-up, and Elliot Hatch was pedal manual in the whole second straight, and is in the 8-year-olds. Just to point out to everyone, that is skills to literally pay the bills. So Perebny's going to take the moto win. Looks like Pritchard has just snuck his way through into that 2-spot, shuffling Hatch back to 3. Right out on track then, Leo Britt's in this one. Race 328, he's in there in about 4 at the minute, chasing down his teammate, Jake Avis, in that final turn. It is Henry Sullivan, though, your British champion, taking the win in this one. All the way down to the stripe with Alexander Gilbert in there for that 2 spots. 9-year-old girls, Maya Kolazaj in there in that 2nd spot, looking for a way around the 164. Heading into this final turn, that is Holly Bishop. So Bishop, Kolazaj 1 and 2, looking like we've got Flo Dyson in there inside the top 3. Heading down the final straight, Crank BMX coach and Eliza Powell rounding out your top 4. Race 330 on track. Bruntwood National Race Team in this one in there in about 5. That is Florence Kay. But out front, it's all about your British champion, Betty Wills, Fluid Bicycle Motocross Aboard or EV1 frame. That is looking like we've got Team Ears, Holly Webb in there in that 2 spot, being chased down this final straight by Cara Cross out of Gosport National Race Team heading to the stripe. That's going to be your top 3. 9-year-old boys now out on track. Birmingham NRT leading this one out. Gotta be Ethan Shaw, your British champion, going 1 and 2 with the world number 7. That is Hendrix Hines looking for a way through. The 008 plate in there as well. Arthur Donaldson doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Seth Kacharik in there in 4, trying to shuffle his way up the pecking order down to the stripe. Who's going to get the top 3? Looking like Seth just nicked it on the line, shuffling Donaldson back to 4. Joseph Dewis in this one. Fast signatures. He's out front by the looks of it. Scrapping away with the Mongoose Factory rider, Tobias Groves. Groves on the outside, looking like it's going to be Dewis hanging onto it out of the final corner. Rusty Nuts in there as well. Picking it up down this final straight. That's got to be George Spencer inside the top 3. Under pressure is to bring it to the line by Chester Grocock. Grocock going to have to settle for 4. Race 333. Charlie Dowsing. Crucial Racing. Headed to the final corner. The 168 in there behind him. That is Thomas Giles out of the northeast. The front 2 riders running away with this one. Rocco Westwood, Divide Brand. In there inside the top 3. Heading down to the stripe. That's going to be your top 3. And I think that might have been Jake James in there in at 4. All right, we are looking at race 334. Zachary Jones in there at about 3 at the moment. 4, I think that is. Heading through the 3rd straight. But out front, we are looking at the 828 plates of Jack Belton out of Decoy. I think that might be Jack's dad behind me going crazy. So Jack looking like he's going to take this moto win. Courtesy of dad's encouragement on turn number 1 or 3. Not quite sure which side he is. As we look at the race leader, Rex Ford, 984 on the plate, leading it from the 41 and the 312. That is Jesse Rose. And Oakley Lewis Field heading in and out of the final turn. Field, he's going to take that top 3 spot. Doing it for Team Ear and Andover. Looking like Fluent have got Jack Kitching inside the top 4. Bringing it on home on that EV1 frame. 10-year-old girls now on track. We are looking at Sophie Bailey. No one could catch her in yesterday's final. She's leading this one out. The 14 of Trixie Trays in there in 2. That looks like he could be the 5 plate of Aria Rose Lee, being chased down this final straight by Ellie Beat out of Manchester, headed to the stripe. That's going to be a top 4 with the Brunty Massive in there as well with Izzy Dolan. Race 337, Maisie Egan, Grace Hudak having a battle down this 3rd straight. Hudak's going to get the advantage into the final corner. The 6 plate in there as well. That is Mia Kiss out of Braintree. So down the last straight, all about Hudak and Egan out front. That's how them 2 ladies are going to finish. Ada Walding in there in a 4. 10-year-old boys. Hugo Dayton, Ronnie Wood. The Land Shark in there in that 2 spot, chasing them into the final turn. The 193, Lucas Too Old. Peckham BMX Club inside at the top 3 spots. Heading down that final straight. That looks like Steinmetz in there as well, inside the top 5. Chasing down Leo Bradley as they bring it down to the line, who took 4.
Right, Moto 339 on track. Finn Monroe leading it into the corner. Rex Beasley in there as well. Moray Watson and Preston Newmarsh Pow, who's in there in about 5 at the minute. Looks like Joey Tompkins is going to take it to the stripe in 2 behind Finley. Moto 340, Sebastian Hewitt, Bo Morris, Benny Jackson in this one. Benny leading it through. Kylan Gordon in there as well. Ernie Cotton de Cesaris. He sounds like a Brazilian footballer from the 1950s. I love that name. It's great. Seth Ritchie, Teddy Jones, Wilson Eaton in there as well. And, yeah, all good. 341, Otto Parr, Lucas Burgart, Connor the Hitman Hemphill, Joseph McAvoy, King Ronnie Walwork. Doing it for the Hard Knocks Massive. He's in there in 6th spot at the minute. Going well. Ollie Thorne, Finley Palmer, and Benjamin Gray out of Peckham. But it is the Hitman, Connor Hemphill out of Blackpool BMX Club. And the GT Factory team. Otto Parr chasing him down with Lucas Burghardt. Nice and consistent. In there in 3. Joseph McAvoy making his move now. Doing it for Divide UK. Race 342, more 10-year-old boys. Joshua Coates, Neil Grandens, Harvey Simpson, Jack Swales, Oscar Hall, Stanley Duffy, and Clayton Southart. And it looks like the 24 of Grandans leading it into the turn. Followed by the 40 of Clayton Southart, Harvey Simpson out of TNT. On his home track, he's in there in that 3rd spot. Jack Swales going through in 4, battling with Oscar Hall, who's going to have to settle for the 5. Race 343, Ollie Warner, Alfie Hart, Isaac Jones. Birthday boy Jacob Anderson are leading it out. The LCC rider is Freddie Ray Orland. He's in there in 2. Edward Cordery out of Braintree in 3. Moto 1365, Ollie Warner in there in that 4th position with Isaac Jones in 5. 344, your Moto. Freya Harris, Paige Cathcart Cunnison. Elaney Cordin, our biscuit monitor. She's in there in 1. Elsie Blight, Lossie Mosley, and Caitlin Bird. Caitlin in there in 3. Elsie taking the 2 at the moment. And that is Moto number 344. 345 now. Lauren Keller doing it for GT. Out in front, that'll be Miss Gerard out of Hard Knocks. In there in 2. Seren Pritchard in 3. The 19 plate is Tyler Davenport out of Crank BMX Coaching. In there in that 4th spot. Olivia Webb for Team Sadie McSwitty. And the MK rider is Eliza Walsh. 346, Holly Hume. They are all chasing down Iris Hyder, though. And that is Elizabeth Lola Poole. She's got a birthday next Thursday, turning 11. So happy birthday to Elizabeth. She's there in that 2 spot. Winnie Andrews on the 43. Inside the top 4, doing it for Ipswich. Lily Mae Gould in there. And Millie Ross. Hannah Mackie, Ocean Headley, Isabella Dolan. Mara McCarran for Divide out front. Evie Dyson and Penny Blackburn in there. Penny doing it for Retro Racing. On that 20 plate is Ocean Headley out of Peckham. But it's Mara McCarran and Poppy May Kirby battling to the line. That's going to be a close finish for the Transponders of Truth. Male 11s, Dawson Scott, Oliver Taylor, Leo Rowlands, Archie Bell, Harley Bowler, Billy Cheeseman, James Bibby, who is out front, leading out the Fluent Rider, Archie Bell, and Leo Rowlands rounding out the top 3, with Harley Bowler in 4. Race 349, Ali Edzans, Alan Belton, Thompson, Challenger, Payne, Galitis, and Crocker White. The 9 of Ronnie Payne, doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. Wearing that Crew 19 jersey. In there in 1. Adrian Galitis picking up the 2. And the 22 in 3. I have a feeling that was Emil Challenger. Race 350. Jasper Kimber, Zach Hamill, Oliver Merrin. In that 3rd position, Retro Racing. Zach Hamill in the 2, Oliver Merrin and Jasper Kimber. Doing it for the Gosport National Race Team. Sam Riches out of Green Machine Tribe taking the victory at the stripe. Right, Isaac the Sender Smith battling with Marcus Mullen. Oops, elbow to elbow, literally. Going down the straight, chasing after Leighton Harding. Literally banging elbows as they came out of the turn. Leon Waite picking up the 4. Race 352, Ellis Perez. Adam, is this like music stuck? It sounds like it. Is it one of them funky dance tunes that we don't know anything about? Is that what it is? Am I officially past it now on 50? Is that how it all works? Oh, it all sounds the same, this music. It's rubbish. Get me something with some real instruments written by a proper musician. Sorry, getting all grumpy in my old age. Don't even answer that, Lewis. Jack Devine. Everyone. You can tell we're approaching the end of the motos, can't you? It's all starting to get a little bit random up here. Yeah. Right, who's had a problem? And then we go back to the Prodigy, which just... Now, this is proper music, this is. A Prodigy. You need a man with a mohawk and eye makeup on. So... Oh, dear. Right, Jacob Aston's in that one. I've got no idea where we're up to. Oh, I have. That's 355. Brooke Fawcett, Clara Salmon, Molly Fumey Carroll, Martha Cox. I can't wait to watch that back on the live stream later on. Oh, dear me. Amara Fife out of Cumbernauld. Oh. Honestly. Anyway, right. Martha Cotton, Brooke Fawcett. Naya O'Connell, 1, 2, 3. Isabella Rutherford in moto number 356. I'm just checking to make sure that I've given Lewis enough runway to do Nathaniel's moto. That's fine. Cool. Right, okay, well, I'll do this one and then I'll hand it over. In fact, I'll hand it over now. 357.
Race 357 out on track then. These are your 12-year-old girls, Jones, True, Granger, Siret, Tucker and Gerard. And it is Lewis Hamilton's little best mate, Dakota Tucker, riding out of Pure Bikes on the 4-bike, heading towards turn number 3. She's got the 8 plate in there with her, Anushka Jones, out of Jump Club and S&M Source, the 13 in the mix as well. That is Isabella Gerard, just about shutting the door on any move from Allegra True in that final turn. Looking like it's going to be Nora Siret coming back at True, nicking a top 4 spot from True on the line, who's going to have to settle for 5. 12-year-old boys out on track then, 2 Mate UK riders in this one. Ethan Rogers and JP. In and out they go, led out by Ethan Howell though. So it is Howell, Rogers, JP, 1, 2, 3. And that looks like Mark Twarzillo. Yes, it was in there in 4. That looks like Hunter van der Malion out on track, repping the Dutch jersey as they bring it through towards the final corner. The 246 in there in that 2 spot. That's Harley Steele with the 28. In there in 3, Adam Arnold out of Braintree. Under a bit of pressure from Louis Kacharik. Heading down the final straight. Looking like Louis not quite got enough for Steele as they bring it down to the line. He'll have to go through in 4. Max McNulty, Team Bunnies out on track. Loving Life out in front. Heading into the final turn with the 18 plate of Charlie Craig in there in 2. Look at that for a move in the final turn. Zane Williams working his way in. Looking like Oscar Chambers in there as well. In about 4. It is going to be Pekka BMX going 2 and 4 in that one then. As Williams nicked it on the line from Craig in there for that 2 spot. All right, Charlie Wilcox out on track. 4 on the plates. Team Mine heading into the final corner. The 8 plate in there behind him. That is Thomas Honeywell. Green Machine Tribe. Dylan Spence wheeling out of the final corner. Not very often you see a 12-year-old do that. But he is a powerhouse, is Dylan. He's going to take that top 3 finish. As Tom Palmer exits turn number 1 in that 4 spot with Josh Jepson just in there behind him in 5. But the races are led out by Harry Tyres, your national number 11 from last year. Moto 1365 race team going to 1 and 2 with Sullivan Collis out of Absolute. Heading for the final turn, the 24 plate of Ralph Sowerby. In there in that 2-3 spot. Look at Collis, so looking for a high low in that final turn. Can he make it happen as he bring it down to the stripe? I don't think he can. Tyres is going to hang on to the moto win. Race 263. Hard on track. 363, sorry. Yeah, 363. I'm 100 motos behind, yeah. I'm missing a bucket load of motos as far as I'm aware. Roland Els with a perfectly executed high-low in that final corner. Shuffling Ethan Crooks Martin back to that 2 spots. Riding out of Hot Shot Race Team. And that looked like Richton's Andreas Lubier on the 45 plate in there inside the top 3. Race number 364. I'm sticking with the 200s here. 12-year-olds. Race 364 out on track. That is a 2 plate. James Miller leading this one out. The 10 plate of Colby Williams. He's in there in that 2 spot, chasing him down this final straight. Looking like them 2 guys are going to go 1 and 2. Jordan Ajibaid in there inside the top 4, are riding out of a Brixton BMX club. Moto 1365 leading out. The 13-year-old girl's first moto in the 3rd rack, heading through the 3rd straight. It is your European number 7, of course. Katie Millar in and out of that final turn. Jalala Patel didn't quite make the inside move. Stick on Rin Giannolino in that final corner. So Rin is going to hang on to that 2 spot. And Patel going to go through in 3. Victoria Livke, Anastasia Muhar, Ella Blue Chidley, Alexi Cairns, Libby Copping, and Sidonia Cleve all out on track. Sidoni's in there at about 4 at the moment. Libby's in there in 2. Anastasia in 3. Here comes Sidoni, though, round the outside of her into that final corner. It is Alexi Cairns, though, leading it out. Doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. She's going to wrap this one up down the final straight. Looking up, we've got Ella Blue Chidley in there in 5 as well. 13-year-old boys, a race 267 out on track. Freddie Richardson chasing down your race leader, Todd Smith-Notman. Riding out of Allen's Factory. His teammate just took a win in her moto just before. As Daniel Collinsaiser looks for a high-low in the final turn. Didn't quite make it happen. But that's not going to stop Robin Matalonzo from Robin. That's 2nd place on the line. Terrible pun, sorry. Race 367, 368. Yeah, 368. I'm missing all kinds of motos today. European number 7, Oliver Tyres. Moto 1365 race team going 1 and 2 with Edward Miller out of that final turn. Look at the gap, though, that Tyres has got down this final straight. Ronnie Richards putting Miller under pressure to the line. Richards is going to nick the 2 spot as they bring it across the wire. Noah Buttery out on track. This guy's on fire this weekend. Took an 8 final yesterday. Smiley's Flight Club, Rody. It's not, it's Brody Geddes. In there in that 2 spot, 69 plate in there in 3. Zach Childs out of Royston Rockets, but it is out front looking good with Noah Buttery as Kobe Rayford leads it from Ben Millington in race 370, heading towards that 2nd corner. Who's that in there in 3, looking like Harry Bailey out of Smiley's Flight Club. He was getting a bit of stick in the pens last weekend from Smiley as well for no lenses in his goggles. But he seems to be doing it proud at the moment. He's in there in that 3 spot. Just had a high-low put on him, though, from Newton Hindley, who's got lenses in his goggles. So maybe that's what the lenses do, give you a high-low like that in turn number 3. Newton's going to take that 3 spot on the line. Race number 371. That's Nathaniel Eames in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Got a bit hung up yesterday in his 2nd moto, so struggled a bit in his quarter, but he's flying today. Heading for the final turn, the 37 of Milo Weller, birthday boy. Just put a move on round the outside, gone from 3 to 2. And your race leader out of Braintree, that is Leo Cranston taking the win. If you could hear this commentary box after Nathaniel's motos, you'd know that Rich is prime BMX dad. Prime BMX dad. Well done, Nathaniel. Great lap, mate. Solid stuff. He's put his thumbs up. He's happy with that one. As we look at the next moto out on track, I think I've totally missed one as it happens. That looks like Cotty. Yeah, we've missed one. 1 or 2. No, we haven't. We haven't missed any. Right. Cotty leading it from Guppy down the final straight. They're going to go 1 or 2 across the line. I think that's about the 3rd time today I've missed Ned Guppy's race. I'm sure it is. Sorry about that, Ned. Not doing it purposely. Nate Hamilton then. Smiley's Flight Club under a bit of pressure in turn number 2. Isaac Shaw trying to find a way round. Didn't quite make it stick in turn number 2. So it is going to be Hamilton. Here comes Shaw, though he's not done yet. Looking to go the hard way round the outside. Didn't quite make it happen that time either. Fourth straight action. Has he got enough left in the tank? I don't think he has. Hamilton's going to hang on to the moto win as 14-year-old girls enter turn number 2. European number 5 and the national number 2 from last year going to 1 and 2. Amelia Everly, Ailey Watson. This is race 374 headed down the final straight. Everly's going to take your moto win.
Right, 375. Grace Burge, Eliza French, Lottie, Can't Stop, Won't Stop, Brown, Daisy Knowles, Lottie McFarlane, Macy Richardson, and Ava Wright. Ava's in 3, doing it for Concept Mabel. Daisy Knowles out of MCR. In there in that 4th position. Right, this one's a stacked one because he's got Ty DS in there and Freddie M. Whistle as well. And as I mentioned, their names 1 and 2 into turn number 1. Fly and Jacob Warning there, Dylan Jones, Ollie Turblanche. And yep, going well. Max Surridge in the mix too. Dalton Spirit out of Preston on that 50. But it's Ty DS, Freddie M. Whistle going 1 and 2 into the final turn. The 38, Ollie Turblanche fully aware where the rider behind him is, right on his back wheel, and chasing him down the straight into the finish line. 377, Riley Binney, Kai Bowen, Lucas Osborne, Luke Chapman, Salvador Morgan, Bradley James, Lewis Hall, and Henry Radcliffe. This is Moto 377, Kai Bowen, doing it for Stay Strong. Lucas Osborne in there in 2, Bradley James in 3. Who's got the 4? It is the 046. And that belongs to a Riley Binney out of Runnymede. As they head down towards the line, 378 is Yamamoto, Amos Guppy, Finley Cranage, Heath Thomas, MEC with Luke Wilcox, Stan Mason, Malachi Lloyd, and Remy Colquin. Heath in 1, Amos in 2, Luke in 3, Emmy going well in the 4. The 41, oops, one rider down on that first straight, not sure who hit the deck. I think it was Salvador Morgan from Peckham. No, it wasn't. I'm telling lies. Teddy Headley from Peckham. Right club, wrong rider. As they head in and out of the turn. Where is Cooper McCromie? He's in there in 3. Chasing down Jack Davey. And Ollie Kirby. Eli Price doing it for Peckham. In there as well. As we check out what is going on. All right, here we go with the 14-year-olds, Logan Ritchie, Nathaniel Tonsky in this one, out of Peckham, Chaplin, Dunkley, Tandy, Widdowson, Seeley, and Ewan Beat as they go in and out of turn number 1. Lucas Seeley holding on to the lead. Dunkley in that second spot, doing it for Ellie Featherstone coaching, just about to pass his team Gazebo now in that second turn. William Chaplin looking good inside the top 5, battling away with the rider out of Peckham, Nathaniel Tonsky. In that 4, that is UB out of Manchester. The 238 belongs to Lucas Tandy, I think, out of Birmingham. That was moto number 380, 381. Oliver James, Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Isaac Caulfield in there as well. In there in about 6th spot at the minute, but pushing hard, rusting up racing. In the second position, Freddie Franklin. With Chase Barnard in the mix as well, Reed Hughes and Theo Cam. Elijah Jamira going through inside the top 3 as well. Race 382. Tomlinson, Stephen Knight, Groves. The 80s have gone about 30 years in the other direction. That's where they've gone. We'll put some Spandau Ballet on, especially for Des McCrum, because he does look a bit like Tony Hadley, doesn't he? From a distance, when you squint. We love Des McCrum. We love going to Cumbernauld as well. He was walking through Blue Water last night like a celebrity, trying to keep himself incognito in amongst all the made in Chelsea wannabes. And then Des McCrum went walking through, and we're all in Nando's waving at him. It was great. Oh, dear. Right. What are we up to? I don't know where we're up to. It is 15-year-old girls. Lexi Waite's in there, isn't she? All right, okay, Moto 384. Jess Marriott, Ruby Moores, Lexi Waits, Anya Mattern Alonso. In 385 now on track, Lorianne Carruthers leading it out for the Birmingham National Race Team. Annalise Cabin-Carpenter, Betty Brewer, Adele Veruti, Smiley Maloney and Alexis McCartney. Annalise in there in 2, Lorianne leading it out. Adele in 3, Alexis in 4, Smiley in 5. And Betty Brewer pushing hard in 6. Moto 386, Finley Collis, Sean Brown, Arnas Vinakunis, Theo Robbins, Caden Kemp, Eli Smith, yesterday's winner. Looking to uncork another maximum score here today. Matthew Russell in there as well, doing it for Northeast BMX. 387 is your Moto, Lewis.
Right, 15-year-old boys out on track. Kai Blaine, Mason Langer, Oscar Stanbury, Joe Little, Joe Nunn, Ollie Cottam and George Chapman in and out of that second corner. Looking like we've got Team Air in the mix. That is Kai Blaine in there in 2. Chasing down your race leader on the 19, George Chapman. Bringing it home in and out of that final turn. Looking like Joe Little out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Going well inside the top 3. MCR in there in 4 with Joe Cottam. Ollie Cottam. Don't know where I've got Joe Cottam from. Completely made up name that's not on the sheets. All right, race 388. In and out of turn number 2. That looks like Rusty Nut Racing. Jack Bailey leading this one out. He's got Caden Dunn right there with him on his outside the 15 plate, getting involved as well. Nathan Baratta looked up the inside of Dunn. Didn't make it stick though, so Dunn looking to come back at Bailey down the final straight. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. Dunn, Bailey, Baratta, 1, 2, 3. Louis Pinder rounds out that top 4. Zachary Tears in this one, in there in about 3 at the moment. Looking like Miles Wildball's getting busy in turn number 2. He's thrown it underneath and come out in that... sorry, that's Kemi Cook. That's twice I've done that to Kemi now. Kemi's in there at about 5 at the moment, but it is all about Never Everly. Out front, hashtag 59, taking that moto win with what looks like Lucas Webster in there for 2. Race 390, Davison, Flint, Cox, Dunman, Porelek, Haradine and Mackie. Looks like Cameron Cox in there in about 3 at the moment, chasing down a couple of guys in front of him. John O'Haradine being one of them. The 28 plate in there as well. Bradley Davison out of Runnymede, looking for a high-low on Haradine out of that final corner. Haradine, Davison bringing it down to the stripe. Who's going to get it? This one's going to be close. Looks like Haradine might have just hung on to it, and that's why you pedal to the line, ladies and gents. Oliver Muhar in this one. It's his birthday coming up. He's going to be 15 very, very shortly. That looks like Cody Coker out front. Yes, it is. Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Look up the inside. Here comes the 16 plate of Joe Penton-Voke. Crank BMX Coaching working his way from 3 to 2 in that final corner. Angus Graham getting involved as well. He's going to work his way from 4 to 3. And the rider being shuffled back was Ryan Woodcock. Ryo Stepanovs leads out race number 392 in the 16-year-old boys. Moving on from the 15s to the 16s. That looks like it could be the 21 plate in there as well. Dominic Hines in that 2 spot being chased down by the 26 of Callum David. Out of Braintree BMX Club, out of that final corner. Jump Club rounding out the top 4 as to bring it down to the stripe. That's going to be Romeo Kapai. And looking like, right, Stepanos had a great lap there. Ollie Kendall out on track. More 16-year-old action coming your way, ladies and gents. It is Kendall leading it from Copeland in and out of that second corner. Thomas Durant in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? SAS Race Team is involved. That's Samuel Hamling. He's got Crew 19 in there with him. On the 19 plate, that is looking like Max Burgess out of Preston Pirates. Not quite going to get close enough to Hamling down this final straight. He's going to have to set off that 5 spot as Hamling goes through in 4. Copeland takes the moto win. Nikolai Martinez out on track, doing it for Canada. Done quite a bit of racing over here since he came over last season. And he's flying into that final turn. The 10 plate of Elliot Brook. In and out of that final corner from Rab Racing. Going 2 and 3 with Jaden Green down that final straight. Ellis Berry on a late charge. Looking like he's going to nick that 4 spot with a cracking last straight from him. Josh Williams leads our race 395 for BMX Winner Photography, but it looks like he's got Pro Start in there with him. That is Finley Hoff looking for a way round on the E5X plate. Racing up an age group, so Hoff and Wild Ball's in there in 3. I'll get it right this time, Miles. He's looking for a way through as well inside the top 3 spots. Here comes Hoff down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Hoff's going to nick it on the stripe by the looks of it, and Williams going through in 2. James Clitheroe, Junior Dr. Smooth out on track. In front, where we've gotten so used to seeing James. He's on a charge for Hard Knocks bike coaching. That looks like Finn Phillips and JT Simpson Davies in there in 2 and 3. As it stands, looking like the 30 plate in there in 4. Picking it up, got to be Ted Warwick out of Warren BMX Race Team. It's all about Clitheroe out front, though, picking up that moto win. Race 397, Jaden Fawcett in this one. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment. Looking like Zahir Walsh on the 659. In there at about 4, we've got Gosport in the mix as well. That is James Adams Harris on the 62 plate. He's just had the move put on him, though. He's in there in about 3 now. The 20 plate in there in 5. That's Jack Clark, but it's all about Moto 1 out front. Thomas Millar having a solid weekend so far. He's going to put in a shift and bring home that 1 spot in that moto. 17 to 29-year-old girls, Emily Green leading this one out from Lily Chisworth. Good to see her back up and racing it out. Mabo UK in there in that 2 spot. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like we've got Amy Willits picking up a podium spot as it stands. Tilly McCrum in there in 5. Here comes Remy Godfrey around the outside of Willits into that final turn. Willits not giving up yet. Looks for an elbow. Didn't quite make his stick, so it is going to be Green, Chisholm, Godfrey, Willits. 1, 2, 3, 4 with McCrum in 5.
Right, you'll notice we've thrown on some Dead or Alive from the 80s for Des McCrum. Just reminds me of Pete Burns, actually. Same hair and makeup. The whole 9 yards. That's Caitlin Ellis out there in front. Megan Gerard in the mix as well. Megan Duhigg picking up that 2nd position. And that looks like Nottingham's Esme Brooke taking a top 3. More 17 to 29-year-old females. Fumia Dremi, Hepburn, Hannah Drew, Mika Pritchard, Molly Simpson, Annabelle Townsend, and Megan Kirby and Alaya Akalele. All going well in this one. Annabelle in there in 4. Alaya going through in that 5th spot. Micah Pritchard. There or thereabouts as well. Oh, one rider drops it on the final straight. I think it was Annabelle. No, hang on. Molly Simpson who dropped it on the final straight. Right, just shut it down, please. For those riders in moto number 401. That will be rerun. Moto 401 will be rerun. Alicia Lynn Scott, Lacey Bird, Evie Webster, and co. That moto will be rerun. Moto 401. As we look after Molly, she's picked herself up, albeit rather gingerly. As we wait for the next moto. And some more 80s for Des McCrum. Got to keep the gaffer happy, do you know what I mean? Right, quarters are going straight after motos. Quarters are going straight after motos. Keep your eyes on scores, please. Keep your eye on scores for the quarterfinals being drawn. I've been looking for the last 10 minutes. They've still not turned up yet, but they will be there very, very shortly. As we move on to the 17, 18-year-old boys, Harvey Milbank, Theodore Peterkin, Kieran Benechrist. In this one, the 10X, that belongs to Sam Day out of Hot Shot Racing. Luke Morris doing it for MK Evolution in 2. 403, Callum Daly, Jake Hadcock. The Ice Bikes boys. Josh Cates, Barney Devereaux, Joseph Scurry Curry, Owen Putland, and the birthday boy Jaden Seawards, who's in 4. Scurry Curry picking up a 2. Feels like I haven't seen Joseph on track for a long time. Good to see him back. Race 404. Quarters are drawn. Quarterfinals are drawn. So check scores, please. Quarterfinals are drawn. We are going to go straight after the motos with those quarterfinals. So get yourselves sorted. Get yourselves up to the pens for those quarterfinals. We will be going relatively quickly straight after the motos with quarterfinals. As we look at the Hard Knocks rider, I think that's George Gerard. Battling away with Lewis Fletcher. Scott Monroe-Higgs in there in 3, and Team Mine going through in 4. That's going to be Oscar Massilu Cowlard. Alexander Stokes, as he made it in for Moto 406. No, he's picking himself up off the floor in turn number 1. But Alex is okay. There's a hole in that brand new Evolved jersey. Preston Pirates, that'll be one of the Greek brothers, Kendall, picking himself up as well. And Oscar Talbot, who had a roll round on the floor. So Alex's new Evolved jersey has a hole in the back of it now. As we get some classic Depeche Mode on. So one that's sung on the, on the terraces, in the stands at Wigan Athletic, who beat Portsmouth yesterday 2-1. Whoop, whoop. Happy with that one. Anyway, moving on. Tom Baker, Keanu Schaefer-Cohen in there in 3. Eddie Cannons, the Hitman, in there as well. Declan Cunningham, Sam Smith, Gabriel Almeida. Have we got Charlie Bigger in this? No, he's giving it up for the day. Don't know what happened with that gate. That sounded a bit all over the place. As we move on to 30-plus females. Annie Chiziwa, Savannah Carver. Got it right this time. Rebecca Gold, Claire Albert, no Fwon Clements in this one, or Amanda Hempstock. So just 4 riders. And as we move to 19 to 29, he very nearly caught the lap before last time. It might have been a bit previous letting this one go. Everybody wants to rule the world or be a BC BMX connoisseur. Take your pick. Des McCrum, he's ruling the world today. Or at least ruling this little part of the world anyway. So, yeah. Is Claire going to make it to the line before Bradley Russell? That'll be fun. Just about. Race 410. George Higley, Spencer Gibson, sorry. Spencer's tweaked his shoulder. Luke Davis-Hayes. Connor Hudson. Theo Pope and Dan Dixon. Moto 411.
Was this? Oh, well, this is a rerun. Right, okay. Evie Webster out on track. Alicia Lynn Scott in there in that second spot. This is the rerun from earlier on, ladies and gents. So it is going to be Evie Webster out front, riding out of Absolute. Mixed picks in there in that 2 spot with Alicia Lynn Scott. That's how they're going to bring it down the last straight. Race 411 out on track. Reese Hoggets in this one in the middle of the pack, but out in front it is going to be Adam Gilbert leading it out. Here comes Billy Lucas looking for a way round Camille Suleiman, heading for the final corner. Suleiman on the inside, just about going to hang on to it. Hoggets throwing it under in the final corner. Oh, one rider exits left. Has a bit of a cuddle with the wooden fences as well. Who was that? That was very possibly Finton Doyle. I think it might have been Finton Doyle. Let's hope that he's okay. As we look at Daniel Kay, leading out race 4-12 into that final corner with Hayden Green in there behind it with a lovely high-low in the final turn. Hasn't quite made it stuck, though, so he's going to have to settle for that 2 spot as Kenny Phillips rolls through in there in 3 with Lewis Giles in 4. Race 4-13 out on track. 19 to 29-year-olds, it's getting busy. Here comes Callum Chard Maple into turn 2, looking for a way around the race leader, Neil Brunez, to Brunez, Maple. That looks like Ollie Cope in there in 3. Who's in 4? It's going to be the Halo Wheels guys. One of them is Josh Izzard, and the other one is Josh Wallace. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight as Brunez takes it home. Masters out on track. That is, of course, Scott Boom Boom Beaumont out of Redditch Premiers BMX Club, heading through that second straight, repping the 96 podcast on his jersey. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we've got Matt Bourne on the 6th plate, so it is the 96 podcast and Crucial Racing 1 and 2, heading into the final corner. The 9 plate of Martin Smiley Brown out of Smiley's Flight Club. He is the team manager of that team. Clues in the name, Smiley's Flight Club. He's going to bring it down to the stripe in there in 3. Billy Irwin leads out race 4-15. He's got David James in there with him in that 2 spot riding out of Exeter. Only 3 riders in this. The other couple of lads have seemed to have pulled it in for the day. So it is going to be Irwin, James, and Darren Thompson in there inside the top 3. In and out of that final corner. Urban Air BMX race team going to take it down to the stripe with Irwin out front. Vets on track, Danny T on the inside, looking for a way under Zoltan Bude, and I think he might have found it. Yes, he has. So it is Crucial and Mongoose 1 and 2. Who's that in there in 3? Looks like Big Nige Smith out of Bradford, looking for a way round is Matt Eaton inside the top 4, riding out of BRE Racing. Here comes Bude, though, looking for a way round in this final corner, but it's still Danny Taylor out front, leading it through. Taylor, Bude down to the line. That's how them 2 guys are going to finish with Smith in 3. Next rack of vets. That looks like Ben Martinez. Crucial Racing. Leading this one out. Looking good as always is Ben. Out of Birmingham BMX Club. Who's that in there behind him? Looking like we have got Craig Corden in the mix in there in 3. The 424 in there in 2. That is George Salmon. That a team here in Andover. With the 084 in there in 4, Lewis Allison. So another couple of guys missing in this one. But it is all about Ben Martinez out front. Right, Grand Vets hit the track. Brett Knight on the 9 plate leading this one out for Crucial Racing. Hot shot in there in the 2 spot. That is Craig Nelson, who's in 3. Here comes Nigel White. He's in there in 4. Looking for a way round as he head for the final turn. Who's that in there in front of him at the moment? Looks like the 21 of Mark Worley. The 19 plate in there in 5. That is Basil Hall. And the 876 of Daniel Keary George in there in 6. But it's Brett Knight out front looking good. Darren Reedy, Jules Allen 1 and 2 in race number 419. We are nearing the end of the motos, ladies and gents. Quarterfinalists, make sure you make your way to the pens immediately, please. Reedy, Allen, looking good, headed for the final corner. The 818 in there with them. That is Neil Waddington out of Cornwall. That's going to be your top 3 heading down the final straight with the 778. No, the 017 of Dominic Elliott making his moves as they bring it down to the line. He's going to go from 4 to 3. Sorry, this one's the last rack of Grand Vets. Hilly on track. Your national champion, Pure Bikes, looking good heading into that final corner. Who's that in there with him? Looking like the 14 plate, doing all he can to close the gap. That is David Knowles. Alan Kimber in there as well. James Pritchard, Robert Clark, and John Perkins, all making up the 6 riders in that race. So Alan Hill taking the win as junior men line up on the gate. Here we go, junior men hit the track just as the head angle makes it up to the commentary box with some donuts. Lovely stuff, thank you, Andy. Junior men in and out of turn number one. That looks like Hilly leading it out. Ned Penny's in there as well. James Sankey in this one. Looks like Hilly and Sankey are just going to take it nice and easy through the process. They know that they're going to take it through to the final later on today. So it is Penny, Hilly, 1 and 2. Sankey in there in 3. Here comes Jared Hill into that final corner. Absolute, leading it from Pure Bikes.
Right, more junior open heading down towards turn number 1. Xander Mavel, Vanny right, Danny J 140 in and out of turn number 1 as they head towards the pro section. Miller Hughes in there as well. Flying Flynn Drellingcourt having to pull the ripcord as they go through that section. Into the second turn, we have them. Louis Tay Edwards in there as well inside the top 4. Flynn back in 5. Xander Mavel, Vanny right leading it out though. Danny J 140 tracking him down. Hughes looking good in 3. In and out the final turn. It is right, Monforte. Hughes, Edwards, and Drellingcourt.
Jos Marnham leads out the first Superclass mono for the final rack, heading through the second straight, just as the wind starts to gust a little bit as they go through the pro section. That looks like Harry Tanner in there in about 4 at the moment. Matt Hutt's in there in 2, so it is Marnham. Hutt 1 and 2, George Hunt's in there in 3, Tanner in 4, that is Harrison Collins pulling on the ripcord in there in 5. Marnham though, down the final straight, nice and smooth, going to pick up the win.
Rack 2 of Superclass heading down towards turn number 1. Bradley Russell on the inside. Is he going to pick up the whole shot as they come out of the turn? Oh, it's all got mixed up. Eddie Moore in the middle. It's all getting a little bit crazy. I wouldn't like to be in the middle of that lot, that's for sure. Callum Strickland's seen sense and gone, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I've had enough. Eddie Moore, though, leading it through. Charlie Roy in there in 2. Here comes the pure rider. That's going to be Harrison Bell out of Scotland. He's in there in that 3 spot. Russell's going to get the 4. Taylor Hunt in 5.
Penultimate moto of the weekend hits the track, and it is the first one of Championship Women heading into the turn. Who's going to get the whole shot? Of course, Freya, the Slayer, Chalice, Absolute Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. That is, of course, Elsa Rendell-Todd. These 2 girls are world's number 1 and 2 in their age group as they go in and out of that second corner. Who's in 3, 4 and 5? Maggie Bounds in there in about 4 at the moment. Lucy Hutt's in there in 3, and that looks like it could be Cody Harmer, I think, on the 4-4-5 in there in 5, but it's all about Chalice and Todd down to the stripe. That's how they're going to bring it home. Here comes Bound with a late charge to the line, but Hutt's going to hang on to 3.
Right, birthday girl Lucy Simpson leading out the last moto of the weekend here in Cyclopark. Ava Brown, Taya Gaynor and Akira Cook in there as well. It looks like Hard Knocks bike coaching. Ava Brown in that second position. Taya Gaynor in 3, Akira Cook in 4. It's getting busy as they enter the final turn. Has Ava got anything for Lucy as they go down the final straight? Pro Start and Hard Knocks battling to the line. Pro Start getting the better of it. Lucy Simpson, birthday present, crossing the line with a moto win. Quarterfinals. Riders need to be in the pens, please. Riders in the pens. For the quarterfinals, we are going ASAP.
We are looking ready to go quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents. Get yourselves trackside if you haven't already. We are kicking off with the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Okay, it goes down, quarterfinal action, hits the track. Looking like O'Brien's on the inside of the first quarterfinal, but it is going to be Connor Hedges picking up the whole shot on an absolute charge. Hedges leads it out, then O'Brien's in there in two. That looks like Zach Green riding with an injury in there at about 3 or 4 at the moment, as Luke Davies-Hayes just works his way across from 4 to 3. Who's the rider in there in 5? Looking like Connor Blythe. He's got to work his way through. Zach Green, if he wants to make it into these semi-finals. O'Brien takes over the race lead, so O'Brien, Hedges, Hayes, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Green. He's going to book himself a place in the semis.
Right, Ned Penny leads out quarterfinal number 2. We've got Jack Wiggins in there as well. Connor Hedges, the Pro Start guys are in the mix. Lewis Longley in there as well. Kean Brown on the outside looking in. He's the guy in 5 looking for the 4 as they head down towards the final corner. Penny, Hedges, Longley, Wiggins. Actually 1, 2, 3, 4. Is he going to change as they go down the final straight? Moves being made. Oh, Hedges has blown it. That's put Longley in, and I think it might have been, I don't know, actually, top of my head.
Owen Portland out on track, leads out the third quarterfinal. In and out of that second corner. Who's picking it up with him? Looking like we've got Lewis Flesher in the mix doing it for Moto 1. That's going to be the 45 of Josh Cates in there inside the top 3. Look at Matt McHugh doving and ducking and diving in the final corner. Has he got enough left for Moss to the line? No, he hasn't. Moss is going to take it to the semis.
Quarterfinal number 4, Daniel Wilson leading it through. Esselmont, Pope, Mowat, Henderson, Goodfellow in there. Is he on the outside looking in? Yes, he is. He's back there in 6 at the moment. Wilson looking good as they head towards the corner. Esselmont has a look to see who's going to make a move on him in that final turn. The answer was Theo Pope. Looks like Jack Mowat. He's going to pick up the 4th and go through.
9-year-olds are go for their quarterfinals. That is Charlie Dowson going 1 and 2 with Jack Kitching as they head through that second straight. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looking like one of the LCC boys. That's got to be Jack Haynes inside the top 4 as it stands. They're queuing up behind him though as the Rustin Racing rider. He's in there with George Spencer looking to take it through to the semi-finals as it stands, but he's got Arthur Donaldson in there behind him with a high-low drag race. There's 3 of them neck and neck. Haynes looking like he's going to run away with it. Donaldson looking like he's going to nick it down the final straight. Spencer's unlucky in 5.
Right, quarterfinal number 6, Rexford, Tobias Groves in this one as they head out of the turn. Joseph Dewis in there and Rocco Westwood doing it for Divide UK. Where is he? He needs a 4. He's in the 5. He's under pressure. It's going to get mixed up in the final turn. Looks like Denty holding on to that 3rd spot. Here comes the Divide rider. Rocco Westwood, is he going to pick up that 4? No, he isn't.
Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents, as they walk away. Quarterfinal number 7, the 9-year-olds are a go. Hendrix Hines is in the middle of the lot of them, heading for turn number 1, riding in that USA jersey. On the door, one rider hits the deck behind him and makes him slip his pedal. Another rider gets swallowed up as well. I think that might have been Thomas Shiles that hit the deck. Yes, it was, and also the 753 of Rory Smythe. Put your hands together for the riders, ladies and gents. The race is out front, though. Check out the front 4 riders. Ethan Shaw leads it out. Who's in there with him? Jack Belton's picking up the second spot. Looking like we've got a TNT rider of Oliver Hawker inside the top 4. High-lowing on Hendrix Hines out of the final turn. Looking like Hines is going to hang on to that top 3 spot, and it's going to be Hawker in 4.
Right, last quarterfinal for the 9s. Looks like Ollie Bird absolutely bounced down that first straight. Oh, 1 rider, 2 riders down. Hitting the corner. Oh, my word, it was Ollie Bird CGR, I think, who went down in that first corner. He's going to have to pick himself up and try again at the next round. But as they head in and out of the turn, Seth Kacharik is the man out in front. But the question is, who's got that final spot in the semis? At the minute, it's the 4:11, and that is James from Mixed Picks. He's under pressure, though, from the 5:27 of Luca Chalk. Luca's winding it up down the final straight. Who's going to get him at the line? James or Chalk? James is going to hold on to it. Chalk out in 5.
First of the 10-year-old quarter. Oh, chaos in the 10-year-old quarters. Looks like we've lost Freddie Ray Orland on the first straight. Bo Morris as well. So it's all out front. The birthday boy in your world, number 3. Jacob Anderson leads it into turn number 2. Preston Newmarsh Powell on a flyer in there in that second spot. Looking like we've got a Stay Strong C&K rider. That's going to be Rex Beasley inside the top 4 as it stands. Seb Hewitt's in there in 3. Looks up the inside of Powell. Didn't make it stick. Has Zaharo as the Moto 1365 rider got enough left in the tank? Ollie Warner's not going to get close enough. He's going to go out in 5.
Right. Sorry about that, cutting you off there, Lewis. Do apologise. We have got the land shot, Ronnie Wood, in there in 3, chasing down his good mate Teddy Jones from LCC. Those guys are 3 and 2. Finley Monroe is the guy in front at the minute. Who's got that 4th spot? As they head in and out of turn number 2, can't quite tell as they head towards us. Joseph McAvoy, though, is the man in 5, and he's going to have to chase down Kylan Gordon, who's in there in 4. Gordon and McAvoy in and out of the turn. McAvoy's winding it up for Divine. He's going to have a go down the final straight. Ronnie Wood isn't safe yet either. Who's going to get in on the line? Ho-ho! Gordon, I think.
Quarterfinal number 11 for the 10-year-olds on track. Benny Jackson going 1 and 2 with Connor Hemhill heading for the final corner. The 22 played in there as well. Oliver Richards, he's got the 3-1. Look at the move in the turn. It was Tawald. Lucas Tawald made a perfect move in that final turn, and Peckham BMX go wild. He's taking it through to the semis.
We do have a rider down on that first straight, just distracted for a minute as Hugo Dayton and Joey Tompkins go 1 and 2 into the corner. The 6 and the 11, that belongs to Arlo Steinmetz, who's chasing down Moray Watson. Here comes the 4-1-7, though, out of Bournemouth. That is Lucas Berghardt. He's been on it all day, couldn't quite make it stick. He's out in 5. Not sure who the faller was. I think it was Benjamin Gray out of Peckham who went down. Let's hope he's all right.
Quarterfinal 13 is the 11-year-olds heading for turn number 1, and it's Pro Star heading for the corner. It's going to be James. together for Freddie Richardson, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and going to finish his lap.
Right, quarterfinal number 22, Todd Smith-Notman on the inside. We've got Nate Hamilton in there as well, Milo Weller and Freddie Parkinson. 1, 2 and 3 into the turn. The 31 trying to get in there is AJ Moore out of Peckham. And Zach Childs, Thomas Westmore in the mix as well. But on the outside looking in is Isaac Shaw. So one of the top guys in this 13-year-old age group isn't looking like he's going to make it through unless he has some serious luck coming down into this final straight as they head down towards turn 1. Oh, Shaw's pulled it out of the bag. Here we go. In and out of the turns we know. And they are motoring to the line.
Quarterfinal number 23 on track. Nathaniel Eames is in there in 4. It's looking like Guppy's leading it out. Who's in there with him? Roddy Richards in there in that second spot. It's all into the third straight. So it is Guppy, Richards, Cottrell. 1, 2, 3. Cristiano Goodman's in there in 5. Eames in there in 4. Last turn action. Who's got it down the final straight? Goodman. Eames to the line. Who's going to get it? Nathaniel's going to take it. Who's going to get it on the line? That one was close. Next quarterfinal up on track, 13-year-olds in and out of turn number 2. Looking like we have got Haro 365 Oliver Tyres leading this one out. Buttery's in there in that 2 spot. Daniel Colatage in there in 3. Last turn action, Bailey throws it under. Robin Martin Alonso and comes out in that top 4 spot. So it is going to be Alonso's going to go out in there in 5. Down to the strike, that one was tight. I think Bailey might be out in 5. 14-year-olds out on track. Heath Thomas leading this one out. The 6 plate in there behind him. In and out of that final corner looking like Guppy. Picking up that 2 spot. It's going to be Osborne in there in 3 by the looks of things. And Eden Boone going to round out the top 4.
Right, let's carry on. 26, I've had my little tantrum now, I'm fine. Where are we up to? Seeley going through, who's going to get that 4th spot? I'm not sure. Right, I'll carry on. 27, it's all got mixed up. Tidy S leading it out, Wilcox, Davy Groves, Seward, Hughes, Tomlinson and Sir Blanche. All in this one, Tidy S leading it through. The 9 plate, Harvey Tomlinson in there in 2. Emmy Seward, she's going to pick up that 4th spot. Let's hope everybody's okay. You hit the floor. Luke Wilcox is down there. Oh.
Right, quarterfinal number 28 on track. The 14-year-old Kai Bowen heading into turn number 1. He's leading this one out with the 2 plate in there behind him. That is Ben Larkins. The 20 of Freddie Franklin in there in 3. Freddie Whistles in there in 4 as it stands. Who's picking up 5? Looking like Alex Dunkley out of Ellie Featherstone BMX coaching. In and out of turn number 2. It's all about your world number 6. Kai Bowen bringing it home into that final corner. Yesterday's winner. He's been on fire all weekend long and he's looking to do it 2 for 2. In and out and down the final straight. It's going to be Bowen, Larkins, Franklin, Entwistle. Noah Reveley leads out the first quarterfinal in the 15-year-olds. Who's that in there with him looking like Crank BMX coaching, picking it up? That is Joe Penton-Vogt. Nathan Barat has looked for a high-low in turn number 2. He's in there in about 2 or 3 at the moment, scrapping it out with Vogt. Heading into the final turn, Angus Graham in a qualifying spot. In there in 4 at the moment. He's got riders been there behind him. One of them is Louis Pinder. Has Pinder got enough left for Graham to the line? Graham's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. More 15-year-old quarterfinal action headed to turn number 2. Sean Brown's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Cody Coker into the turn. So it's Coker, Brown, in and out they go. Who's picking up 3? Finley Collis out of Absolute. That looks like we've got John O'Hara in this side. The top 4 as it stands at 24 of Kai Blaine. Looks for a high-low. Didn't quite make it stick. Drag race down the final straight. Blaine coming back at Harradine. Who's going to get it on the line? That one's going to be close. Quarterfinal number 31 on track. Eli Smith leading it from Caden Dunn, heading for the final turn. That looks like it could be the 11 plate in the side. The top 3 as it stands as Henry Rayner down the final straight, going to round out that top 3 spots. Looking like we are going to have George Chapman inside the top 4 as well. Kemi Cook hits the deck on the exit of turn number 1. In quarterfinal number 32, Bailey's in this one. In that second spot at the moment, Zachary Tier in there behind him, heading for the final. That looks like Absolute in the mix as well. Lucas Webster, Bailey though, takes over the lead, so it's Bailey, Webster, Tier, 1, 2, 3, Ryan Woodcock's inside the top 4. The front 4 are looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Quarterfinal number 33, moving on to the 16-year-olds. Nikolai Martinez is going to lead it into the turn. Miles Wildbull just took an elbow from Finn Phillips as he went in and out of that first corner. So it is Martinez, Phillips and Wildbull at the moment into that second corner. Looking like we've got a rider out of Blackpool. That's Jaden Green inside the top 4 at the moment. Heading for the final turn, Martinez. This kid is on fire. In and out of that final corner, smooth as you like. Looking like Green might hang on to it. Here comes Brook though, down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Green, Brook to the stripe. That one was close. I think Brook might have nicked it. Junior Dr. Smooth, your world champions out on track. It is, of course, James Clitheroe leading it out from JTL Simpson Davies in quarterfinal number 34. That looks like Josh Williams inside the top 3 as well. Who's picking up the 4th spot? Here comes Zahir Walsh. He's in there at the moment, but he's got the 32 round the outside. What a last turn that was from Malachi Price. Peckham go wild. He's going to pick up that final qualifying spot as they bring it home. Ollie Kendall Jump Club leads this one out. Curtis Copeland's right there with him, glued to his back wheel as they enter turn number 2. That looks like Moto 1 in there as well. Thomas Millar inside the top 3. Who's in 4 as they bring it on round, looking like Dominic Hines at the moment, but he's got the 16 plate of Jaden Fawcett right there behind him. Fawcett chasing Hines down the final straight. Who's going to get it? Dominic Hines is going to hang on and take it home in that final qualifying spot. Ryo Stepanovs is in at quarterfinal number 36 inside that top 3. As it stands, Ellis Berry, I think that is in there in 4. Berry's having an absolute blinder, but he's got Thomas Duran in there behind him. Finn Hoff leads it out with a 14 plate in there behind him. That is Sam Hamling. So Hoff, Hamling, Stepanovs 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get 4? Here, Berry going at it. Looks like we've lost the rider. In the next one, it looks like Duran might have just nicked it on the stripe. Zach Green hits the deck. I think Ruben Smith was the first one to fall. They shake hands, and it looks like both riders are going to walk away as Eddie Cannons, by the looks of it, is going to lead it into the final turn. Dexter Gambe in there in 2. That's Scott Monroe Higgs in there in 3. Joseph Scary Carey inside the top 4. Looking like that's how they're going to finish. Put your hands together for Zach Green and Ruben Smith, ladies and gents. More 17 to 18-year-old quarterfinal action headed towards turn number 1. That looks like it could be the 3X plate heading into the corner. Yes, it is George Gerard. Hard Knocks are going to go 1 and 2. Gerard and Seward heading on through at the moment. That looks like Luke Morris inside the top 3. Who's got 4 and 5? Looking up the inside, that could be Dudman in the mix. Yes, it is Dudman throwing it underneath in the second corner. That shuffles Baker back to 5. Baker, Dudman heading for the final turn. Who's going to get it? Dudman hangs on to it as it stands. Baker not quite got enough left in the tank. Dudman's going to take it through to the semis. Owen Putland works his way into that 1 spot in and out of that first corner, leading the race through. Who's that in there with him? Got to be Moto 1365. That is Lewis Fletcher heading into that second corner. Ben Fitzsimmons. Oh, Fletcher throws it a high-low. What a move that was. Fitzsimmons in there in 3. The 17's in there in 4, hanging on at the moment. Who's that in there behind him? Che Young is in there qualifying as it stands at 27 of Keanu Cohen. Cohen not quite going to get close enough, so it is going to be Young taking it through. Quarterfinal number 40 now on track. Harvey Milbank's in this one on the inside, heading into the turn. Arnessum on his elbow, bashing, and he's just thrown it underneath and worked his way into that second spot in there behind Jake Adcock. So it is Adcock, Esselman. Oh, one rider hits the deck. That was a rider out of Peckham. I think that might have been Theodore Peterkin. Let's hope that he's all right. So it is Adcock, Esselman, 1 and 2. SAS in there as well. Sebastian Hamling in and out of the final turn. Cates is hanging on to it. Cates, Milbank down the final straight. Who's going to get it from Braintree? It's looking like Cates is going to hang on. Yes, he is. Put your hands together for Theodore Peterkin, ladies and gents. 19 to 29-year-olds up on the gate for their quarterfinals. Here we go, quarters are a go for the 19 to 29-year-olds. That is Adam Gilbert on the inside, taking it into turn number 1. Who's there with him? Ben Bates is getting his elbows out, but he's just had the move stuck on it from Josh Izzard. So Bates and Izzard scrapping it out through that second straight. Here comes Daniel Kay round the outside of Ben Bates. Oh, Bates has hit the deck. Gilbert, Green, Izzard, Kay, 1, 2, 3, 4. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. Here comes Green with a high-low in the final turn. Let's hope that Ben Bates is all right. He's up to his feet. It is going to be Gilbert and Green out front. Neil Bruniers and Billy Lucas, 1 and 2, both finalists in the same age group last year. I'm sure it was 25 to 29 at Scotland for the World Champs. They're going 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's in there in 3 and 4? Looking like Kenny Phillips is picking up a qualifying spot, as is Connor Hedges heading into the turn. Here comes the 7 of Josh Wallace, looking for a way back into a top 4 spot. Down the final straight, has he got enough left in the tank? Hedges, Wallace to the line. That one was close. I think Wallace might have just nicked it. Yes, he did. Penultimate quarter-final of the weekend. Ollie Cope, Ryan Stack, Camille Suleiman, 1, 2, 3. At the moment, in and out of turn number 2, Kana Busbridge inside the top 4, heading towards the final corner. That looks like it could be Marcel Moore, I think, on the inside. Here comes George Higley. He got busy in the turn. Higley didn't quite make it stick, so Busbridge going to hang on to that final qualifying spot and take it to the semis. Callum Chubb Maples out on track, being chased down by Connor Hudson into that second corner. That looks like Alfie Holloway in there in the 3 spot as they go in and out of turn number 2. Brett Dove in there in 4. Luke Davies-Hayes got a bit of work to do in there in 5. As they head into the final corner, it's going to be Maple, Hudson, Holloway, Dove, 1, 2, 3, 4, down the final straight. That's how the quarterfinals are going to finish, ladies and gents. 2:50 for your semi-finals, ladies and gents. Half an hour time. In half an hour's time, sorry. 30 minutes until we go semi-final racing, ladies and gents. Please, please make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting in 30 minutes' time. We want to go racing in 30 minutes' time, please. Thank you. The raffle has been drawn, guys. If you've got raffle tickets, the raffle has been drawn. The prizes are over in the TNT tent, over by the finish line. So if you've got any raffle tickets, head over to their tent, and they will give you your prizes if you have won any. Thank you.
Okay, here we are near the finish line. We're just about to have the finals, the semi-finals and the finals. So just while there's a bit of a break, we thought we'd do the inside line. You're getting used to that now. We're with Rich Eames and Lewis Locker. Looking forward to the finals, but we've had a lot of racing the last day and a half, 2 days. Yeah, what's really stood out to you then, Rich?
I think it's just the fact that we've had so many riders here. We've been over 1,000 this weekend, and the quality of racing in every age group. We've just been through the quarterfinals and seen some absolute drama in pretty much every age group. It's been phenomenal. It's been a really good weekend's racing.
Yeah, you're losing your voice as much as I am, I think, there. And Lewis, you're sounding pretty dulcet still. Anyway, I'll tell you what, that last corner over there, quarters and semis, it's like Dutch corner on Alpe d'Huez. It's like a real atmosphere. It's brilliant. Just needs a bar probably, but anyway. Yeah, what about you? What's standing out for you, Lewis?
I think, like Richard said, the volume that we've got this weekend is just phenomenal. The quality of racing, even especially sort of like them sort of younger age groups where we're looking at like the 13 boys, the 12 boys, the sort of 11 and 12 girls, all of that sort of that realm there, that sort of group of riders. I think it's fantastic. There's so much talent coming through. There's a lot of quality there. The skills are out of this world, especially for riders of that sort of age. So yeah, I think it's wicked to see. Yeah.
Yeah, so the 13s, you know, they're the age group that's sort of just going into that RSR, that development pathway kind of process and age group. And we're seeing in that pathway, in the RSR group, we're seeing the skills just go up every year. Sprint times coming down, you know, what they turn up with in their top draw, the things that they're able to deliver is just incredible, really.
Yeah.
And Kobe, you know, really standing out, I must say, at the moment. We interviewed him as well. Yeah, looking really good. But you've got a bit more of a vested interest in that age group.
I have, yeah, having a rider in that massively difficult 13-year-old age group who's, you know, he's on the cusp of like making the semis now, and he just needs to push that little bit further to get over the line. But it's a full-on learning experience. I think even though it's so tough, and you've got 56 riders in there today, I think it is, and you know you're doing well to make semi-finals, and what it does is that level of competition just raises the level for everybody. They all become better riders, and even though we've had disappointment today personally with my rider, I know in the long term he will be a better rider because of it, and the quality in that age group I think at the minute is unmatched. It's brilliant to watch. You've got like your top 6, and then you go to like the next sort of 15 or 20 kids, and they're all very evenly matched. Quality of the racing is superb. It's a great age group to watch. It's full of drama. You can't beat it.
Yeah, I've had a bit of drama in my age group today as well, yesterday and today. But of course, they'll all be on their fantasy football thing probably on Monday night. So what's that? There's James Clitheroe, Jaden Fawcett, Zach Twitchin, and Nathaniel Eames. And I hear that you're an AI left back.
I am an AI left back. I didn't know I played for this fantasy football team on FIFA 24 or whatever it's called. I don't even know the name of the game these days. Changes that often. But yeah, apparently I am an AI left back, and I'm pretty good, so I believe. But your position, John, I think is a little bit more specialised.
Yeah, reserve magic sponge. But anyway, that's pretty poor, I think. Yeah. So, and Lewis, the 11s and 12 girls, there's a couple racing up and down and whatever, looking really good as well.
Yeah, I think in the 11s at the minute, obviously Iris Harder, she's flying, world number 8. She's just on fire this weekend. She's been almost untouchable. Obviously, we've got Emily Eaton racing up an age group, Poppy Bishop also racing up as well. I think just to see the quality of riders in that 11-year-old girls group, and then even you look at like the riders that are racing up, and then if you was to put them back in the mix, it'd be just full of talent. And again, as Richard's saying about the 13 boys, it's just all of these riders are going to start coming through at some point into these talent pathways, into these sort of development pathways. And I think it just makes UK BMX have a really bright future.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, thanks very much. That's the inside line from rounds 3 and 4 of the BMX National Series. Next up, semi-finals.
Check. Check. There we go. All right, we are 9 to 12-year-old open cruiser. Semi-final number 1, Frankie Griffin, Oliver Arnold heading into turn number 1. Griffin gets the whole shot, Arnold in there into the 6, diving underneath is Joshua Sylvester. And we've got Bram Heaver in there as well. Billy Cheeseman, Benedict Marco, Adam Arnold also in the mix. But it's all about that 4th spot and who's going to pick it up. Frankie Griffin leading it through. 4th place at the minute belongs to the 28 of Adam Arnold out of Braintree. Looking like he's going to make that main event as they head towards the finish line. Boom.
Second semi-final hits the track. Hunter van der Malion leads this one through in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. The Brunty Massive have got 2 riders in there. One of them is going to be Sam Dolan, bringing it on round. He's in there in 3. Xavi Fox Cooper is in there in 2. Who's picking up the 4th spot at the moment? Looking like we have got the Bradford Massive picking it up on the 479. That is Aaron Hickman. So Hickman had the move put on him in the final turn. Bo Morris has worked his way from 5 to 4. What a move that was. Morris is going to take it through to the final.
Right, it's getting busy in 13-14 cruiser. We are looking at Alfie Sim of Evolve Bicycle Motocross. He's in there in that 5th spot right now, just been overhauled by Robin Mattern Alonso. It's not over till they cross the line. Drag racing down the final straight. Alfie's looking for a way through. Couldn't quite get it. He's going to go out in 6. Who's going to get the 4? Wow, too close to call.
Looks like MCR lead this one out. Eric McSwitty going 1 or 2 with Cooper McCrum heading back through the 3rd straight. Who's in there in 3? Fluent Bicycle Motocross, that is Jack Walford. But there are a couple of riders queuing up behind him. The 501 of Jacob Warren out of a Warren BMX race team. He's going to round out the top 4 spots by the looks of it. It's going to be McSwitty, McCrum taking it down, Warren and Walford as well.
Right, JTL Simpson Davis in there in 2 in semi-final number 1 for the 15-16 cruisers. Jake Hart in the mix as well as they head in towards that 2nd turn. Hart's in 5, he's looking for the 4. Fast Signatures in there as well. That's Stanley Palmer who's going through in 3. Millar leading it out. The 6th plate in the final corner is Vincent Coburn out of Bath BMX Club. He's going to take that final spot in the main event.
Ollie Kendall, Thomas Duran lead out semi-final number 6, the 16-year-old cruisers. That's Sean Brown in there in 3. Zachary Tia out of crew 19 into that 2nd corner. He's rounding out the top 4 as it stands. Kendall running away with it, looking for consistency this weekend. He wants to make it 4 from 4. In and out he goes. Kendall, Duran, Brown, Tia, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to bring it home.
First semi-final for the 17 to 29 cruisers. Daniel Wilson, BMX Widow Photography, leading it out. Ned Penny in there into Arne Esselmont and Theo Poper in the mix as well. They are 3 and 4, and Jack Mower is shopping for a position. He's there in 5. He wants the 4. Jack Wiggins in the mix as well. It's going to be Wilson, Penny, Miller, Esselmont. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the minute. Looks like Wiggins and Mower have left it a little bit too long. Esselmont's going to get that final spot in the main event.
Turn 1 got busy in semi-final number 8, and Rocky O'Brien is on the outside looking in there in 5 at the moment, working his way around the outside of Connor Hedges into turn number 2. But your race leader looking like that has got to be Owen Putland. Putland leads it from the Moto 1365. That is Lewis Fletcher looking like the 45 plate in there as well. That's Cates. Cates hanging on to the top 3. The front 3 riders looking safe and clear. Hedges, O'Brien down the final straight. Hedges, he's going to hang on to it and take it to the final.
Right, Hilly and Bentley with the swell bow out there in 2. Julian Allen in 3. Brett Knight in 4. Chal Koss is battling away as well. And I think Stephen Notman's in there as he's looking for a spot in that main event. He's back there in 5. Chal Koss in 6. Duncan Coburn in the mix as well. In and out the final corner, it's Hill, Bentley, Knight, Julian Allen. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like Notman will be the unlucky guy in 5.
Kevin Sykes out front in this semi-final, but he's got Daz O'Brien, the Kevin Bacon of BMX in there on his right-hand shoulder into turn 2. That looks like Pete Butler inside the top 3 as they come on round. Who's in 4? Gary Carver picking it up inside at the moment. Who's in there in 5? They're looking like the 11 of Tim Porter. Porter's got it all to do out of the final turn. Not enough time and room for him. Carver, Portler, 1, 2, 4 and 3. O'Brien and Sykes out front.
Right, I'm excited for this one. We've got Rudy Pleasance-Ford in there, and my little mate Oscar rather fast. He's in there. He's pushing for a position in the main event. He's battling with Albie Blight as they go into the turn from 5th to 4th to 3rd. It's looking good at the minute. Teddy Gorman and Roman Birdfield are in there as well. Oscar Granger, Jonah Taylor, and Arlo Hatch. And Oscar Rutherford's in there in 4. He's just got to pin it to the line because Rudy Pleasance-Ford is right on his back wheel. Blight's in there in 3. Rather fast and Pleasance-Ford. Who's going to get it on the line? It's going to be so close. Oh! Both of them hit the deck. And it's gone off. We can't get the results.
We've had an absolute mare with our results laptop up at commentary, so we're not sure who got the top 4 in that one. But we are looking at the second rack of the 7-year-olds, and they are led out by GT Factory. Look at him go. Finley Thomas heading into turn number 2. Logan Acito in there in spot for Moto 1365, who's in 3 and 4, looking like Atlas Lewisfield out of Andover, rounding out the top 3 as it stands. Exeter Eagles in the mix as well. Joseph Claydon dives up the inside, going from 4 to 3. Lewisfield throws in a high low, the 979 is Peter Bunchik. Bunchik down the final straight. Has he got enough left for Oakley Atlas Lewisfield? I don't think he has. He's going to take it through.
Well, if the drama couldn't be any more intense, we've got no results here at commentary. The laptop's having a day off. Anyway, we'll crack on. Henry Sullivan, Dominic Sopanos, 1 and 2. That looks like the Brunty Massives. Alexander Gilbert in there in 3, battling with Joel Pritchard. And it's Christian Garbachick of Peterborough who's in that 5th spot. Looks like he's going to go out. His day is done.
Second rack of the 8-year-olds on track. Hunter Chambers has hit the deck in turn number 1. Let's hope that he's all right. He's going to finish his lap, so we are looking at Antek Perebny. Out front, Ethan the Great White's in there as well. Inside the top 3. He's got a bit of work to do if he wants to find a way past Jake Avis, who's in there in 2. Look at them queuing up behind Hatch. Last White's hit the deck. Hatch is going to take it through. Who's going to get 4? Down the final straight. Tucker going at it with Tawald. Tawald's going to get the final qualified spot on the line.
Well, it's all going on in turn number 1. Jacob Dent nearly ended up butting the concrete, then just about stayed upright. Jesse Rose, Oakley Lewisfield, Jake James in there as they come down the 3rd straight towards us. Hendrix Hines hit the deck on the 1st straight. His day is done. It's Shaw, Kachari. That looks like Belton in there in 3. And Oakley Lewisfield going through in 4. Jack Belton, I think, is going to make the main. It's going to go Shaw, Kachari, Belton and Lewisfield making it in to the 9-year-old final.
Put your hands together for Hendrix Hines, ladies and gents. He's going to finish his lap. It means so much to these 9-year-olds. And the second rack of them is up on the gate. Donaldson, Hawker, Haynes, Groves, Kitching, Ingham, Ford and Dowsing. Here we go then, the second rack of the 9-year-olds heads for turn number 1. Charlie Dowsing is the first one to show his front wheel, and I think he's going to hold it into turn number 1. Crucial Racing leads it. Groves was in there, but he's had the elbow from the 984 of Ford. It's Rex Ford then in there in that 2 spot. Check out the LCC rider. That is Jack Haynes in a qualifying spot, heading for the second corner. Here comes Leo Ingham, looking for a way through. He's on the outside looking in at the moment. That looks like it is Mongoose in there as well. Got to be Tobias Groves in there in 3. Looks like Haynes has gained a bit of ground in and out of the final turn as Ingham got a last straight out of the bag. I don't think he's going to find it. Dowsing going to take it. Ford, Groves, Haynes, 2, 3, 4. My word, a pile up in turn 1.
Yeah, big pile up there. Ronnie Woods. Lucas Tawalde. And I think it was Rex Beasley, so 4 guys out front, including Tompkins. It's Monroe, Tompkins, Hemphill, and Hewitt. I could see Ronnie Wood lining up the high-low in the first turn. He's all right, he's up, thumbs up. He's all right, Mum. He was lining up that high-low. He was going to dive underneath everybody and try and make it stick. And he just clipped. the rider that was already on the floor. Rex Beasley, Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. He's up and all right. Ronnie's okay. And Lucas as well. Lucky boys.
Semi-final 18, the second rack of the 10-year-olds, and it's birthday boy Jacob Anderson, who's looking for a whole shot into turn number 1, but he's got Fluent right there with him on his left-hand shoulder. That's going to be Benny Jackson. Anderson, Jackson, 1 and 2 as it stands. The 11 plate in there in 3. That's going to be Arlo Steinmetz out of Burnham BMX Club. He's got Divide Brand UK in there behind him in 4. Got to be Hugo Dayton. Dayton then picking it up as they come around. Look at the scrap out front. Jackson's worked his way in. Look at the high-low in turn 2. So Jackson, Anderson, Steinmetz, Dayton, 1, 2, 3, 4, last turn action. Tenny Jones is in there in 5. He's got a bucket load of work to do. I don't think he's got enough time and room. Jackson takes the semi-final win.
Right, Iris Hyder, I've just had a quick chat with her granddad in the car park. Very nice gentleman. Poppy May Kirby, Seren Pritchard, Elsie Blight is in there in that 4th spot, but queuing up behind her is Olivia Webb and Sadie McSweety. They're trying to catch her down that 3rd straight and into the final corner. Hyder out in front, Seren Pritchard in there in 2. Oh, Blight's blown a pedal. That's allowed Olivia Webb through. It looks like Absolute are going to lose their rider at the semi-final stage. Olivia Webb makes it in.
One rider hit the deck on the first straight. That was Freya Harries. Let's hope that she's okay, but look at her out front. We are looking at the 7 plate of Elizabeth Lola Poole going 1 and 2 with Grace Gerard in and out of that final turn. Lauren Keller's in there in 3. Who's going to get the 4? It's a drag race down the final straight. Looking like McCarran, elbow to elbow with the Team Minds Millie Ross. Who's going to get it? Ross is going to take it on the stripe and bring it on through to the 11-year-old girls A final.
Semi-final number 1 for the 11-year-old boys. Bibi, Belgiumira, Galitis, Riches, Challenger, Brazier and Swales into the turn. James Bibi carving that corner. Archie Bell in there in 2. Galitis in 3. Jamira in 4. The man on the outside looking in is Sam Riches out of Green Machine Tribe. He's there in that 5th spot. He's got 2 bike lengths to make up on it. Jamira as they come down the straight. Here comes another rider getting in there. That's Hakeem Brazier. Jamira might have just given himself a little bit of room. He's going to catch Galitis down the straight. They're going to go through. Bibi takes the win. Galitis through in 4.
Second rack of the 11-year-old semi-finals, and that's Leo Rowlands in there in that 2nd spot. He's chasing down your race leader on the 9 plate. Got to be Ronnie Payne. Jump Club S&M Source, the E4 in there as well. That's Jack Devine. He's got the 7 plate there on his left-hand shoulder. Got to be Joe Rook. It is Rook inside the top 4 as it stands. Here comes Isaac Smith. High-low in the final turn. Has he got enough left for Rook down the final straight? Rook, Smith to the line. Rook's going to hang on to it by the looks of it.
Right, Brooke Fast Forcing, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 4 at the moment, but they're queuing up behind her because Anushka Jones is trying to get in there, and Allegra True as well. Fawcett holding on to the 4 at the minute, Amelie Eaton leading it out. That looks like a Esme Ward in there in 2, Martha Cotton in 3. Brooke looking like she's going to pull it back down this final straight, make her way into the final. Brooke Fast Forcing picks up the 3, Martha Cotton for the 4.
Emma Kiss leads our semi-final number 24, and she's got Dakota Tucker in there behind her in that top 4 spot as it stands. Nia O'Connell in 5, so it is Kiss leading it from your world number 5 of Bishop heading into the final turn. The 19 plate of Ruby Warren in there in 3. Last straight action then Kiss, Bishop, Warren, Tucker, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how it's going to finish.
Right, the man in a little bit of trouble at the minute in that 5th spot. Looks like Jack Perkins. He's chasing down Sullivan Collis and Dylan Spence as well. It's going to come down to the final turn. They are 3 abreast going in. Something's got to give. Collis has made his move. Spence looking like he's going to be the odd man out. Jack Perkins is going to make it in. Sullivan Collis makes it in as well. Wee-wah, woo-wah.
The exit of turn number 1 looked busy for this second 12-year-old semi-final. Ethan Rogers is in about 6 at the moment, so it's James Miller leading this one out. Who's in there with him as they bring it on round? Looking like the 4 plate of Wilcox headed to the turn. The 8 plate in there as well. That's going to be Thomas Honeywell. Ethan Crooks Martin's in there in 4. Has Rogers got enough left in the tank? Down the final straight, there's a couple riders hit the deck behind me. It's going to be Crooks Martin hanging onto it in the final.
3 riders down, including Brody Geddes and Robin Mattern, Alonso, Newton Hindley as well. So 4 guys out in front. It's Rayford, Guppy, Noah Butter. He's had the weekend of dreams. He's never made a national final, and now he's done 2 in the same weekend. Nate Hamilton takes that final spot. Newton Hindley is up and okay. Brody Geddes, Robin Mattern, Alonso. The boys are all right in this mega 13-year-old age group. Do not watch if you are of a nervous disposition.
Second semi-final for the 13-year-olds hits the track, and it's looking like Cotty's been shot out of a cannon. Heading for turn number 1. He's just had some hot sauce before these semi-finals kicked off. Here comes Todd Smith-Notman on the inside. He's worked his way into 2. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like we've got Isaac Shaw in the mix at the moment. Daniel Collisage on the inside into the turn. Looking like he's going to work his way in, but he's scrapping it out with the E7s. On the E7 then, that is going to be Tyres. He's worked his way up the inside, looking to find his way in. Last turn action. Tyres throws it under. Has he got the momentum down the straight? Here comes Collisage getting caught up in traffic. Tyres has picked up his speed. He's going to hang on to it. Collisage unlucky in 5.
Right, Kai Bowen, I think it is leading out the next one as they head towards that second turn. Ben Larkins, Freddie Franklin, Ty DS in there as well. DS in 3, Larkins in 2. Who's got that 4th spot at the minute? It looks like, is it Eden Boone on the 15? Yep, Eden Boone. He's going to go through in that 4th position. Ty DS making the main with Ben Larkins.
Second 14-year-old semi-final got busy through the second straight. It looks like Heath Thomas leading it out from the 6th plate, heading into that second corner. Amos Guppy picking it up for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Bradley James is in there in 3. One rider hits the deck. That could have been Lucas Osborne. Yes, it was. Heading into the final turn then. Jamira's exited right as well out of the turn. So it is looking like James is going to hang on to that top 4 spot. Who's going to go the 3? Lucas Seeley's going to pick it up for Rab Racing.
Right, it's interested in the 15-year-old girls because Ruby Moores is in that 4th spot at the minute. She's working her way through to 3 and up to 2. Lorianne Carruthers right there next to Alexi Wade, leading it as they go in and out of that second turn. It's Wade, Carruthers, Moores, Cadman Carpenter, and your Mattern Alonso. He's not done yet. She's going to have a look in this final turn. Is she going to be able to get it? They are winding it up down the straight. Lexi Wade, Lorianne Carruthers, Ruby Moores, Annalise Cadman Carpenter making it in. Mattern Alonso out.
Jumping Jess Marriott on track for BMXHype.com, bringing it through the second straight in the second semi-final for the 15-year-old girls. That looks like Megan Roy in there on the E4 plate. The 6, where is she? That's going to be Sophia Wood inside the top 4. As it stands, she's in there in 4 at the minute, working her way around the outside of the 12 of Imogen Cockrell into that final corner. Cockrell, though, she's in a qualifying spot. Has the 14 got enough left in the tank? That's a Delveruti. She's not quite going to get close enough. Cockrell's going to hang on to the 4.
Right, yesterday's winner from round number 3, Eli Smith, Rab Racing out in front. The genie is out of the ball. The confidence is flowing and he's leading this semi-final out. Jack Bailey in there as well. We're looking at the rider in 3 for GT Racing. That's going to be Caden Dunn. Who's going to get the follow? Oh, 1-2 riders down. Bailey's out of it. Finley Collis is going to take that final qualifying spot.
More 15-year-old semi-final action on track as we look to get Angus Graham up to his feet, and he is. That looks like Cody Coker and Noah Everly 1 and 2. At the moment, lose the 11 plate in there as well. Looking like we've got Lucas Webster picking it up. Sean Brown's in there in 4. Last turn action. Here comes Everly looking for a high low, and Coker not quite going to find it as of yet. It's going to be Coker, Everly, Webster, Brown. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they're going to take it across the line. Put your hands together for Jack Bailey as he walks away, ladies and gents. Looks like Angus Graham's back up to his feet as well. Put your hands together for Angus, ladies and gents.
your first semi-final for the 16-year-olds, and I think Elliot Brook has gone head first over the gate. His day is done. Nikolai Martinez, Oliver Kendall, 1 and 2. Looks like the 12 getting in there as well. That is Curtis Copeland. Where is Josh Williams? He's in there in 5 at the minute. He's shopping for the 4, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. In and out of the turn. Williams on the outside looking in, but he's got to catch the rider out in front on the 4-2-4. That is Oliver Kendall, and that is no mean feat as they head down the straight towards the line. It's going to go Kendall in the 4, Josh Williams out in 5.
Second rack of the 16-year-olds heading into turn number 1. Clitheroe's received an elbow on the first straight, and he's in there at about 5 at the moment, scrapping it out with Duran. So it's going to be Hoff leading it out. Finn Phillips in there in 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4? Here comes Clitheroe on the inside, just backed off in the turn. Has he got enough left through the straight? Samuel Hamling's in there in 4. Who's in there in 3? Here comes the 21 of Hines in the final turn, throwing it underneath Clitheroe. That looks like Clitheroe's semi-final is done. It is going to be Hoff taking it home. Who's the Moto 1365 rider? That is Thomas Millar.
Right, looking at the 17 to 29 females, that is our kid, Caitlin Ellis, out there in front at the moment. Remy Godfrey in there in 2, just trying to pick up the riders in 3 and 4 at the minute. It's the 5 plate. I've got a feeling that's Mika Pritchard and Megan Gerard of Rab Racing. He's in a qualifying position right now. Is she going to hold it on to the line? Megan Gerard's going to make it in. She makes the main event.
The elbows were flying on the exit of turn number 1 in the second semi-final for the 29-year-old women. And it looks like Mabo UK are 5 and 6 at the moment. Emily Green leads it out. She's got the 339 of Evie Webster in there with her. Looks like Megan Dewhig is in a qualifying spot in there in 3. Hannah Drew's in 4. Here comes Lily Chiswa, your world number 6, pushing down the final straight. She's going to work her way from 5 to 4 and take it to the final.
Right, so Hard Knocks bike coaching 1 and 2 in the first semi-final for the 17 and 18-year-olds. George Gerard and Jaden Seaward, they are 1 and 2 at the moment. The 291, that is Joseph Scurry Curry in there in 3. Who's got the 4 spot? The 17, Che Young, battling with Ben Fitzsimmons. Young and Fitzsimmons to the line. Who's going to get it? Whoa!
Oh, Nesselmont got caught up in turn number 1, and that caused a bit of traffic that Putland and Dudman got caught up in as they exited the corner. So it is going to be Lewis Fletcher out front at the moment. Adcock and Nesselmont in there in 2 and 3. Luke Morris on the bubble in there in 4 at the moment. The 15 plate in there in 5. That is Seb Hamling in and out of the final turn. Has he got enough left for Morris down the final straight? Morris, Hamling to the line. Morris is going to hang on to it.
19 to 29, Oliver Cope, Hard Knocks bike coaching in another turn in front of the 1. In there in that 2 spot is Callum Chard Maple. Ryan Stacks in there in 3. And that looks like Joshua Wallace of Halo Wheels. In there in that 4 spot, DC Cycles, Camille Suleiman chasing him down that 3rd straight. He's armed up a gap now. I think there might be too much to do for the DC Cycles rider. It's going to be Cope taking it through. Chard Maple, Stack and Wallace.
Hayden Green's on the inside in turn number 1. Aaron Holloway's received a couple of elbows in the corner, and he's now back there in about 5. Lookers, then 6. It's going to be Neil Brunier leading this one out for BMXHype.com, going 1 and 2 with Adam Gilbert as they bring it back through the 3rd straight. Green's in there in 3. Here comes Lucas on the outside of Holloway into the corner. Holloway, Lucas looks for the high-low. Who's going to get it? Drag race down the final straight. Holloway, Lucas comes up short. Holloway's going to hang on.
Right, Alan Hill, Craig Nelson, 1 and 2 into the turn. Julian Allen in 3. Big Danny White in there in 4. Dave Knowles in 5. It's all going off in the Grand Veterans semi-finals. Mike Baggs in there in 6. Hilly checked out and gone. Hot shots, Craig Nelson, absolutely on fire in 2. Julian Allen in 3. Nigel White looking like he's going to pick up another main in there in 4.
The final semi-final of the weekend, ladies and gents. You are looking at GT Factory. Darren Reedy leading this one away in the Grand Vets men. Heading into that second corner, that's Brett Knight in there in 2. They are queuing up behind the rider in there in 3, though. Looking like Dominic Elliott might be one of them riders in the mix at the moment. Who's picking it up? The 818 of Neil Waddington in there in 3. Dominic Elliott in there in 4, the 026. Looked up the inside. That is Robert Clark. Didn't make it happen, so it's going to be Waddington, Elliott, Knight, Reedy, bringing it through to the Grand Vets final.
Right, people, 10 minutes. 10 minutes to your finals. We are going to go finals racing in 10 minutes. We are not messing around. If you want to be out of here and on the way home, be in the pens for your finals in 10 minutes.
Promises. Ladies and gents, get yourselves trackside. We are about to go final racing here at round number 4 of the 2024 BMX National Series here at the lovely Cyclopark. Yeah, we are kicking off for the 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers B final. Heading for turn number 1, Benedict Marco on the inside, heading for that corner. Looking like MK Evolution just worked their way across. That's going to be Jamie Blanche on the 148 plate. He's got Marco right there with him in that 2 spot. Bram Heaver in there for 3. Rounding out of team here and Andover. Who's in 4? Looking like the 499 of Ollie Nelson out of Bristol BMX Club. But the front 3 are creating a bit of a gap now as they bring it back through the 3rd straight to Blanche. Marco, Heaver, last turn action. Well, Marco looked up the inside, wasn't quite close enough. Heaver throws in a high low on Marco. Has Heaver got enough left down this final straight? It's going to be to Blanche heading to the stripe. Who's going to get it? This one's going to be close. That one was tight. I think Heaver might have just nicked it. What a last straight from him. 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers on at the gate for their A final. We have got Bo Morris, Sam Dolan, Adam Arnold, Xavi Fox Cooper, Hunter van der Malion, Joshua Sylvester, Oliver Arnold, and Frankie Griffin. Final number 2, here's the track. The 9 to 12-year-old Cruisers are heading for the corner. Looks like Griffin's been shot out of a cannon, and he's going to want to pick up this whole shot, and he's managed it. Hunter van der Malion throws it under in the corner. Here comes Joshua Sylvester, though. He's not done yet, so it's Griffin, Sylvester, Malion. 1, 2, 3. Here comes Oliver Arnold working his way around the outside into the top 4 spots. Here, that looks like Xavi Fox Cooper just being shuffled back now as they bring it back to the turn. Who's going to get it? Griffin hanging on to it. Sylvester, here comes Arnold. He wants a podium finish, and I think he's going to find it down the final straight. Frankie Griffin's going to take your first day final win of the day. Joshua Sylvester, Adam Arnold, 2 and 3.
Right, 13, 14-year-olds B final. We have got Isaac Caulfield, Alfie Sim going 1 and 2 at the minute. Here comes El Kindi in there in 3. Jake Georgian in the mix as well in about 6 at the minute as they go in and out of that second turn. Caulfield, Sim, 1 and 2. Theo Cam, I think it is in there in 3. Caulfield's opening up a bit of a gap now. Sim holding it into the final corner. It's going to be Manchester, Evolve BMX, and MK Crew going 1, 2 and 3. Caulfield gets it from Sim. A final for 13-14 Cruisers. Hadley Harding, Newton Hindley, Robin Mattern Alonso, Jacob Warren, Jack Walford, Eric McSwitty, Cooper McCrum, and James Cottrell. "13-14 Cruisers, the final heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be the first to rise. Lil Cotty, he ain't that little anymore. He's leading it into the turn. Oh, Needle's been threaded in that first corner. Cooper McCrum trying to get in there. Jack Walford in about 6 in the minute. McSwitty in 2. That looks like Mattern Alonso in there in about 3 or 4 as they go in and out of the corner. Newton Hindley in there in that 3rd spot. But it's your European champion, James Cottrell. Oh, move going in from McSwitty. Couldn't quite make it stick. Cotty's going to get it. Cotty, McSwitty, who's going to get the 3? We'll leave it to the transponders of truth.
Oakley Hooper is running away with the 15, 16-year-old Cruiser B final. In and out of that second corner. Hooper, Mixed Picks race team. He's on a charge headed for the final corner. It looks like DC Cycles, Colby Hall in there in the 2 spot, the 9 plate in 3. That is Bradley Davison out of Runnymede Rockets. That looks like John O'Harradan in there in 4. Looks like that's how they're going to finish, but Oakley Hooper with a dominant B final win. 15 to 16-year-old A final up on the gate for the Cruisers. We are looking at Zachary, Vincent Coburn, Sean Brown, Stanley Palmer, Thomas Millar, JTL Simpson Davies, Thomas Duran, and Ollie Kendall. 15 to 16-year-old cruisers are headed for turn number 1. Jump Club S&M Saucer on the inside, looking like Ollie Kendall's going to pick up the whole shot for the 3rd time in an A final this weekend. He's leading it out. Who's that in there with him? Thomas Millar. He's glued to his back wheel, headed for that 2nd corner. That's Thomas Duran and JTL Simpson-Davies in 3 and 4. Who's picking up 5? That is Stan Palmer out of fast signatures, but Kendall out front. Has Millar got enough for him headed into the final turn? I don't think he has. JTL Simpson-Davies looked to the inside of Duran. Didn't make it stick. Ollie Kendall's going to make it 3 so far for the weekend. Millar and Duran in there behind him.
13 to 16 girls, the final on cruiser. Shaylee Taylor-Day, Isla Young, Erin J. Jackson, Missy Large, Carmel Allison, Anya Matern Alonso, Cody Harmer, and Annalise Cadman-Carpenter. Thirteen to 16-year-old girls are go Cody Harmer, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Anya Matern Alonso. That's your 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Missy Large in there in 4. Carmel Allison in 5. Isla Young in 6. Erin J. Jackson in 7. Shaylee Taylor-Day in there in 8. But as they go towards the 2nd turn, it's absolute bicycle motocross leading it out as they head down that 3rd straight. Cody Harmer looking good. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter under pressure from Anya Matern Alonso into the final corner. Oh! Annalise and tagging the wheel of Cody. That's taking Anya out as well. Missy's going to pick up the 2. Carmel Allison for the 3. Isla Young rounds out the top 4.
17, 29-year-old cruiser B final on track, heading for the final corner. Rocky O'Brien leads it out. That looks like Luca Manzi, I think, in there in the 2 spot. O'Brien, Manzi down the final straight. Mowat in there inside the top 3. He's under pressure, though, as they bring it down to the line. Niall Moss has just nicked out podium spots. 17 to 29-year-old cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We have got Connor Hedges, Josh Cates, Owen Putland, Lewis Fletcher, Theo Pope, Arne Esselmont, Ned Penny, and Daniel Wilson. Yeah, hold on to your hats, people. The 17, 29-year-old cruisers are a go. Arne Esselmont is charging for the corner in front, and I think he's going to pick up the whole shot. Esselmont leads it. Theo Pope's threaded the needle, and he's got that 2 spot headed out of the corner. Here comes Wilson, though. He's not done yet. Works his way back underneath Pope into the turn. Hedges on the inside. Hedges and Pope elbow to elbow. Hedges picks up that 3 spot then. Last turn action. Arne Esselmont, check this guy out. Racing up an age group. He's going to pick up the win down this final straight. Esselmont down to the stripe. Going to be Wilson for 2. Look at the battle for 3. Who's going to get it? I think Fletcher might have just nicked it on the stripe.
Woo-wah. Right, okay, 17 to 29. Female cruiser up on the gate. Abby Pike, Hannah Hedges, Trinity Cam, Olivia Firth, Taylor Lee Moen, Amy Willets, Hannah Drew, and Elsa Rendell Todd. The girls are go 17 to 29. Cruiser, let's have a look. Elsa Rendell Todd working her way across from the outside. Hannah Drew in there in 2. Taylor Lee Moen in 3. Amy Willets in 4. That's Olivia Firth, Salted Race Gear, EMV Graphics and Signage. She's in there in 5 at the moment. Abby Pike in 6. Trinity Cam in 7. Hannah Hedges in 8. As they go towards the final corner, it's going to be Elsa Rendell Todd. See you later, Alligator. No, she's got this one in the bag. Cruises that cruiser to the line. Takes the win. Hannah Drew, Taylor Lee Moen, Amy Willets, and Olivia Firth, your top 5.
30-plus women's cruiser up on the gate for their A final. We have got Emily Eilert, Teresa Chalice, Sarah Jane Nichols, Nicola Spears, Michelle Stupple, Cassie Harding, Kim Batsford, and your world number 8, Rebecca Goll. The 30-plus women's cruiser heading for turn number 1. SJN has been shot out of a cannon out of lane number 2. Who's going to get it into the corner? Here comes Michelle Stupple around the outside. She's going to work her way across and lead it out of the turn. So Stupple leads it. Gold's in there in 2. Nichols in 3. Who's picking up 4? That looks like Kim Batsford. The front 4 ladies are charging away with this one. Cassie Harding's in there in 5. Nicholas Spears in 6. Teresa Chalice in 7. Emily Ireland in 8. Heading back through the 3rd straight. Here comes Gold. She's looking for a way round Stupple. Last turn action. High low from Goal. Has she got enough left in the tank down the final straight? Stupple, Goal to the stripe. Who's going to get it? Looking like Stupple's just about going to hang on to it. That one was close. I think SJN hung on to 3.
30 to 39 cruisers up next. Agris Aliadzans, Dan Popel, Jamie Webb, Martin Smiley Brown, Ash Richardson, Nathan Abbott, Chris Miller, and Jack Hudson. 30 to 39 cruiser. Jack Hudson got a good start from gate number 6 on that 26-inch wheel bike. Is he going to be able to hold it into the turn? Popel's on the outside. Aliadzan's on the inside. Jamie Webb's getting in there for Team Air as well. Smiley's in there in about 4th at the minute and looking for a way round. Popel has managed to steal the lead away from Webb. Hudson still looking good in 3 though at the minute as they come down the outside towards the final turn. Nathan Abbott's not done either. He's battling with Smiley. Oh! 2 riders hit the deck. Popel, Webb, Hudson, Brown. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Ash Richardson in 5.
'40 to 44-year-old AA final up on the gate for the cruisers. We have got Andy McCoy, Matt Swales, Dylan Dixon, Tom Odling, Matt Eaton, Sim Johnston, Richard Stevenson, and Andy Groves. Here we go, the 40 to 44-year-old cruiser bruisers heading for turn number 1. Richard Stevenson wants to make it 2 from 2, but it looks like Groves has gotten the advantage into the turn. Groves leads it out. Stevenson in there in that 2nd spot. Who's picking up 3 and 4 as they come around? Looking like Tom Odling has got that 3 spot. Looking up the inside of Stevenson into the 2nd turn. He's made it stick. In and out they go. Who's picking up that 4th spot? Looking like Sim Johnston as they bring it towards the final turn. But check out Andy Groves, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, chaos in the final turn. Johnston went for it. Stevenson going to scrap it out to the line with Dixon. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Andy Groves dominated that one.
Right, talking to crazy, here comes the B final for the 45 to 49 cruisers. Tony Labras out there in front for B Radford. That is Dave Stokes of Evolve Bicycle Motocross, who's in there in 2. Who's got the 3 of the minute, the A12, and that belongs to Lee Pembroke. Pembroke's winding it up down the final straight. Dave Stokes isn't done. He's going to steal it at that line. Stokes gets it for Evolved. Lebras in 2. Woo! Final 15, the A final for 45 to 49 cruiser. We have got Stuart Little, Graham Stark, Big Nige Smith, Kev Merron, Norbert Marco, Damien Mead, Paul Barnard, and Fraser Watson. As they head down the straight, 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. Let's have a look who's going to lead it into the turn. Watson, Mead, Stuart Little working his way right around the outside, looking for a top 5 position. Battling with Merrin as they go down towards that 2nd turn. But checking out, leaving them behind, Fraser Watson of BMX Widow Photography. He is your World 3. Leading it into the final corner. Mead in 2, Marco in 3, Barnard in 4, Merrin in 5, Stu Little in 6, Big Nige in there in 7, Graham Stark in 8.
Right, we are looking at the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser B final. Looks like we lost someone on the first straight. Tim Porter leading this one through. Who's that in there with him out of the northeast? Got to be Stephen Notman. Mark Cottrell up the inside. Didn't quite make it stick. It looked like Notman was trying to work his way through round the outside of Porter in that second turn. Didn't quite make it happen. Cotty's taken over the lead then because of the chaos between the other two riders. Here comes Christos Chalkos down the final straight. Cotty, he's going to be a race winner. Who's going to get the two? Looking like Notman's going to hang on to it. Chalkos in 3. I think the fallen rider might have been Martin Merrill. Let's hope that Martin's all right. Just going to get him checked over. The older you get, the more it hurts. Put your hands together for Martin, ladies and gents. And we are going to take a look up to the top of the hill for the 50 to 54-year-old Cruiser A final. We have got Jules Allen, Gary Carver, Brett Knight, Pete Butler, Darren O'Brien, Kevin Sykes, John Bentley, and Alan Hill. Fifty to 54-year-old Cruisers are a go. Hilly's on the inside. Check out BMX's Kevin Bacon heading into the turn. Here comes Bentley, though. The Allen's Factory TM. He's threaded the needle and come out in that second spot. So it's Hilly and Bentley. O'Brien's in there in 3. Around the outside of Benter's into the corner. Can he make it stick? Bentley's thrown in the elbow and just about made it happen. Darren's not done yet, though. Pete Butler's in there in 4. Sykes in 5. Knight's in there in 6. Carver 7. Allen 8. But it's all about Alan Hilly Hill. He's going to bring it down the final straight. Hilly for national win number 5,429.
That many? I thought it was more. Anyway, 55 plus Cruiser lining up. We've got Dave Knowles, Stevie Noble, Keith Brown, Bernie Shale, Brent Featherstone, Chris Madron, Billy Stupple, and Big Mick Goff. '55 plus Cruiser, here we go. Michael Goff on the inside, Chris Madron in there as well. Who's going to lead it into the turn? Madron, Goff, 1 and 2. Featherstone in there in 3, Stupple in 4, Brown in 5, Shale in 6, Knowles in 7, Noble in there in 8. The Northeast Massive are ganging up on Michael Goff as they go down the straight. Madron's trying to hold him off. Goff's got the skills in the turn. Is it going to happen? He's diving underneath. Drag race to the line. Michael Goff, Chris Madron. Who's going to get it at the line? Oh! Wouldn't like to say. I'm going to leave it to the transponders of truth.
That is your Cruisers done and dusted for the weekend, ladies and gents. We're just going to check that Martin gets off of the track right. Whilst we await the 7-year-old B final lining up on the gates. Here we go then, the 7-year-old B final hits the track. These guys are charging down the hill, looking like we have got Frankie Jones, LCC Massive in the middle of the pack, but it's going to be Rudy Pleasance Ford and a hot shot leading this one through. So Ford out there in the 1 spot. Here comes Peckham BMX. That is Peter Bunchik. Bunchik's in there in about 2 at the moment, but here comes a rider up the inside. Got to be Toby Brook on the 349 out of Exeter Eagles. So it is going to be Rudy Pleasance Ford leading it out. Brooke and Bunchik in there in 2 and 3. Bunchik's worked his way into that 2 spot then. It's looking like Brooks in there in 3. Frankie Jones, I want to see his mum's race report at the end of the day. He's in there inside the top 4, but it's all about Rudy Pleasance Ford out front. He's going to take the win for Hot Shot Racing and Gosport BMX Club.
Right, B final for the 8-year-olds. I can see Emerson Tucker in this one. He's battling for the lead of the minute with Callum Wood from Green Machine Tribe. 2 riders go over the gate in the next one as they voice is going right. And Garbage, I think it is in there in 3, but it's Tucker. Wood. Tucker's gone too high. Wood's dived underneath. Garbachick in there in the 3. Oscar Marco trying to work his way in as well. It's going to go Woods, Tucker, Garbachick.
Leo Ingham and Jesse Rose were the 2 riders going over the gate in final number 21. But check out the scrap out front. Here comes your world number 7 round the outside. The double 8 of Arthur Donaldson leads this one through for Green Machine. Here comes Hendrix Hines. Took a crash in his semi-final earlier on, but he's up there in that 2nd spot down the final straight. It is going to be bringing it down to the stripe. Donaldson and Hines at 1 and 2.
Right, these are the 10-year-olds, the B final. Teddy Jones, Preston Newmarsh Pow in this one. He's inside the top 3. Kylan Gordon in 2. Rex Beasley back there in 8 and pushing hard. Oliver Ritchie's, Ronnie Wood, Murray Watson and Lucas Tawalde. So as they head down the 3rd straight, Ronnie Wood, the Land Shark in there in 4. Didn't have the rub of the green in the semi-final today. The 22 of Oliver Riches is the man leading it out. Wood still shopping for a position. Kylan Gordon, Preston Newmarsh Pow. Here comes Murray Watson as well. It's going to be tight at the line.
Isaac Lysander Smith on track in the 11-year-old B final. In and out of that 2nd corner, we have got the 6 and the 4 from last year. So that's how stacked this 11's age group is. It's going to be Smith and Mullen 1 and 2. Here comes the 15. In and out of that final turn, Samuel Richards had the high-low move stuck on him out of the turn. Leighton Harding's trying to push hard and pick up a podium spot. I think he's going to manage it. Might even pass Mullen at the line. Not quite going to get close enough.
11-year-old girls. Lainey Cordin, the queen of the chocolate digestive. She's in there in 1. Sadie McSwitty, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison, Mara McCarran in 3 at the minute. Doing it for divides. McSwitty in 4. That's 1 BMX club or BMX team. Sorry, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison in 5. But it's going to be absolute bicycle motocross. Elsie Blight taking the win. McCarran in 2. McSwitty in 3.
12-year-old B final on track. Team Bunnies and Maver UK 1 and 2 at the moment. That is Dylan Spence leading it out. Ethan Rogers in there in that 2 spot. Where can I hear Ethan Rogers' mum from? She's somewhere down that 1st straight, I'm sure. In and out of that 2nd turn they go. Spence Rogers heading for the final turn. Hunter van der Malion in there inside the top 3. He's having moves put on him in the final turn. Mark towards Idlow. He's inside the top 4, scrapping it out down to the line. Rogers, Spence to the stripe. That one was close, but I think Spence hung on.
Right, looking at the girls in the 12-year-old B final. Anushka Jones leading it out. Nia O'Connell in there in 2. Allegra Trues in the mix in 3. We've got Isabella Rutherford in there and Isabella Gerard doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. And Nora Cyrus in there as well for Bournemouth, and Molly Fumey Carroll as they head towards the final corner. It's going to be Jones, O'Connell, True and Gerard. I think that's going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Ben Millington leads out final number 27 in the 13-year-olds B final. That is Newton Hindley in there behind him, picking it up as they come on round. Daniel Colosage in the middle of the pack. In about 5 at the moment, here comes Robin Maton Alonso. He is super quick through that 3rd straight. He's going to work his way from about 5 to 3rd as he's going to bring it down the final straight. So Millington, Hindley, Alonso, 1, 2, 3. Daniel Colosage in there in 4.
Right, just taking a look now at the, I think it's the 14-year-olds. Oliver James in there. That's Freddie Entwistle in there in 3. Freddie Franklin in 2. Harvey Tomlinson leading it out as they go in and out of the corner. It's going to be Tomlinson, Franklin, Entwistle, James, Seward. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4.
15-year-old B final on track. Henry Rayner's in this one, and that could be him in the middle of the pack, I think. Doing it for Ellie Featherstone BMX Coaching. Who's out front? Is he 11? No, it's Rayner out front. Rayner then leading it from Bailey in and out of the final turn. Zachary Tia inside the top three. The front three riders looking safe and clear. Here comes Tia with a late charge down the final straight. Going to work his way from 3 to 2. Bailey's going to have to settle for about 5.
15-year-old girl B final. Anya Matten, Alonso, Alexis McCartney, Adele Ferrucci. That is your 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. Smiley Maloney's in there, and also as well Sophie Kynaston out of Smiley's Flight Club. She's in there in 4 right now. Moves being made. Bethany Coates is getting in there as well. Charlotte Stanley pushing as hard as she can. It's Matten Alonso though. McCartney, that's your 1 and 2. Ferrucci in 3. Kynaston in there in 4. Matten Alonso takes the win.
16-year-old B final heading into that second corner. James Clitheroe chasing down Josh Williams as to bring it back through the third straight. Look at them elbow to elbow, as smooth as you like, the pair of them into the turn. Clitheroe looks for a high-low. Williams took a brilliant line to defend himself. Here comes Clitheroe, though, with the pace down the final straight. Who's going to get it right the way down to the stripe? Clitheroe, Williams, and Duran. 1, 2, 3.
17 and 18-year-old B final. Scurry Curry, Sebastian Hamlin, Eddie the Hitman Cannons in there as well. Josh Cates, Scott Monroe, Higgs, Dudman, Gambay and Putland. Putland leading it into the turn. Hamblin's in there in 2. Monroe Higgs in 3. Dudman and Scurry Curry have given it up. Putland's going to get it at the line.
Hannah Drews hit the deck on the first straight in the 17 to 29-year-old women B final. This one is led out by Megan Kirby Green Machine Tribe in and out of that second corner. Esme Brooke Mabo UK inside the top 3, heading towards the final turn. That's Amy Willets in between them both in the second spot. But Esme Brooke with a third straight masterclass working away from 3 to 2. So it's going to be Kirby, Brooke, Willets, 1, 2, 3. Adele Verruti pushing all the way to the stripe. Who's going to get the 3 spot? Verruti's going to nick it. I think Brooke might have nicked the 1 spot as well.
Right, we're just looking after Hannah Drew at the moment. All right, guys, while I've got the opportunity, I will just remind you that on your way home, you will have the opportunity to listen to a brand new podcast. And believe it or not, I'm not going to mention mine. Ha ha ha. So, Nathaniel, Scott Beaumont has released the latest 96 podcast, which features none other than 80s icon, the 1986 world champion Sarah J. Nichols, back to BMX. Scott's released that podcast just in time for your journey home, so you'll be able to tune into that one, have a listen, catch up with the history of BMX from the view of one of the icons of the 80s. Took that world title at Slough in 1986, and to give you an idea of how big BMX was, it was sponsored by Weetabix, that world championships, the Weetabix World, Slough, 1986. Sarah J. Nichols taking that world #1 plate. And she chats about that and much, much more on the 96 podcast. And then when you finish with that one, jump back onto the BMX Commentator podcast, see if you've missed anything. Right, Hannah Drew, let's hope she's okay. If you've bought raffle tickets, just double check them, because at the TNT tent there are still some prizes to be claimed, and apparently some rather nice ones as well. So all the good stuff is still there, and all the third-hand bottles of wine and crap boxes of chocolate seem to have all gone. So, yeah, if you want a really nice raffle prize, double check your tickets at the TNT tent. Walk away with something absolutely lovely. And, yeah, finish off your weekend in style. Hannah Hedges walking away. That is nice to see. Well done, Hannah. She's walking off, albeit a funny grey colour. Let's hope she's all right. Right, 19 to 29. The B final, B4 badass. Right, 19 to 29-year-old Open, the B final. Billy Luckhurst on the inside as they head towards turn number one. Kenny Phillips in there as well. Luckhurst picking up the whole shot. Camille Sullivan in there as well. Daniel Kay in three. It's getting very, very busy in the middle of the pack. Joshua Izzard in there as well. Daniel Kay, Connor Hudson, Brett Dove, and Connor Busbridge. The presentations will be straight after the finals, somewhere down near the Trader Village as they go in and out the turn. It is Lucas. Oh, one rider over the turn. Well, if you're going to go over it, you might as well go over it there. So that was 19 to 29 at B final done.
Grand Vets B final now on track, heading to turn number one. Worley, Knowles, Clark, Baggs, Perkins, Pritchard, Kimber and Hull. This is your last of the B finals, ladies and gents. In and out of that first corner, we are looking at Mark Worley on the 21 plate. That looks like Knowles in there in the 2 spot. Who's picking it up in 3? Looks like we have got Mike Baggs working his way around the outside. He's now gone from 3 to 2. Who's that in 4? Got to be Robert Clark on the 026. But your race leader, Mark Worley, on a flyer. Cumbernauld Centurions, where are you, Cumbernauld? Somewhere down that final straight, he's going to pick up this B final win in the Grand Vets down to the stripe. Mike Baggs for 2. Here comes Clark for 3. Who's going to get the 3 spot tight on the line? Clark.
Right, I've just had a very, very interesting piece of trivia from Phil Townsend. Phil's just said to me that when I mentioned the Weetabix Worlds earlier on, they only had about 940 riders at that Worlds, and we've had over 1,000 this weekend. So officially, according to Phil, and he's like an encyclopedia of this stuff, this weekend is actually bigger than the Weetabix Worlds at Slough. That's quite cool. I quite like that. Anyway, there we go. Trivia over. Carry on, Lewis.
6 and under final up on the gate. We have got lined up Charlie Thorne, Henry Dodd, Lewin Jamira, Teddy Barker, Benji Ross Foster, Ionis Chorkos, Seth Goostrey, and out of Exeter, Oliver Bridle. Here we go, the 6 and unders are bringing the thunder, pedaling towards the first turn. Oliver Bridle must have had hot sauce for his lunch. He's going to get the whole shot. Who's in there with him? Looking like the 6-7-3 picking it up. Teddy Barker in there in the 2 spot. Seth Goostrey's working his way through. He's now up to 2, working his way round the outside. Benji Ross Foster's in there in 4. Who's in 5? Looking like the rider out of the mid-lengths. Henry Dodd on the 8-2-2, but it's all about Bridle out front on an absolute charge. Goostrey's in 2 then. He's worked his way up. Has he got enough time to close that gap? I don't think he has, not with the way that Bridle is riding. He's going to take this one from start to finish. No questions asked. Exeter Eagles are going to take the 6 and under win. Seth Goostrey in there for that 2 spot. Who's going to get 3? It's going to be Barker.
Right, 7-year-olds, the final. Up next, we have got Atlas Lewis Field, Oscar Ratherfast Rutherford, Albie Blight, Joseph Claydon, Logan Acito, Finley Thomas, still raising money for Crohn's and Colitis Research, Roman Birdfield, and Teddy Gorman. The 7-year-olds are flying down the hill. Let's see who's going to be the first to rise. Oh, riders down. Somebody's hit the deck. Oscar Rutherford's in there in about 6th of the minute. He's got them brand new goggles on that he's just procured off his dad. He's in there pushing hard with Albie Blight. Finley Thomas is the man out front at the moment. He's looking very good. Logan Aceto in there in 2. Oakley, Atlas Lewisfield was the young man who hit the deck. But at the minute in the lead, Finley Thomas just having the move put on him by Teddy Gorman. Gorman out in front, Finley in there in 2. Not sure who's got the 3. Logan Aceto in the 4, Blight in the 5. Well, big final for those young gentlemen. Let's hear it for Atlas Lewis Fields. Well done, young sir. That's a grand job. Right, next up, 7-year-old age group. Susie Wyatt, Hattie McGoldrick, Matilda Hewitt, Izzy Moore, Maggie Devine, Abigail Henning, Orla Jewis, and Mabel Pine. The girls are go. Let's have a look what we've got. We've got a mixed age group in this. We've got the 7s and the 6 and unders. Looks like Mabel Pine is leading it into the corner. She's pushing hard. Orla Jewis in there as well. Abigail Henning in 3. Maggie Devine in 4. Nuneaton going through. That's going to be Izzy Moore in there as well. Hattie McGoldrick pushing hard for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. She's in there in 7. Susie Wyatt in the mix as well. As they head down towards the final corner, Matilda Hewitt giving it her all as well. But it's Mabel, Orla, Abigail, Maggie. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Izzy in 5. Matilda in 6. Hattie in 7. Susie in there in 8. Mabel Pine takes the win from Orla and Abigail.
8-year-old boys up on the gate for the A final. We have got Caleb Tewald, Elliot Hatch, Alexander Gilbert, Jake Avis, Joel Pritchard, Antek Perebny, Dominic Zapanos, and Henry Sullivan. Here we go with the 8-year-old boys. Final number 39. Your British champion, Crucial Racing on the inside. Henry Sullivan looking like he's going to pick up a whole shot into the first corner. He's got Antek Perebny in there behind him for Birmingham NRT. Dominic Zapanos had a hot shot. Has thrown it under in the first corner. He's now in there in about 4. Looking like Jake Avis has worked his way into a top 3 spot. So your podium is looking like Sullivan. We're going to bring it home. Perebny and Avis as it stands. But Perebny's not done yet. Looking for a way back, and Sullivan headed for the final turn. Who's going to get it? Sullivan looking as smooth as you like. Final straight action. It's going to be Sullivan, Perebny, 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3? Zapanos pushing Avis all the way to the stripe. Avis is going to round out your podium spots in the 8-year-old boys. 8-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We have got Tutu Widdowson, Ella Grant, Maisie Dyson, Madison Stupple, Lauren Snell, Layla Dixon, Megan Keller, and Phoebe Millar. 8-year-old girls are a go, looking like out of lane 1. Phoebe Millar's had a blinding start. There's a bucket load of elbow bashing going on down the first straight. Who's going to get it into the turn? Millar, your British champion, leads this one out. The 7.35 in there behind her. That is, of course, looking like Maisie Dyson out of the Bradford Massive, headed for turn number 2. Who's in there in 3? Looking like Mixed Pigs Race Team in there in 3 and 5 at the moment. Who's in 4 then, splitting them up? I think that could very well be Decoy picking it up. No, sorry. Looking like it's Gosport. Megan Keller, I think, on the 889. In and out of the final turn. Ella Grant in there in 3. It's the 7. 7-4, that is Megan Keller. It is out of Gosport National Race Team in there in 4, but it's going to be Millar, Dyson, Snell, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get the 4 on the line? I think Grant might have just nicked it.
Right, 9-year-old boys, the final lining up. We have got Oakley Lewis Field, Jack Belton, Seth Kacharik, Ethan Shaw, Jack Haynes, Tobias Groves, Rex Ford, and Charlie Dowsing. Nine-year-old final underway, heading down the hill. Charlie Dowsing doing it for Crucial BMX, but he's got some pressure coming from Ethan Shaw of the Birmingham National Race Team. Shaw leads it into the turn. He's looking good. Tobias Groves in there in 4. That's Rex Ford in 3. Jack Belton in there in that 5th spot with the LCC rider. Jack Haynes in there in 6. Oakley Lewis Field and Seth Kacharik not done yet either. But it is Shaw, Dowsing, 1 and 2, Ford in 3, Belton in there in 4, in and out the turn. Dowsing's made his move. Is he going to get it at the line? Dowsing and Shaw to the stripe. Whoa! Leave it to the transponders of truth. Right, 9-year-old girls, I think, next. Right, 9-year-old young ladies lining up on the gates. River Henderson, Eliza Powell, Florence Dyson, Cara Cross, Maja Olivia Kolodich, Holly Webb, Holly Bishop, and Betty Wills. Nine-year-old girls on track now. Wills, Bishop, Webb, they look really, really well in those earlier semi-final rounds. Looks like Wills is going to lead it into the turn as the wind picks up. Holly Bishop in there in 2, trying to check out who's in the 3. Holly Webb, I think it is, being tracked down. Now Cara Cross is in the mix as well. Florence Dyson, Eliza Powell, and River Henderson. Kolodich in there as well. But as they head down towards the final corner, Betty Wills almost taken away by the breeze. Bishop in 2, moves being made. College trying to get a 3 spot. Is she going to take it away from Webb? I think she is. It's going to go Wills, Bishop, College, Webb, Dyson, Henderson. Woo!
The 10-year-old boys are lined up, locked and loaded, ready to go for their A final. We have got Seb Hewitt, Hugo Dayton, Joey Tompkins, Arlo Steinmetz, Connor Hemhill, Finley Monroe, birthday boy and world number 3, Jacob Anderson, and your world number 8, Benny Jackson. I've got a sneaky feeling this final might have a bit of chaos locked in there somewhere along the lines. Jacob Anderson looking to pick up a win on his birthday, heading into the turn. Anderson, Jackson, 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like it is Monroe out of Allen's Factory Supercross. Who's in 4? That's got to be Joey Tompkins, your British champion. Turn number 2 action. Hugo Dayton, here comes Jackson. Throwing the move on Anderson in turn number 2. Jackson, Anderson, that's how it looks, heading for the final turn. Here comes Anderson, bit far back, look for the move, didn't quite make it happen. Benny Jackson is going to take the win in the 10-year-olds down to the stripe. Anderson, Monroe, 2 and 3. 10-year-old girls up on the gate for their final. We have got Ada Walding, Ellie Beat, Aria Rose Lee, Mia Kiss, Trixie Trays, Maisie Egan, Sophie Bailey, and Grace Hudak. Here we go then, the 10-year-old girls. Final number 44. Couple of world and Euro plates in there somewhere, but it's all about your last year's national number 4. Sophie Bailey, she took the win yesterday. She wants to do the same again today. We've lost Aria Rosalie in the turn. She's straight back up to her feet. Put your hands together for her, but it's out front, looking good. It's going to be the 4, leading it from the W8 and the E3, in and out of turn 2. Bailey, Hudak, Egan, Trace, 1, 2, 3, 4, beats in there in 5. Hudak around the outside into the final turn. Bailey, Hudak throws in a high-low. In and out they go. Grace Hudak. What a perfectly timed move and last straight from Grace Hudak. Your world number 8's going to take here. Sophie Bailey for 2 and Maisie Egan rounds out your podium.
Top 3. Sorry. I'll try that again. I was just going to talk about presentations being straight after the finals. I don't know where that all came from. Anyway, 11-year-old boys lining up: Adrian Galitis, Itai Jamira, Joe Rook, Jack Devine, Leo Rowlands, Archie Bell, Ronnie Payne, and James Bibby. Here come the 11s, sending it down that first straight. Leo Rowlands, James Bibby getting the nose out in front early doors. Archie Belly's in there as well. Here comes Joe Rook. It's getting tight in the corner, but Bibby is leading it out. The question is, have Concept Mabel got anything for Pro Start around the rest of this track? Bibby's starting to open up a bit of a lead now. Rowlands and Bell fighting away. It's Pro Start, Concept, Fluent. 1, 2, and 3 at the moment. James Bibby in another turn. He looks like he's done it, taking it down the final straight. James Bibby doing it for Pro Star, taking the win in the 11s. Leo Rowlands for 2, Archie Bell for 3, and I have a feeling the 4th place went to Joe Rook. 11 girls up next. We have got Olivia Webb, Poppy May Kirby, Millie Ross, Seren Pritchard, Lauren Keller, Grace Gerard, Iris Hyder, and having a birthday next week, it's Elizabeth Lola Poole. Eleven-year-old girls heading down the hill. Iris Hyder, Elizabeth Lola Poole trying to get in. Oh, Elizabeth getting elbow to elbow with Iris in the turn. This one's not over. Seren Pritchard's thrown it in there as well. Gerard in there in 4. That looks like a Team Mind in there in 5. That'll be Millie Ross. Keller's in the mix as well. Poppy May Kirby and Olivia Webb. But doing it for Pure Bicycles, Iris Hyder leading to the final corner. Pritchard in 2. Elizabeth Lola Poole in 3. Hyder looking like she's going to do it for Pure Bicycles. Pritchard for Crank BMX holding on to it. And a podium for Elizabeth Lola Poole.
The 12-year-olds are up on the gate ready for their A final. We have got Sullivan Collis, Ethan Crooks, Martin, Jack Perkins, Thomas Honeywell, Charlie Wilcox, Harry Tyers, James Miller, and await the cheer from the first straight, Ethan Howell. The 12-year-olds hit the track. Check out the gate from Harry Tyers, headed for the turn. Miller's on the inside. Tyers, Miller, elbow to elbow. Miller, yesterday's winner, leads it out. There's a load of stuff happening in turn number 1. The traffic queued up, and Howell swoops underneath a lot of them, so he's in a podium spot. JP's in there in about 5. Turn 2 action. It's going to be Miller leading it at the moment. Tyers, Howell 2 and 3. Crooks, Martin in there in 4. Here we go into the final corner. Tyers looks for a high-low. Has he got the momentum out of the final turn? Who's going to get it? James Miller is going to make it 2 from 2. James Miller, Harry Tyers, Ethan Howell 1, 2 and 3. "12-year-old girls up on the gate for their A final. We are looking at Brooke Fawcett, Martha Cottom, Dakota Tucker, Esme Ward, Ruby Warren, Poppy Bishop, Emma Kiss, and Amelie Eaton. Final 48 hits the track, looking like Eaton on the inside, got a great gate, she's headed for turn number 1. Out front, she's the first one to show her front wheel. Here comes the 6 plate on the inside, got to be Emma Kiss, so it is looking like Pro Start leading it out. Bringing it on home, Emily Eaton, Emma Kiss, 1 and 2, Poppy Bishop's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like we have got Esme Ward in the mix inside the top 4 spots. Brooke Fast Fawcett's in there in 5, Ruby Warren in 6, Dakota Tucker in there in 7, and Martha Cottam in 8. In and out of the final turn, has Kiss got enough left for Eaton down the final straight? I don't think she has. Eaton, Kiss to the stripe. Who's going to get it? It's going to be a British champion taking the win. Poppy Bishop in there for 3.
Moving on to one of the finals we've been looking for all day long at the Open 13 age group. We have got Nate Hamilton, Noah Buttery, Oliver Tyers, Isaac Shaw, Todd Smith-Notman, Ned Guppy, Little Cotty James Cottrell, and yesterday's winner, Kobe Rayford. Probably the most competitive clash you will watch here this weekend. The 13-year-old boys, Little Cotty and Kobe Rayford. Little Cotty got it slightly wrong going over that jump. It's getting very, very tight in the corner. It's Rayford, Notman, Guppy. That is your 1, 2, 3 tyres in there as well in about 4. Shaw's got it all to do in 8. Hamilton in there in 7. But Kobe Rayford, stay strong, Clark and Kent, heading towards the final corner. I don't think you're going to catch this guy down the final straight. Todd Smith-Notman's going to pick up a 2. Will Ned Guppy get the 3? I think he will. Tyres for 4. Cotty for 5. That was Buttery for 6. 13-year-old girls up next. Anastasia Muha, Isla Young, Sidoni Cleve, Jalaya Patel, Libby Coppin, Lexi Kearns, Rin Serafina Gianolino, and Katie Miller. 13-year-old girls heading down the hill. Let's have a look. Who's going to be the first to rise? Lexi Kearns in the middle, but Katie Miller's going to lead it into the corner. Rin Serafina Gianolino in there in 2. Lexi in 3. That's Jalaya Patel in 4. Libby Coppin in 5. In and out the second turn. Moto 1365 Racing. Katie Miller leading it into the final corner, but Rin Serafino Gianolino, he's not done yet. Miller, Gianolino 1 and 2. That's the way they're going to finish. Lexi Kearns is going to pick up their 3. Who's going to round out the top 4? It's Libby Coppin.
14-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We have got Bradley James, Lucas Seeley, Eden Boone, Ty DS, Amos Guppy, Heath Thomas, Ben Larkins, and your world number 6, Kai Bowen. $14-year-olds are a go, the W5 and W6 in this one, and it's going to be Bowen. He's going to be the first one to show you his front wheel into the turn. Bowen, Thomas, Larkins, 1, 2, 3. Who's that in there in 4? Got to be Amos Guppy, Tidy S in there in 5, as they bring it on round. Eden Boone's in there in 6. That looks like Seeley in 7, and James in 8, but the battle is out front. Heath Thomas chasing down Bowen, heading for the final turn. It's going to be Bowen, Thomas, in and out they go. Drag race down the final straight. Kai Bowen's going to hang on to it. Tidy S and Lucas Seeley have hit the deck. Kai Bowen, Heath Thomas 1 and 2. Ben Larkins, Amos Guppy 3 and 4. Put your hands together for Lucas Seeley. He's back up to his feet. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for a force to be reckoned with. Ty DS, this kid is on fire. World number 2. The 14-year-old girls are locked and loaded up on the gate. We are looking at Atana Price, Lily Hayes, Ruby Walford, Ava Wright, Grace Burge, Ailey Watson, Lottie Brown, and Amelia Everly. Fourteen-year-old girls hit the track. Ailey Watson looking to pick up the whole shot into the turn. She's elbow bashing with Everly heading for the corner. Everly not going to make yesterday's errors in that first corner. She's going to lead this one out for hashtag 59. Everly, Watson, Burge, 1, 2, 3. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like Lottie Brown doing it for absolute. But it's all about you. European number 5 did take the win yesterday during the lap, but it didn't quite go to plan in the first corner. Oh, we've lost Burge down the straight. Price, how on earth she stayed all right there, I have no idea. But Everly is going to take your 14-year-old girls win right from the start to finish. Ailey Watson for 2, Lottie Brown 3. Put your hands together for Grace Burge, ladies and gents.
Right, hope Grace is okay. As we move on to the 15-year-old boys, we have got lined up on top of the gate Finley Collis, Nathan Baratta, Sean Brown, Lucas Webster, Caden Dunn, Noah Everly, Cody Coker, and taking his first national win yesterday, it's Eli Smith. Here we go with the 15-year-old boys. Looks like Cody Coker got a great start. He's going to lead it into turn number 1. Oh, Eli Smith got it all wrong going over the second jump. He's been shuffled back to 7. So Webster, Dunn, Everly. That's your 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the moment. Brown's trying to get in there as well. Eli Smith, he's working his socks off to get some kind of position as they go down the straight. It's all getting mixed up. That's let Cody Coker run away with it. There are people clipped out in and all over the shop. As they go into the final corner, Coker's going to get it. Looks like Lucas Webster's going to pick up there too. And after the disastrous start, Eli Smith has ended up in 3. "15-year-old girls up next. Another one of those hotly anticipated finals. We have got Imogen Cockrell, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Ruby Moores, Megan Roy, Sophie Elwood, Lorianne Carruthers, Lexi Waite, and jumping Jess Marriott. 15-year-old girls, it's going to be an absolute scorcher of a final because Ruby Moores has got to come across from the outside. Lexi Waite is picking up the whole shot. Megan Roy in there in 2, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter in 4. Lorianne Carruthers getting shuffled back a little bit to 6 as Jess Marriott comes through. Sophie Elwood in there and Imogen Cockrell. But as they go in and out of turn number 2, AllensBMX.com, it is Lexi Waite bringing it to the final corner. In and out we go. Waite, Roy, Moores, Marriott, Carruthers. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But Lexi Waite brings it to the stripe, takes the win. Moores might have got the second on Roy. We'll leave it to the transponders of truth.
16-year-olds up on the gate for the A final. We have got Ollie Kendall, Sam Hamling, Thomas Millar, Finn Phillips, JTL Simpson Davies, Finley Hoff, Curtis Copeland, and Nikolai Martinez. "16-year-olds hit the track. Martinez out of lane number 1. He's charging for the first corner. Here comes Ollie Kendall from the outside. Finn Hoff leads it out. JTL Simpson Davies comes out in the second spot. So it is Hoff leading it. Here comes Jump Club S&M Source into turn number 2. It's going to be Kendall and Davies elbow to elbow. Davies hanging on to it at the moment. Kendall in there in 3. That's going to be Martinez in 4. But Finley Hoff in and out of the final turn. He's going to wrap this one up out of the final corner. Finley Hoff, Pro Star BMX, Jump Club go 2 and 3 with Davies and Kendall, and JTL Simpson Davies is over the moon with that one.
17 and 18-year-olds open final. Here we go. Luke Morris, Ben Fitzsimmons, Che Young, George Gerard, Jaden Seward, Jake Adcock, Arne Esselmont, and Lewis Fletcher. '17 and 18-year-olds. This is the final. Adcock in the middle. Looks like Hard Knocks Bike Coaching are getting in there as well with Gerard. Jaden Seward working his way right round the outside. It's going to be tough as they head down this straight. Gerard out in front. Is he going to be able to pick up his first national win? Jaden Seward in there into Adcock's trying to thread the needle. Oh, somebody's blown a pedal as they come out of the turn. But George Gerard, is he going to get the redemption? Oh! He's gone! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh! Straight into the final corner. Can't even work out. Ben Fitzsimmons got it. I was busy looking at the carnage in the last corner. George Gerard. If he wasn't for bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. He came so close at Manchester. It was on in the final corner at Cyclopark. And he went down and took teammate Jaden Seward with him. Oh, dear me. Tell you what, need some of them Velcro tyres in that final turn. Whew.
17 to 29-year-old women up on the gate. Right, lining up, we have got Megan Gerard, Mika Pritchard, Remy Godfrey, Megan Duhigg, Lily Chiswa, Emily Green, Evie Webster, and Caitlin Ellis. Final 57 hits the track. Emily Green looking for a whole shot into the turn. Looks like we've lost Caitlin Ellis down the first straight. Green leads it out. Chiswa's in there behind her in that 2-spot. Megan Duhigg rounds out the podium as the exit turn number 1. But there's loads of track left, yeah. Here comes Chiswa around the outside of Green into turn number 2. Remy Godfrey's in there in 3. Who's it for? Got to be Evie Webster picking it up. Third straight action. Chiswa, Green headed for the final corner. Who's going to get it? Green hanging on to the inside line. Last straight action, Chiswa, Green, down to the stripe, looking like Green's hanging on, but here comes Chiswa with a really late charge. Not sure who got that. Megan Duhigg rounded out the podium spots as the 19 to 29-year-olds are up on the gate for their A final. We've got Aaron Holloway, Josh Wallace, Hayden Green, Neil Brunez, Adam Gilbert, Callum Chard Maple, Ryan Stack, and Ollie Cope. Gate goes down. Callum Chard Maple gets a good one, but Stacky's looking to lead it into the turn. Ryan Stack's your race leader. Ollie Cope looks up the inside. He comes out in that second spot. Brunez has to pull on his breakthrough. The exit of turn number 1. Callum Chard Maple's worked his way into a podium then. That looks like Gilbert in there in 4, Green in 5. But it's all about your British champion, Ryan Stack. Ollie Cope looking up the inside. Cope leads it. He just about manages to stay upright. Cope, Stack, down to the line. Who's going to get it? Cope looks like he's just about going to hang on to it. What a final. Stacky for 2. Callum Chard Maple in 3. We wish we had a transponder system up in the box.
Oh, transponders of truth every single time. Masters lining up. Dale Scott, Darren Thompson, Matic Petrick, Martin Smiley Brown, David James, Billy Irwin, Scotty Boom, Boom 96 Podcast Beaumont, and Matthew Bourne. Masters our goal. Let's have a look who's going to take this one as they head down the hill. Scott Beaumont got the start he wanted as they head into the corner. Beaumont leading it out. That looks like Matthew Bourne in there in 2. Irwin going through in 3. Martin Smiley Brown in there in 5 as they go in and out of the turn. Bourne's not done yet. He's all over the back of Scott Beaumont. Beaumont makes a mistake, loses their position. Bourne, Beaumont, Brown, Irwin. Irwin's trying to get round Brown. Bourne's going to take it to the line. Bourne, Beaumont, Brown, 1, 2 and 3. Help Scott ease his disappointment by listening to the 96 podcast.
Veterans lined up on the gate for their A final. These are the 40-plus men. We've got Lewis Allison, Craig Cording, Matthew Eaton, Nigel Smith, George Salmon, Danny Taylor, Zoltan Bude, and Benjamin Martinez. Vets are a go. Ben Martinez has let out of a flyer out of the gate. Who's in there with him headed for the turn? Martinez leads it. Bude get a pick up the 2 spot on the exit of the corner. Danny T's glued to his back wheel as they bring it into the second straight. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like George Salmon. I think that is on the 4-2-4 as the wind picks up on the exit of turn 2. It's all about crucial racing out front. Ben Martinez bringing it home into the final turn. Zoltan Bude doing all he can to close the gap, but I don't think he's got enough to catch Martinez as he brings it to the stripe. Martinez takes the vets home. Bude, Taylor 2 and 3. Matthew Eaton squeezes out of top 4.
Ground veterans lining up next. We have got Nigel White, Neil Waddington, Dominic Elliott, Julian Allen, Brett Knight, Craig Nelly Nelson, Darren Reedy and Alan Hill. The veterans are go. Let's have a look who's going to charge down the hill. Hilly's looking good. Reedy in there in 2. Craig Nelson in 3. He's been putting the work in over winter as they go in and out of the turn. Julian Allen in 4. Brett Knight in 5. Waddington in there in 6. Elliott in 7. Big Daddy Nudge in there in 8. But doing it for pure bicycles. Alan Hill being tracked down by Darren Reedy towards the final corner. Hill's out in front. He's going to take the win. Reedy in 2. A podium for Craig Nelson in 3. But Hill takes yet another National Series win. Female 30-plus up next. Moto number 4 for Rebecca Gold, Claire Albert, Fawn Clements, Annie Chiziwa, Amanda Hebstock and Savannah Carver. Right, this is total points for these ladies. Magic Manda's already done for the day due to her crash earlier on. And no Fawn Clements either. So, Rebecca Gold, Savannah Carver, Ali Chiziwa, that is your 1, 2, 3. Claire Albert in there in 4, pushing hard. But it's Rebecca Gold, the W8, leading it out. Savannah Carver aboard that GT OS 20. She's in there in 2 at the minute. Ali Chiziwa going through in 3, Claire in 4. This has been the order all day long, I think. So Rebecca Gold will wrap up the win. Savannah is going to pick up that 2. Annie for 3, Claire for 4. Rebecca Gold taking the win, 30-plus female.
Junior men up on the gate for one of 3 finals left of the weekend. Let's get you introduced to these riders. Riding out of Manchester, we've got James Sankey for Sorted Race Gear, Flynn Drelincourt. Out of Braintree, Louis Tay Edwards. Riding out of Pure Bicycles, Jared Hill. Peck and BMX have got Danny Jake Montfort. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Ned Penny. On his home track here at Cyclopark, Miller Hughes. And out of Peck and BMX again, Xander Mavawani Wright. Junior men hit the track, heading for turn number 1. Danny Jake Montfort's had a cracking game. Alexander Mavawani right on the inside. How on earth he stuck that up right? I have no idea. It's going to be Mavawani right, and Hughes 1 and 2. Ned Penny's going airborne as well, as is James Sankey. The front 4 riders make it through the process just about unscathed. So it is Xander Mavawani right, looking to take the win. Peck and BMX are going to go 2 for 2. Xander's going to take it down the final straight. Miller Hughes for 2, Ned Penny in 3. Danny Jake Montfort's going to squeeze out the top 4. James Sankey in 5.
Right, 2 finals left. First of them is the Superclass. We have got lined up on top of the hill for Crucial BMX and Cardiff BMX Club, Taylor Hunt. For GT Factory in Manchester, Harry Tanner. For Birmingham BMX Club on the 546, Bradley Russell. On the 141 Ice Bikes, it's George Hunt. On the 300 for Moto 1 365 Race Team, Charlie Roy. For Birmingham BMX Club on the 068, took the win yesterday, Josh Marnham. On the 375 for Concept Mabel UK, Matt Hutz. And for Crucial BMX on the 1, it's Eddie Moore. The Superclass final. Silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. The Superclass are kicking ass, coming down the first straight. Eddie Moore and Matt Hutt into the turn. Who's going to get it? Oh, they are elbow to elbow. Hutt, Moore going 1 and 2. George Hunt got it wrong. Here comes Josh Marnham trying to work his way into a top 3 position. Can he pick up a win? Will there be action in this final corner? Eddie Moore, Crucial BMX, in and out of the turn. Matt Hutt couldn't quite make that move stick. He's going to get it. More Marnham for the 2. More Marnham Hutt. That's your 1, 2, 3. Wee-wah, woo-wah. Absolute flyer. Right, the final of the weekend lining up. It is Championship Women. But before we do that, as tradition dictates, we need to do some thank yous. So, first up, the guys and the girls in the very fetching green outfits. They pick you up when you fall down, patch you up, send you to hospital if necessary. Do whatever it takes to look after you. We can't do it without them. Please, please, please make some noise for our medical team. Next up, the guys and the girls in the blue polo shirts, zip-ups, and this weekend jackets and woolly hats. It's a thankless task, but we cannot run a national series without their help and assistance. Please make some noise for our commissars and admin team. And last but not least, our host venue here at Cyclopark here in Gravesend in Kent. We've been blessed with somewhat decent weather. It's been really helpful. There's been no rain. It's been absolutely awesome. Please give it up for Cyclopark, TNT, and everybody who's helped to put it on. Thank you, guys. So the last final is Championship Women. We have got lined up on the gate for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Cody Harmer. For Pure Bicycles, Elizabeth Bown. For Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, a return to BMX for Ava Brown. Concept Mabel UK, Lucy Hutz. For Moto 1 365, Taya Gaynor. For Pro Start BMX, the birthday girl, Lucy Simpson. For Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, it's Elsa Rendell Todd. And on the 646 for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Freya, the Slayer, Chalice. The last final, silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. The Championship Women are go, go, go. Who's going to make it to the first turn first? Freya, Chalice, Elsa, Rendell, Todd going 1 and 2. Megan Roy in there in 3. Ava Brown absolutely flying in 4. That looks like Lucy Simpson in there in 5. Maggie Brown trying to work her way through from the back, but absolute bicycle motocross. Freya the Slayer looking to make it 2 from 2 for the weekend. She's going to pick up the win. Chalice, Rendell, Todd. Here comes Ava Brown looking for a step on the podium. She's going to pick it up. It's going to go Chalice, Rendell, Todd and Brown. What a lap. That ends your weekend here at Cyclopark, rounds 3 and 4 of the British BMX National Series. Thank you for supporting it. Wherever you are heading home, please have a safe journey. We'll see you next time at Cumbernauld.